can do it!
I once thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me? Luckily, you can't. And I no longer hear. Stories that say the stars are far beyond our reach. Our stars? They are cursed. I'm going to see a real star. And leave this place.
Compass, compass, show me the way. Guide me to your master, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight!
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity V Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Who? When? Where? What? And why? Nothing escapes the eyes of a reporter.
A tragic haven occurred in the mines, burying the miners deep within. The incident has now claimed 13 deaths, with only 1 survivor.
Hide here and don't make a sound. Whenever in doubt.
Cursed child! Your family is
All because of horror. Whenever trouble strikes. Face it, and it'll all be over. That is what I've always believed.
On that night, the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Lane. She brought light before my corpse. She could have told me the bitter truth, so that I could escape the intolerable surge of emotions. She could have gouged out my eyes, so that I could not see the demons of hell in the skin of gods. Or his ugly face that is so like my own. But it matters not, for the secret is forever buried. After all, corpses do not speak. But the price of it all, her humanity fell into the bowels of the gods. Fret not, Mother. The hunt of the gods ended on the night the blizzard laid waste to the plateau of Leng.
I received a revelation to judge without mercy. Murderers must have their blades shattered. And the greedy must be depraved of welfare. winds subside, the redeemed may regain a pious heart.
Racing against the time, I don't want wasted. Or while I'm chasing you, you hate to hide it. 臆病さと睨めっこしたら逃げることはやめにして Gliding across the stuff, meanwhile you kiss it.
Controlling your heartbeat, you and I be together.
心の声に耳を澄ませば暗く長い夜が明ける梦想在路上里对至今以来的爱毫不吝啬的表达感谢 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and me あなたが未来を見せてくれたもう何も怖くない Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you 明日な明日へ歌うメロディー
Remember last time we had.
Forget about the shade of 新しい道をつないでく Sing all the time 'Sometimes I do feel that need you by my side Forget about time, fine, I keep feeling it 如果听到我心跳声就首先说滚吧
对着老地方，不用另外找地方。在这里忘记时间流是记录时间流。Can't stop it，当然一起找秘方。这是对无时无刻在追求你感到迷惘。当伙伴齐出发抵挡，不管让我们击掌，有彼此此刻才有了力量。
是不会忘记我们曾携手并肩 Everybody sing our song Everybody sing this song for you and me あなたと未来を共に生きてどんな壁も越えよう Everybody sing our song
Above the high tower, a utopia. Lord of Babel, a walking sun. Is this the belief you filled the minds of the ignorant with? The tower shall fall. New lies will be treated as the word of God. The morning star is the true king. The ambitious are impure of heart, yet I insist on bestowing authority upon them. The surrendered are disloyal, yet I still fulfill their wish. As long as the dogs and crowns remain by my feet, who stays by me matters. No more. All of this I learned from you. How am I doing, my dear brother? My son.
That was the beginning and the end of everything.
I have thought about what I might encounter here, but everything I've encountered so far has still exceeded my expectations. The girl mentioned in here, Emma Woods. Is he back? Hunters? My gut told me it might be my only chance to unravel its secrets with my own hands.
Don't look back.
My name is Chogun. I'm from GH team. In-game name Capgun.
Hi, I am Pai from Team Idol.
Hi, I'm FT Panda from Team Future.
Hello everyone, I'm Ran from Team Utopia.
Excited and happy. We train very hard to get champion.
I feel so good that our team passed through the final round and this year gonna be a champion again.
I felt so exciting and I will do my best.
I feel very excited joining IVC 2023 this year. I feel there's many great teams and there will be many challenges ahead.
GH team is best team from Thailand. We group up from best 3 teams from OSM, VX and GK, and we recruit the best player of any role.
All of our teammates is from Team ZT. They play very good in rank. So we build out to reach champion, yes.
I meet my teammates from rank and this time IVC I will just join for fun, so I find someone that also play for fun, but we is serious player, just not that rush.
I feel that my team is strong in communication and skills, and our hunters are very strong, and Hershen will be our secret wildcard.
The atmosphere is nice, everyone is friendly and communicate after the match about where is our mistake, and I think strategy is good.
My team is strong in every role, even hunter and survivor is really well.
My goal for this tournament, of course, is top 1, but we try our best.
We'll plan to go at least make it to the finals. After making finals, we'll think of how we can do better and win GH for champion.
Our goal is to be the champion of this IVC, and the survivor will not lose any one game.
First, we will beat Team FT. After that, champion is mine.
I feel that we should focus more on GH, as I feel that GH survivors are very strong and the hunters are very drawable. So we need to find a way how can we break the hunter draw and how our hunters can overcome GH survivors and win them.
For me, the most terrifying team here is GH. They have nice hunter and very good survivors, and that's our next opponent, so let's go.
Not have. No.
That because he always does good strategy.
My team, Nerukung, because he has a lot of plan when play in the competition, and his personality can cheer up everybody in team.
One of the strongest hunter in this game is Kuga. I feel like he's very stable and he knows how to get chances from survivors, from taking their mistakes.
Nehru from Team GH. His prospector and anti-current such amazing.
We will try to get the champion, so try to stop us.
Team GH, watch out. We'll be meeting you in the finals and we'll be taking away your championship.
Welcome to Thailand, but we're gonna be champion again.
สวัสดีค่ะขอเสียงหน่อยได้ไหมคะโอ้ขอบคุณค่ะก็ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่งาน Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2023 นะคะและพบกับมะปรางค่ะที่จะรับหน้าที่เป็นพิธีกรในการดำเนินรายการในวันนี้ข้างนอกด้วยนะคะ Alright, so now good afternoon ladies and gentlemen, welcome all of you to Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2023 123. My name is Maprang. This is my great honor to be a master of ceremony for today's event. And first of all, I would like to say congratulations for 50 luckiest player to get a chance to attend for this event ก่อนอื่นเลยนะคะต้องขอแสดงความยินดีกับท่านที่มีตั๋วในด้วยนะคะ50 ท่านแล้วก็ตั๋วนอกด้วยนะมาลุ้นการสนุกกันนะคะซึ่งสำหรับท่านไหนนะคะที่ถ่ายรูปภาพภายในงานกันแล้วนะคะเซลฟี่ก็ได้นะคะหรือแอบแคปตัวเองที่อยู่ในอีเวนต์ก็ได้นะในไลฟ์สดนะคะแล้วก็ทำการใส่แฮชแท็กนะคะ Identity 5C 2023นะคะก็จะได้รับเป็น Lucky Bag นะคะอยู่ที่บริเวณด้านหน้าทางเข้าด้วยนะคะ Alright, for everyone who posts your photo on your social media like Facebook or Instagram, don't forget to put some hashtag Identity 5C 2023 to get a lucky bag at the front of the gate. Alright, so this is the first tournament in SEA, and we have spent a time around 2 months from 128 teams to top 4 teams to attend for this event และการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้นะคะก็จัดขึ้นเป็นครั้งที่ 4 แล้วเราได้ทำการคัดเลือกนะคะสุดยอดเลย128ทีมสู่ท็อป4ทีมนะคะที่จะมาเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันกับเราในวันนี้นะคะและแน่นอนนะคะว่าสำหรับ The Winner นะคะในรายการนี้ค่ะก็จะเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันในรายการ Identity 5 Call of Abyss 7 นั่นเองนะคะ Alright, for the winner of this tournament will attend to Identity 5 Call of Abyss 7. Alright, so now are you get ready for the meetup of pro players? พร้อมที่จะเจอเหล่าบรรดา pro player แล้วหรือยังคะด้านหน้าด้วยนะพร้อมแล้วนะพร้อมแล้วโอเคนะคะถ้าพร้อมแล้วนะคะขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับทีมแรกเลยทีมแรกเขาพร้อมสแตนบายมากๆนะคะ For our first team, please welcome Utopia from Malaysia and Japan.มีโปรเพลเยอร์สาวสวยด้วยนะคะดูภาพกันนิดนึงเอาใครเป็นแฟนคลับยูโทเปียบ้างคะนี่สุดยอดเลย น่ารักมากๆปกติแล้วโปรเพลเยอร์ก็จะเราจะไม่ค่อยเห็นโปรเพลเยอร์ผู้หญิงในเกมอื่นๆสักเท่าไหร่เนาะแต่ Identity 5 นี่คือเจอโปรเพลเยอร์ผู้หญิงได้ Alright, so give a big clap from Utopia. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for. Alright, so now for the second team, please welcome Idol team from Singapore and Malaysia.สุดยอดนี่นะคะทีมที่2ของเรานะคะก็กับ Idol Team นั่นเองนะคะจากประเทศสิงคโปร์และมาเลเซียนั่นเองค่ะ Alright, thank you นะคะ Okay. Okay. Thank you,ค่ะ Please give for a big round for Idol team. Alright, so for our third team นะคะสำหรับทีมที่ 3 นะคะ please welcome future team from Singapore and Malaysia. ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะคะอ๋อจะบอกว่า FT Yuki you're so pretty น่ารักมากเลยนะคะมองกล้องด้านหน้านะคะ Look at the main camera to take a shoot Okay thank you very much for future team please give a big clap นี่สุดยอดนะคะ Alright so last but not least Who's a fan club for Good Luck Have Fun มีใครเป็นแฟนคลับ Good Luck Have Fun บ้างไหมคะ นี่ For one last but not least for the fourth team please welcome Good Luck Have Fun from Thailandเป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะมีแฟนคลับจากด้านนอกด้วยนะนี่ถ่ายรูปถึงจะสุดยอดนะคะมองกล้องด้านหน้าด้วยนะคะโอ้โหบรรยากาศคลึกคลื้นมากๆตื่นเต้นกันแบบสุดๆนะคะขอบคุณค่ะเอาละค่ะและตอนนี้นะคะก็ทำการเปิดกันไปแล้วนะคะสำหรับเหล่าบรรดาทีมนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่าเป็นสุดยอด4ทีมนะคะที่จะมาเข้าร่วมการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้นะคะตอนนี้ทางแคสเตอร์ของเราก็พร้อมแล้ว Are you ready to meet the first match of today? Are you ready? Okay so please welcome Lady Solan and 72 SK
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final 2 days of the Southeast Asia IVC 2023. My name is Eli O, joined here with Chocho, as always, for our last 4 matches of this tournament. We are down to the final 4 teams. Of course, we are now in the offline stage in Bangkok, Thailand. All the players are here, all the casters are here, a lot of energy in the air. It all comes down to this. Chocho, obviously it's great to be back casting with you today. Yeah, I mean, how are you feeling about this? I know this is it's a big stage. It's a bit nerve-wracking for not only the players but also for us as well. But how are you feeling going to these matches?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of course extremely excited. Coming down all the way from Singapore to Bangkok, Thailand is of course something that I didn't expect myself to actually come this time around. But yeah, I'm very excited to see all these casters as well as players in front of us. They're actually like right behind this glass door that we're having. So extremely excited to see how today's gonna be played out. We have 2 matches where all 4 teams will be competing. The first match having GH versus Utopia.
Yes.
And the second round we do have FT versus Idol. But Eli, any thoughts on these teams?
Yeah, obviously these are going to be some very exciting matches. The first 2 matches, as you mentioned, GH versus Utopia. That winner of that match will secure themselves staying in the winners bracket, going on to the grand finals. And of course, our second match is going to be the last, I guess, part of the losers bracket. And then the loser of GH versus Idol will face the winner of that other team, those other two teams. And then the grand finals, of course, will be tomorrow. So yeah, I mean, it really, again, it comes down to these matches here. GH definitely, as you can see, a fan favorite here. We're going to see the overall bracket. GH on paper, they have the advantage going in this. They have the home crowd. They have the stats behind them. They've had the success in the past. But will we see one of these other teams pull out ahead here? A big match here for Utopia. They could secure them spots, a direct path straight to the finals if they are successful in today's matchup. And of course, Idol versus FT, a very, very close matchup on paper. I think that one's pretty dead even overall. So we definitely have some very incredible matches ahead of us. Of course, as you can see on the bracket, Idol versus FT, the winner of that will play the loser of Utopia versus GH, and then the winner of that matchup will then go on to face the winner of this first matchup in the grand finals tomorrow.
Yep. And right now we do have the matches of today. We've just mentioned, Eli. Utopia versus GH and Idol versus FT. And mind you guys, the second match of today will be really intense, considering that whoever loses will be sent home, and the one that wins has a chance to go against possibly Utopia or GH, depending on who will win the first match. So that's going to be exciting. And of course, GH, like you mentioned, a fan favorite. We'll see how they're going to perform today at their own home ground. And as for the three other teams that's coming from Singapore/Malaysia, it's definitely a new ground for them, a new environment that they're facing. Definitely needs them to kind of like adapt to the situation that they're in, especially in front of the fans that they're seeing, in front of their own teammates that's right next to them this time around. So hopefully the encouragement does reach to them and they will be able to perform as how they have prepared for it.
Absolutely. And let's see if the Chocho snacks have any effect on their overall performance. For those of you who don't know, Chocho went out and gave snacks to all the players before the match. We have the team mom here supporting everybody. So, of course, we will see, again, who will be advancing. But these are the times for today's matches. For those of you who are on UTC +7, which, of course, is the Thailand time, it's going to be 3 o'clock start time. Overall, which is about now. But we will be, of course, getting started shortly. And then the next match, of course, Idol versus FT. And yeah, I mean, just to talk about being here, it's so exciting. Being together with all these people, all these players and casters, it's such a great opportunity. I think Chocho's your first time in Thailand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I went to Chocho's hotel yesterday. And I was like, oh, Chocho, we gotta go get food. And we're like, okay, where are we gonna eat? We ended up eating at a Japanese place. We didn't even get Thai food. So I don't know how that happened. I think that was my decision. Was it? Did I choose?
Yeah, we went up the floors and then down the back again.
There's a lot of indecisiveness. But anyways, we are gonna get into our Discord quiz challenge. Of course, you guys can scan the barcode to join the Discord server and check out, of course, each of these questions. Question 1, in the 2023 Southeast Asia IVC Week 2 playoffs, which started at the highest pick rate in last week. Question 2, predict which team will have the most survivor escapes in the whole competition. Which team will be the first to achieve 4 elimination? In the UTP versus GH matchup, which team will be the winner? And Idol versus FT, which team will come out top? So again, if you do want to participate in that Discord quiz challenge, the barcode is on the screen, or the QR code rather. Of course, you can scan that, join the Discord server, and participate for yourselves as well.
Yeah, and if you're in the server already, you can just go to the SEA IVC playoffs prediction channel that is in the server, so you can just reply and have a chance of winning amazing prizes. So just scan the QR code, we'll see you guys there. And also, speaking of which, about the timing, after this we do have this casters meet and greet with Porsche as well as Now. They are definitely at the venue too, so if you do see them, do give them a wave, do give them a hi, and also take some photos. Yep. And as for if you guys want to take photos with the members themselves, they are currently preparing themselves to get ready for the matches that will be coming right up. So yep, GH and Utopia definitely, those definitely do get to them, and we'll see how they're going to perform in a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, of course, getting ready for this match. A lot of nerves from a lot of these players. Obviously, many of them are used to playing online. They don't get as many in-person experiences, as many offline experiences to compete in events like this. So definitely we'll see how they're ready to overall perform under this stress of the crowd, the people here being on the live stage. It is really a big deal, of course, not only for the players, but also for us casters. But obviously, this is one of the best moments of being a commentator, as we get to come here with the players, meet the other casters, and we get to be here on the stage commentating for you all, bringing us the best possible commentary we can bring. And I hope it is, of course, enjoyable for everybody watching. We do have some fan art as well. Of course, if you are in the Discord server, as you can see on the screen, you will be able to check that out. We do have a GH Godjay, which we have Wax Artist, and then Night Watch, which is a character Godjay has recently picked up, which I'm sure will have a pretty big impact on today's matchup. We will see that momentarily. But yeah, they even got the stats on screen as well. So pretty cool job over there with that fan art, Jojo.
And yeah, I mean, do send in your fan arts. It may stand a chance to, you know, be published just like this that's on our screens, of course. And yeah, Eli, actually, I kind of have a quick question. I mean, going into these fan arts, you know, with GH as well as Utopia, GH performing exceptionally well in this playoffs. Is there anybody that you're kind of, you know, having high expectations for? Somebody that you're looking out for in this tournament?
Yeah, definitely high expectations of FT Panda. I told him before the match, we got high expectations of you. For those of you who don't know, Chocho and myself, we've known Panda for quite some time, so we told him we got high expectations for you, dude. You better go out and perform, no pressure. But yeah, definitely we will see some good things from FT. A lot of high expectations from GH as well. Obviously, as you saw in the interview, Captain Kun very confident going into this match. Absolutely well-deserved with the success GH has had in the past. So we should expect some excellent gameplay from them as well. We are going to see fan art from Baby Moon here. We have an idol fan art here with the doctor on the screen. I imagine that's most likely for MX-related character selection for sure. Excellent job here from Baby Moon as well. It's really nice to see any sort of Identity 5 support. And wow, very detailed here. Look at that. Chocho, bring us through this one.
I think it could be a photo that they have taken in Tokyo. When they when they were in Japan. A huge Skyfall fan. And speaking of Skyfall, yesterday we kind of met up with some of the fans from GH when we were here for rehearsals. Yeah, I think it was Skyfall's fan that gave us this freebie. Yeah, really nice and very kind of them to give us that. And yeah, I believe she might be actually in the in the audiences right in front of us.
Most likely.
We'll see whether we'll see her again. And yeah, once again, thank you so much for the gifts. It's very cute. And wow. Another GH friend out here, Hanatai B, I believe. Yeah, we do have God J, Little Boy, Namamos, Cap Kun, Skyfall, Nerokun, Seichu, as well as Zhao Kan, and a bottom right,
72S cat.
We do see a little cat, a very cute cat, at the bottom right of the screen. So, moving on to Utopia players introduction, we do have Nilu as the front lineup for the first time. Last time we saw Nilu in BO3. Mobius usually, you know, coming up first, but it's not Nilu, and as for survivors, we do have the usual Run, Zed, Ram, as well as you.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, so we will see how UTP is ready for this match. We see the Prospector character on screen. We did greet Rem and you today, who were the bodybuilders, right? We told them, like, oh, we got to hit the gym sometime. Yeah, definitely big, strong dudes. I gotta have a gym day with them one time. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so we do see the UTP lineup here. And of course, we will have GH Godjay on the Hunter side for GH, and the typical Survivor lineup here: Captain Kun, Nerokun, Little Boy, and Jakon as well.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think we were looking at the pre-interview, of course, that they had, and I believe Meow Pai from Idol said that he really admires Nerokun's antiquarian as well as Prospector plays. He thinks that it's amazing, and of course, we might be seeing that once again, Nerokun with that Prospector. We've seen him kite, I believe, 3 to 4 ciphers at Everest Living Town at that point in time at the Everest Living Town map. So we might see that again, and, you know, recently, GH Survivors, they have the highest escape rate compared to other teams. We'll see whether they will prove it once again. And with the player stats we're having in front of us, Eli, take us off.
Yeah, we do have UTP Nilo as well, as we talked about. Win rate of 59%. Overall, 2.84 eliminations, quite high here. I believe this is a hunter from Japan, right, if I'm not mistaken, who has made the trip over to Thailand for this event. We have Godjay. No statistics shown on the screen, but we do know, how well Godjay is overall in terms of performance. We've seen that throughout the years on this GH team. So we'll see what Godjay can bring to the table. Again, listed as that wax artist, we have seen some newer characters, which of course is very important for Godjay. In the past, we've known his character pool to be a little bit limited compared to some of the other hunters, but now that he has picked up that Night Watch, that could potentially become a formidable weapon for himself. Looks like we have UTP Run as well, 41% win rate, 44 on the escape rate. about 76 seconds of containment time, which is around the average side there, but we do see some high decoding progress as well. And then Captain Kuhn on the other side there with a 54% win rate, 57% escape rate, definitely quite high as well. So definitely going to see some good things from him too.
Yeah, and as for Run, she's played the patient, psychologist, antiquarian, toy merchant, postman, forward, as well as mechanic. We might see that once again in today's stages, as well as for Cap Kun. Cap Kun, he has played female dancer, acrobat, entomologist, magician, as well as seer, mainly taking on the kiter roles for his team. Very consistent kiting from him. And right now moving on to UTBZ, we do see the prospector, but he's played the antiquarian, seer, psychologist, as well as the forward. Taking on the harasser role for his team, he's definitely been kiting really good against all the various hunters in this IVC tournament. And as well as for Nerakund, we mentioned his prospector. We do see that once again. We'll see. I feel like it seems to be that this two is going to compete for who's going to be the best prospector. But
right.
Eli, any thoughts on this two?
Yeah, it's interesting. We actually seen Zed really sort of make a name for himself in the past. He did have some back with the team ZT last year. He actually wasn't one of the main players. He was one of the substitute players and has now become one of the most formidable weapons on this Utopia team, which is currently tied for first place in terms of the bracket with GH right now. So excellent turnaround from Zed to get to this stage, has become a very, very formidable player in the Southeast Asia region. Of course, we do have UTP Rem, only about a 32% win rate, 44% escape rate, but higher decoding, so potentially more decoding there overall. Rem is a player we've seen in the past. I think, if I'm not mistaken, took last year off and did come back for this event. And then we do have Yu on the side of UTP and Zhao Khan as well listed as prospector. Probably we're not going to see that from him. Most likely that'll go towards Nerakun, and we typically see Zhao Khan as one of the more rescuer type players of GH.
And we'll see who will be the better rescuer of these two. But speaking of Yu, we did see how he performed against Kuga, FT Kuga, that last match that they had at Arms Factory. That very good rescue by him. Yeah, I think him coming off with pulling off such a huge stun like that really did secure that 3 escape that UTB desperately needed to secure their spot in this top 4. So also a fun fact for UTP survivors is that their survivor team was actually like one of the last few to be formed. Yu wasn't initially included in the four survivors, but it seems like it's working out perfectly for them with him having the rescuer role. But I actually did rank with him a bit, but we'll get right into that. We'll look at the map ban pick first. GS has banned out the Arms Factory and UTP has picked the Red Church, which means that GH will start off with either the Server or Hunter side first. Eli, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I think this is one of those situations where UTP is basically picking this map because Gaje will have a difficult time on Red Church. We know Gaje's 2 main hunters at this point for early rounds are most likely going to be either Nightwatch or Wax Artist. Both hunters are not significantly strong on Red Church. It's a very small map, but it does have a lot of narrow places where you can break line of sight. You can avoid Wax. You can avoid the wind from the Nightwatch. Nightwatch prefers open areas where you can easily attract the survivors back to you with that wind ability. And it's going to be very difficult for a Nightwatch to play on this map. So I do think that overall, able to play as well. That's going to be very important. I would imagine this map is pretty good for them. But yeah, here we go. We do have GH on the Hunter side here. We see the Utopia survivors on the survivor side. And of course, we did have Skyfall, the coach of GH with Gaje there going through the band picks. And here we go. It comes down to this. The last 4 teams, the winner of this, of course, will continue on in this event. This is not it for them. We even have a group of fans gathering outside. Unfortunately, there is, of course, a limited space in the venue, but still plenty of fans to show up and show their support, watching from outside, watching from inside, watching online. Everybody here supporting their favorite team. So here we go, Chocho. It comes down to this.
Yeah, and we do see in the audiences, we do see a bit of cosplay. Eli, when you were eating your Taco Bell outside, you saw a cosplay that you really, really liked, right? You can mention a little bit about it.
Yeah, so typically, so anyone who knows me is I'm a very competitive player. I'm not too into the whole the skins and the costumes that a lot of people like to enjoy with their particular characters, but there's one in particular that I really do like, and that is the clown skin from, I think, Koa 3, Koa 2, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's the what is it? Is it Netherwalker or Netherwalker, right? I think that's what it's called. But there was a individual outside who had a very cool clown cosplay with that skin, the Koa skin. For those of you who know what I'm talking about, I'm sure you guys do, but which I thought was very cool. Again, I'm not a huge skin costume person, but that is one that I really do like. And to see that cosplay actually made me quite happy. So whoever that was, excellent job to you.
Yeah, whoever that was, please stay behind if you can, and we'll definitely want to take a
We'll
photo with you.
definitely
Yeah,
take a photo,
this is we'll like to take with actually one with each cosplayer, because the effort you guys bring into this, and considering the weather in Thailand, wow.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, who've never been to Thailand, it is very hot. It is very humid every single day for the most part. So to come in a big costume with the heat you have to endure every single day being out in Bangkok, Thailand, is not easy. But to see that those fans showing up dressed up like that is very, very nice. So thank you for that as well. It looks like we're going to get to the band pick here. Gajay is going to lead off with the Antiquarian and the Seer. Pretty standard overall. We might see Seer Priestess or Seer Dancer as well, but we do see the Antiquarian instead. So he does open up Dancer, does open up Priestess. We're actually going to see neither option from UTP. They're going straight into Postman Acrobat. Acrobat, of course, making sense as an early character selection. Postman Chocho, not too common though.
Yeah, not too common. And speaking of which, last time when UTP picked the Red Church map, they got a 3 escape against Kuga's Night Watch for the first time. I mean, they got a 3 escape. That was the first time they ever broke Kuga's 4-kill win streak in this entire tournament. So we'll see how they're going to perform. We're seeing once again that Prospector most likely on Zed, Postman probably on Run, and they do have a Rescuer role that they can still secure Eli. So we'll see which one Gajay bans. He bans out the Mercenary.
Yeah, so Gajay banning Mercenary means he's probably not going to play Bonbon. If he wanted to go Bonbon, we'd most likely see an Officer ban. And UTP doesn't mind this. They'll, of course, be satisfied with First Officer as their last Rescuer. It is a small map. Typically, First Officer is usually no problem on small maps. Mercenary is better on larger maps because you can elbow pad to get across the map quicker to make that rescue in time. But First Officer has no issue with rescuing on Red Church. So now that we see the Mercenary ban and not the Officer, I don't think Gajay is going to play Bonbon. I think he'll most likely lean toward Wax or Night Watch here. But yeah, I mean, overall, either Hunter would work against this team competition. Of course, going with that Postman, pretty much any Hunter has no problem chasing the Postman. So I'm very interested to see the Postman decision making here. It's typically not a character we see early rounds, usually a third round character, if anything. So yeah, UTP bring a somewhat unique strategy to the table here, but overall, Postman's still not a bad character. You do have the 10% decoding increase letter for both the Postman himself and the letter that he was sent. He sent to the character, and then we also have the gate opening speed letter, which is one of the most important factors from the Postman. So still waiting on Gajay's character selection. He's actually going to go Soul Weaver, which is a very curious round 1 character selection. We wouldn't really see this as a round 1 option too much, especially on Red Church. Obviously, not a bad map for Soul Weaver at all, but we typically would see Soul Weaver lead on something like Chinatown. Red Church has become slightly less favorable over time, but nonetheless, still not a bad map for Soul Weaver, as it is very narrow, very easy to place those webs.
Yeah, and this will be Gajay's first debut pick on this IVC playoffs that we're seeing here. Spider will be leading with that BO1. We'll see how he's going to perform with that Soul Weaver pick over here. And we did hear a little bit from cheers from the fans in the offline stages that were here. So excited to see how he's going to perform and whether there's going to be a double spit situation or a basement chair that Gajay would desperately need.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think about how this team comp plays into a Soul Weaver. I think the main idea from UTPs, they were more focused on Night Watch or Wax Artist, going with the Acrobat and of course the Postman for Cypher Rush. Postman, of course, will work against Soul Weaver, but Soul Weaver can still catch up to Postman. If you use the Postman dog to slow the Hunter down, they can still drop a bunch of webs, catch up, and get the hit. If Acrobat uses Slow Bomb, Acrobat is actually quite weak against Soul Weaver, and the reason why is because if you use a slow bomb, Soul Weaver still drops a bunch of webs and catches up. If you use a red bomb, the Soul Weaver will continue to be fast. They can't drop any more webs, but if they're already moving fast, then they will continue to stay fast for the next few seconds until that wears off. And then Prospector could also have canceled attack recovery if not careful. So yeah, Soul Weaver into this team comp does make sense. I understand the selection from Gajay. He does miss out on a potential very strong round 1 Hunter like a Night Watch here, but I think he's just going for a more safe strategy, understanding that this team comp Might struggle a little bit against Soul Weaver, and Red Church, of course, not a bad map for Soul Weaver overall. Looks like we are going to have double Tide Turner, so interesting choice from UTP, giving Tide Turner to the Acrobat. This is not something we would see every single day, and we'll see if this actually matters. I guess the idea is that Acrobat most of the time will be using the bombs at the window instead of vaulting them, so they're going to utilize that bomb there instead of that speed boost.
Yeah, so we do see the personas on our screens. Double Tide Turners from you as well as Ram and Godjay with that trump card at detention. A very standard build for Soul Weaver. And we will be heading right into BO1 first match in Thailand, Bangkok. This is your caster Chocho as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of BO1 first half in our first match.
All right, here we go. Looks like it's going to be Godjay is going to go towards center map here, looking for that Postman right away here. We're going to see Postman rotate to that back window, and it's going to be very important that Postman doesn't rotate into the Soul Weaver here. Run, okay, good patience from the Postman, not going to allow any free hits here, is going to make it back to the window and can use the dog at the window. He's going to wait. Godjay's going to wait. Good patience from the Postman. Excellent job not to drop it too early. Now drops the dog, and there is no avoiding this. Beautiful job from the Postman. A lot of players would have just dropped that right away and not considered that maybe the Soul Weaver might wait it out. Godjay, of course, does not have Blink yet, so this is a safe vault for the Postman. So Run off to a very good start so far. The Cypher's already moving along quite fast here, but now Godjay does have those webs available. Run's going to need to be very careful. We're going to see two web drops here. The third one, Run's going to flywheel the swing. Prospector trumps, but cancels the attack recovery, and this allows the Soul Weaver to catch up quicker potentially here, and there's nowhere for Run to move to, and is going to go down relatively fast here. So an unfortunate misstep from UTP is going to give Godjay an early advantage. I don't think Godjay's going to want to push basement here. There's a Prospector waiting nearby, so yeah, he's just going to chair in the open here. This is a difficult chair to rescue from and to rebound kite from, so I think that might be the idea. Now, the only downside of the situation is that Prospector can support the rescue and potentially allow for a rebound kite, but Blink is still online.
Yeah, and we do see you using his first watch coming for this rescue. Yeah, Zed has run away from this Cypher. He's going to go decode another Cypher at the back broken area. We'll see this rescue, whether it's going to be a double down situation or is it going to be a very safe rescue by you once again. Missing that speed, so it should be a safe rescue.
Oh, beautiful save from the first officer. Pulling off time, does get the dog down as well. The goal for Run is to force the blink. If you can force the blink here, you'll be in a good spot. But Run does run into the open. It looks like going to go die in the corner. I think maybe the idea is Prospector might try to come for a struggle-free play, but it looks like, no, that's not going to be the case here. They're just going to die away. UTP is playing for a potentially tied game instead. Now, Postman did get the decoding letter out before going down. That is important to promote the Cypher rush here. But Godjay is going to be able to chair back towards the Prospector. Will he just take the safe chair? Oh, he's really going to push for this and does make it in time here. So, of course, they do know that the Postman does have Flywheel, so most likely won't have struggle speed to work with as well. Cypher progress pretty good for UTP. It's looking unlikely that Godjay could potentially push for a win here, but he still does have his trade. That's going to be the important factor as of right now.
Yeah, and we do see Acrobat Ram is just giving that your detonators that doesn't really want to come for this rescue, even though he's a tight turner. And mind you, Godjay's presence, he still needs one full hit, not a spit, not a double spit situation that they're looking for, that Godjay might be wanting as well. We'll see how they're going to play this out. And right now, Cypher's actually looking pretty healthy, Eli. We'll see how they're going to play this out in this mid game that we're seeing here. Godjay still has his blink, so there's a possibility for an instant down considering the number of webs holding.
Yeah, not getting that blink out early was a bit difficult for UTP. Godjay can still utilize that. Is having a hard time finding a survivor. Excellent rotation from UTP. He does have trait swap, so he can switch to blink if he wants to close distance on a survivor. And it does read 3 Cyphers remaining, but all those Cyphers are 50% or higher. And he actually does now catch sight of the Officer, which is not a great target. Officer should most likely use a watch here. You don't really want to save it too long. Yeah, he's going to use that pocket watch. Godjay's going to go ahead and leave here. And he's going to head towards the Postman. We're going to see him jump on the Cypher. He might wait out the Officer's watch. Officer does have one more watch to work with. He can just use the last watch right now. He is going to use it just in time there. So excellent patience from you. And now Godjay is going to commit to this. Because he's now chasing the Officer, the probability of Godjay winning here goes down significantly because he can't pressure these last Cyphers. We're going to see that web dodge there. He's going to get the hit. Does reach full presence, which means there's no opportunity for a double web shot. And the last Cypher at 75% of the way done. Godjay really wants to conserve webs. You don't want to use a whole lot of webs right now because then you won't have them for the endgame chase. But he is going to use up quite a few as of right now. and he's just going to go for the chair. Maybe we'll try to drag to basement here. I think that's going to be the ideal play. But the upside to UTP is they do have Tide Turner on that character. No, he's actually... What is Gajay trying to go for? I guess he's going to go for the chair here. Obviously, I don't think First Officer struggles here. He doesn't have any sort of struggle speed, but the Cypher Machine is now primed and ready.
Yeah, it seems to be a tieable situation right now. Rem will be coming for this very safe rescue with that hit registered already. Mind you, the dungeon is at Graveyard and First Officer has nothing to work with to go there.
Yep.
We'll see how they're going to play this out and where the Cypher will pop now.
They are going to go for that endgame. Yeah, we're going to go for the endgame pop here. Now, they need to be careful. They don't rotate on top of each other here. Gajay has Blink. The question is he going to use it? Oh, we see the Prospector try to camp the pallet, but stays in the open. Instead of moving to the side of the pallet, he gets hit through there. Gajay's going to go ahead and leave him for the First Officer. Now, keep in mind, Prospector can heal very fast. If you're the First Officer, you need to not die to a basic hit. You want to force out Blink. Gajay! Oh, I thought he blinked there. He's going to blink and get the down here. Now, I don't know if Gajay's going to have enough time to make it back to the Prospector. That's going to be the big question here. Acrobat can get the exit open. Prospector is going to get back up here. And now it's really going to be a foot race at this point of which player can make it to the gate in time or get to the Survivor in time. But I think Zed is probably going to have enough time. He does have broken windows here. He is going to get that speed boost. And it's very unlikely with only 40 webs that Gajay can catch him in time.
Yeah, so we do see Zed with that precaution made with that Prospector mainnet being thrown. Rem is already at the gate. Zed is running for it. It seems to be that Gajay will not be able to catch up and they will escape together and get that tie situation going against Gajay. So yeah, and Eli, you know, going against Gajay Spider, I think getting a tie definitely is something that they're looking for.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, I think it's fine as long as they were able to secure a draw. I do think because they picked the Red Church map selection, they really wanted to try to potentially win from this position. I mean, obviously a tie is perfectly fine, but I do think that, again, Red Church puts Gajay at a disadvantage. It's not good for Wax Artists. It's not good for Night Watch. So you're forcing a round one character that you wouldn't really bring out in round one, such as Soul Weaver. But yeah, Gajay's still able to get a tie, which is definitely what I think GH would actually prefer here, as it is not a particularly strong map for Gajay overall.
And you know, let's just go a little bit back to what happened. We did see a little bit of that mind game with runs dogging as well as Gajay, you know, dodging the dog at that bottom area. So that's amazing stuff coming into this. But then there was a little slight misstep coming from Zed. What do you think they were trying to go for there, Eli?
Yeah, I think the idea is that most likely there's some sort of communication that Prospector should come over and support the kite. I think Zed maybe just got a bit impatient. I think as a Prospector, you want to wait for the hit. If you wait for the hit, wait for the attack recovery, and as the attack recovery is finishing its animation, then you stun. And that buys as much time as possible. If you go for the mag, I think Zed saw the flywheel avoiding the swing. I think what most likely, UTP might have got a little ahead of themselves. I think a better play would have been to not flywheel at all, hold the flywheel, allow the hit as the Spider is finishing the attack recovery, then you stun as the Prospector. I think UTP, obviously looking back on it, definitely would have gone for that play. I think it's just that, yeah, just a slight oversight there in the moment did unfortunately cost them a faster down than they would have liked.
Yeah, a little bit too impatient coming from Zed. We'll see whether he's going to make certain adjustments coming into BO2, of course. But before that, we'll be heading into second half right after this. So, you know, Eli, we see the first kite. Unfortunately, it was kind of short. And yeah, do you think it might have been slightly different if, you know, Zed kind of waited it out? He has 2 minutes to use. He can definitely stun Gajay twice, and then the chase will continue. Definitely will give them a better standing. But do you think maybe Ram could have gone for that second rescue?
I think probably not. I think it's a little risky to go for that save. If I'm not mistaken, Gajay, I don't know if he had the double web shot set up, but I think the biggest problem is UTP probably didn't know if he had it or not. It's definitely something you want to pay attention to, but sometimes you do, yeah, you're not able to notice that. So I think that did potentially, you know, prevent them from going for the save. I think they're possibly avoiding that from happening. We do see very good sight for us, a perfect 500%. That's exactly what you want to see as a Survivor side. So UTP definitely doing good performance in terms of the decoding. But yeah, I think avoiding the rescue, saving that Tide Turner for endgame is very important. And so you saw it was a big factor, right? Because that the Acrobat had Tide Turner, it allowed the Survivors to make even more distance. And it ended up being pretty important in the long run. So yeah, I definitely do think that Prospector waiting for the attack recovery to resolve then stun would have been a better play. And I think that did cost them the early kite there. But overall, still a 2-2, not too bad on either side here. And we'll see which team will ultimately pull ahead in the second half here.
Yeah, and you know, nearing the end, when the end game happened, kind of rotated towards each other,
Yep.
the first officer as well as the prospector. So it's something that they have to look out for. And Godji kind of capitalized that prospector was there, get that free hit without any magnets being used. So amazing stuff coming from Godji, but you was able to kind of, with that pressure, has to kite all the way to top broken, able to force out the blink. I think that was an important play coming from you. And of course, we'll see how the GH Survivor is going to perform against Nilu, because Nilu, we have only seen him play once. So GH, they're actually very good at studying up their own opponents.
Right.
And considering that they only know that Nilu has played Nayad at Arms Factory against FT's BO3, I wonder how their BP is going to be like, Eli.
Yeah, not a whole lot of information. So that's going to be difficult especially for GH, which is a team that, as you mentioned, definitely knows a lot of these players, you know, inside and out. They know the strategies they have. They know the characters they could potentially bring to the table. So because that's most likely not an option for Nilu, I don't know. Again, we don't even know what Nilu could play besides the Nayad here. Because it is a Red Church round 1 selection, I don't know if we'll see Nayad right away. Nayad is obviously fine on Church, but there are some areas where Nayad can struggle a little bit. A lot of narrow areas where it's very hard for the Nayad to dash. Areas such as the Church windows, Nayad has to go all the way around. So there are definitely better maps for Nayad. So yeah, Nilu is going to potentially surprise us with a new character here, and we will see if GH knows what that character is and if they're actually prepared for it.
Yeah, and speaking of which, I'm kind of looking at the matches that they had in the playoffs. GH Survivors actually got a 4 escape against A-Team's Clerk at Red Church. So considering that UTP has already studied GH, they've gone for this pick once again. So it's kind of interesting, definitely. With that 4 escape from GH Survivors, you've picked a map that they are great at. So we'll see how that's gonna be like, and we might be possibly seeing a Night Watch at Red Church by Nilu. But Eli, can you give us some thoughts on Night Watch at the Red Church?
Yeah, Night Watch is not that strong on Church. Obviously, Night Watch is better for maps that have very open transition areas, that have very not a lot of places to break line of sight. So, for example, Ever Sleeping Town would be quite good because there's a lot of open transition areas between those alleyways. Chinatown as well, it's pretty good. Moonlight River Park. There's a lot of those sort of maps are quite good for Night Watch. Whereas Red Church, not so much. There's a lot of ways to avoid the Night Watch using that wind ability. You can hide behind pallets. You can push the church windows. You can utilize Graveyard. There's plenty of ways where Night Watch can struggle here, and I think that's one of the reasons why Godji didn't opt to go Night Watch or Wax Artist. Both hunters struggle against characters that break line of sight, against players that break line of sight. And a map like Red Church is one of the best maps for that. So I don't know. Again, this was chosen by UTP, which means Nilu definitely does have a hunter for this map, but we're still not exactly sure what that is. It could be Nayad, but based off of, Nayad, obviously not the best map for Nayad. Maybe it won't be. I think the overall idea is that they wanted to pick a map that wasn't particularly good for Godji, and maybe Nilu is just comfortable playing on any map they ended up going with.
Yeah, maybe Nilu might have a Dream Witch. It could be possible. Or if he's just aiming for a tie, I mean, a Bonbon would work as well.
Right.
We'll see how that's going to be like. But considering that UTP has made this their map selection, they definitely do want us to get this advantage going against such a strong team like GH. And yeah, I mean, in the pre-interview, of course, Ryan has mentioned how they feel that GH is definitely one of the strongest teams that they want to beat in this tournament. So if they do secure at least a second place in this tournament. But if not, they will be going against whoever wins the next match. So that's going to be interesting. And right now, looking at our scoreboard, we do have the BO1 round 1 first half, a 2-2 score, tying things up. And we'll see whether Nilu can get a win position for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. And we did see, of course, that Captain Kun in that pregame interview said that he's very confident in his survivors, and he is confident that they will not drop any games here. At least get a tie or get a win on the Survivor side, which in this meta would definitely be very beneficial for his team. So let's see if he can live up to that. And I definitely expect that is possible. GH Survivors have been very strong throughout the majority of this tournament. I think maybe the goal for Nilo is obviously, though, you know, it is UTP's map selection, but I think maybe Nilo should actually just play for a tie here. I think if UTP ties this first, I think UTP's game plan here should maybe be try to tie 2 rounds and win 1. Because it's unlikely that you know, GH will drop any Survivor games. So I think, again, the goal here most likely will be for UTP is to maybe get ties for 2 of the rounds, get 2 4-4s, and then potentially go for 3 escape on the Survivor side and another tie on the Hunter side. I think that should be the plan for them.
Yeah, and things are going to be looking really tough because, you know, I did kind of some math. You know,
oh, did you? Really?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
Yeah, I did. And
all right, let's hear it.
Yeah, and GH Survivors actually have the best escape results at 3.2 survivors escaped out of all 4 survivors. So that's actually already a 3 escape and above situation that they will be looking for in this second half that we'll be seeing here. And after them, we do have UTP Survivors at 2.1 out of 4, which is a tie situation, which is exactly what we're seeing here. So that's going to be looking kind of tough, but you know what? We just saw God J, and I believe there's definitely fans of Seichu from GH. So do you think there's a possibility of we seeing Seichu coming in BO2 and 3?
You know, it is possible, as Captain Kun has indicated, is the secret weapon of GH, but we have seen Seichu in the past be quite successful as well, and the opportunities that he has had to come onto the big stage here. But I don't know. I think for GH, their game plan should be to try to. It's hard to say. I mean, obviously they've always leaned on Gajay in the past. Gajay has been their main hunter for the majority of the time. So when it comes down to likelihood of Seichu playing, maybe it's not too likely, but it's definitely possible. And that Seichu is a very strong hunter as well. So there is a lot of different characters that he could bring to the table. As we know, Seichu's hunter pool is a little bit more, he has a few more hunters available than Gajay does. You know, Gajay is very set on a specific set of hunters, but Gajay very reliable with those hunters and very consistent overall.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely the word reliable is definitely there. And for Seichu, I think definitely he has a huge, I would say a bigger character pool, of course.
Right.
And yeah, the skills with each character, one of his best few, of course, like I mentioned, definitely would be, I think, the Night Watch.
Night Watch, yeah.
Night Watch, yeah. It's actually pretty good. And him using the Bonbon to get the tie situation, he's always done amazing with that. And considering that Seichu is actually the hunter with the most number of highest elimination results out of all the hunters in this IVC at 3.7 out of 4 survivors eliminated. That's higher than their GH survivors results that we're seeing here. So considering how stable Seichu is, they didn't let Seichu out first. They just gonna, you know what, we're just gonna let Seichu rest a little bit. We'll have God J up first and maybe Seichu later on. And now the audiences, we see the mechanic bear costume as well as the blind bear costume. I'm so sorry we don't know the names. Eli and I.
I'm not a big skin costume person.
Oh yeah, and now the GH light stick. I mean, yesterday I was actually talking with one of Skyforce fans how I really like their light sticks. Actually really cute. I love the idea, the scheme that they were going for, and even outside, looking at the number of GH survivors that we're seeing here, everybody's either holding a fan or a light stick. Yep. And even an iPad. Wow.
An iPad, yes. That's always one way to do it. We actually see that be one of the main ways to make your fan sign. Of course, I have an iPad mini, so it's probably not a big enough screen. And I have a very small iPhone in which I can barely see the screen. So I probably won't be doing that anytime soon. But excellent job. Maybe we see another one in the crowd there. Yeah, a lot of GH fans. Again, they do have that home field advantage. For those of you who...
the winner is upside down.
Oh, winners. Yeah, upside down. I think that's an MX... MX fan in the back there. Oh, that is also MX. That's literally MX in the back there as well. You can see him standing up there. But yeah, for those of you who follow sports or professional athletics, home field advantage, of course, is typically it's not as important as it's all the same playing field overall. But you do have the momentum because you have the crowd behind you. You have the fan support behind you in that home field situation. And that's exactly what we see here from GH. It looks like on the Hunter side, of course, we do have Nilo getting ready to go against the GH Survivors' second half of the first round.
Yeah, we do see the coach next to him as well, giving him advice on how the band pick can be done, how the play can be done in the game. And he looks he's looking pretty chill. He's not looking too nervous about it. But right now we do see Cap-kun on the stage, getting ready as well, listening to his teammates, the game plan, what they're gonna do to get that win situation that they desperately might want so that they can, you know, possibly win this off with a 2-0, because BO2, it will be their map selection. MX 481 fighting. So, oh, he's a huge fan of Narukun, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. And of course, MX does have a big enough iPhone to make a fan sign. It's if anyone's seen my phone, you know it's not definitely not viable for making that sort of thing. But yeah, we definitely have some
Shadow as well in front of MX.
Yeah, we have Meow Pie.
The Potion now.
Oh, there's Pocha Nell in the crowd. Oh, they have the caster cards. We'll definitely show you guys that once it comes back to us. I was showing those off a little bit on my stream yesterday, but I will show you guys that as well. We do have Jalcon, who is of course playing from home, I believe, in Indonesian player, right? If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so unfortunately not able to make it over to Thailand here, but still is competing in this event for GH.
Yeah, we did see a little cute wave from little boy as well, and who I think this is Narukun. The camera's a little bit too. I think he's too tall.
Hard to
he's
see.
too tall.
Yeah. And we have Captain Kun as well. Yeah, obviously Captain Kun is that one. Also, Captain Kun's pretty tall as well, right? If I'm not mistaken. But
I think all of them are just taller than me. I'm not too sure.
Yeah,
Chocho's
not too tall. But I'm just kidding.
You're not kidding. It's actually real.
And we do have the outside camera circling around there. Yeah, for those of you who are watching from home, you can see the venue there. Of course, very exciting, very cool to see this. You know, something we didn't do actually was they actually have a Identity 5 escape room in Thailand, which next year, unfortunately, Chocho does leave a bit early tomorrow, so next year we're gonna have to go to that for sure. When it gets scary, I'll just leave you in the room by yourself and go somewhere else.
Don't do that to me.
So that's definitely something we will definitely want to check out. And if any of you are in Thailand watching this event and are from out of town, definitely look that up. I believe it's like the MBK Center or something. So pretty cool for sure. But yeah, looking at the players here, that is that a little boy, right?
Yeah, that's a little boy, and next to him we do have Skyfall as their team manager or something.
Yep, Skyfall.
Coach.
Yeah, Skyfall actually something to note is very well-known individual. I believe he's a streamer in Thailand, if I'm not mistaken. Very popular amongst the Thailand fans in Identity 5 community, and also a very humble person, very respectful. Very nice person to talk to. Definitely, if you ever have the opportunity to talk to Skyfall, I would definitely recommend that, as he is very polite, very just a good person to talk to in general. But we are going to get into the match here. We do need to talk a little bit about what we're going to expect here. We talked about how Nilu, we did see the Naiad from them last time, which is a very
that's the
there's
guy.
There's the
That's the guy.
That's the skin I was talking about. So if any of you guys know the name, put it in the live chat. I think it's Netherwalker. But for those of you who don't know, I don't really care too much about. I'm not a big skin and costume person, but I do really like that one. That's one in particular I really do like. So I think it's Netherwalker. I'm probably wrong, but I think that's what it's called. Chocho, you don't.
Toy Merchant cosplay.
Oh, that's Chocho. Yeah.
Toy Merchant cosplay. We do see the B-Duck Mercenary cosplay as well.
Yep.
Oh, that's the what's the name? The mechanic skin. Oh.
Why are you asking me? How am I supposed to?
Oh, I forgot. My goodness, I'm so sorry.
It's some crossover, right?
Yeah, it's a crossover.
I don't know.
My brain.
I apologize for those of you watching who are disappointed with both of us right now.
Because we don't know skins.
Because we don't know skins and we don't know our anime shows, unfortunately. But yeah. Just continuing to wait for the band picks here, just making sure everything is ready. Technology is up to par here. And, for those of you, again, watching at home, if you have the opportunity to potentially travel for one of these events, I would recommend you do so. Of course, we do have the event here in Thailand every year for the IVC playoffs, which is the top 4. It will be here every year in Thailand around this time of year, late August. And then we do have, of course, we have the Call of Bits Global Tournament, which is typically in Japan, sometimes in China as well. So if you ever have an opportunity to travel for an event like that, I would recommend doing so. Very exciting. But yeah, so it's definitely something to look forward to. And again, I know I said this before, but you know, being able to commentate for you guys here in front of all these people and everybody watching, it really is definitely a dream come true for all of us. And it's a really great opportunity to meet a lot of new people, a lot of Identity 5 fans as well. So again, thank you everyone for supporting in the comments, supporting on the live stage as well. It really does mean a lot to all of us.
And yeah, speaking of which, IVS will be next week. So
Yes, that's right.
something interesting is that this time around, teams, when they are formed, they must be from the same country. And from what we heard, there is 1 Singaporean team, 2 Malaysian teams, 4 Thai teams, as well as 3 Vietnamese teams. So they will be fighting out for that 4 spots in IVS representing SEA. And of course, there will be some changes in GH because this time around, Jokan can't join GH. And I wonder who will be taking on that rescuer role for GH coming into IVS next week. And yeah, I'm just going to give a little bit of shout out in the live chat that we're having here. I do see Ghost Investigations. Hi, hello. You are, oh my goodness, Y-U-A, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. R-U-E, Ryu. Image. TT Griffin, Taco, They See Me Rolling, They Hayden. Hanako as well. Hi, Hanako. Nano, Idia Shroud. Chocho is a student, right? Yes. Erica, yes. I am a student. And Eli is a student as well. Eli,
I am too, yeah.
Fun fact, Eli and I will be starting out. Wait, he started already. University.
Yeah, I'm about 2 weeks in now.
2 weeks in.
So,
I will start on Monday.
On Monday, yeah. That's why Chocho has to leave early. Typically, both the casters would usually stay till Monday or Tuesday of this week, but Chocho does have to leave during the day tomorrow. She does have school on Monday. I told her she should just skip school on Monday or just leave Sunday night and not sleep that much, but she said no. So unfortunately, Chocho will be leaving sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. So if you are here in Thailand and you do want to see Chocho, then definitely do that today after these matches. And then, of course, we do have Pachanel in the crowd, in the audience. If you guys want to see them, go say hi. And then, of course, I will be here. I live here. So I'm for those of you who don't know, I'm an international student in Thailand. So I'm always here. Yeah, so I'll be here as well. Of course, don't forget to see the Thai casters as well and meet some of the players. It's, of course, very exciting. Still waiting for the band picks here. Just, I guess, making sure all the technology is ready to go. You don't want to have any technical difficulties mid-match. That would not be very fortunate, so we want to try to avoid that. We do see the IVC Championship Trophy, so definitely the coveted trophy these players are really trying to achieve here.
Yeah, and you know, we do have some time, so something popped in my head, Eli. It was this, remember today we took a taxi?
Yes.
And also we were at a convenience store, 7-Eleven downstairs.
Right.
And whenever they were talking, they were always looking at me. And
yeah.
and very surprisingly, Eli is the one that is the one speaking Thai to them and it's not me. They assume.
I've learned some minimal Thai that I can use in daily situations. But every time we go to a place, they always talk to Chocho, and then they always look at Chocho and they ask her something in Thai, and she's like, "Huh?" And then I have to answer them because Chocho doesn't know anything in Thai.
But I did learn some things from you, because I know 0 Thai words, and Eli taught me sawadika.
Yes,
the first thing, which means
good.
hello. Kapumka.
Can you count to 6?
I'll try. Nung, song, sam, si, ha.
Close, falling tone.
Ha.
Yeah, close enough.
And 6. Hok. Okay, yeah, Chocho is trying to remember with her very poor fish memory, but
Chocho's a goldfish. For those
yeah.
of you don't know, goldfish have the shortest memory, so
but kapumka, I've been willing to say kapumka.
Yeah, she hasn't actually said it to anyone yet.
I did it.
Oh, really?
To the taxi driver, remember?
Oh, right.
Yeah, kapumka.
I didn't hear that, but okay. I don't remember, but yeah, good job. Yeah, the taxi driver got mad at us because he took us on a 2-minute trip, and he's like, "Oh, you should have just walked." And we're like, "Oh, my bad."
Yeah, we had to take the taxi because we had to do our makeup as well as our hair.
Yeah.
It was was it your first time putting on makeup?
It was.
How was it?
I'm pretty sure I look exactly the same, but You know, my hair looks nice, so that's good. I was actually going to get a haircut before this event, but they're like, you know, we're gonna do your hair and everything, so you don't have to worry. So the hair's done, and my hair looks pretty good today. I would say this is one of those moments where I'm not like overly like, oh, I have to fix my hair. Where's my comb? If you guys know me, I'm always fixing my hair. So definitely today is we don't have to worry about that. So that's always nice. But yeah, still working out some technical difficulties here. Chojo, how are you? I know you didn't really, did you eat anything today? And I was like, we were gonna go get food. I was like, oh, Chojo, we gotta go eat something before the match. She's like, well, I don't really eat anything before I commentate. So
I drink coffee.
So Chojo had 2 coffees, right? 2. You had the Starbucks,
Ice Americano,
and the
this
7-Eleven.
This is incredibly sweet.
Is it?
Yes.
I mean, it's only, how many calories does it have? It's not that much, right?
All right, so we have this 7-Eleven coffee can from Nescafe. We don't know how to read this Thai word.
No, just look at the.
How
Let
do
me
I
see.
even-
Give it to me. I'll look.
Like, I
70. It has 70 calories.
70 calories. All right.
Which is not too bad. But yeah. Anyways, we do see a lot of GH fans here. Again, most of the fans here will be, of course, in support of the Thailand team GH. You know, I'm really interested to see if we ever see another Thailand team sort of rise up. It's always been GH every year. Do we have other Thai teams? I'm not sure.
Thai teams, like, you know, we saw the interview. Kun has mentioned how GH is formed from OSM, VX, and actually Seichu was from JAK initially. And yeah, all these teams combined, they picked the best Thai as well as Jaukan, the only exception. Yeah, best people in Thailand of this game into their teams already. So, speaking of other Thai teams, I would say definitely wouldn't be the same level as GH, but definitely there is definitely the other Thai teams. I believe Deathworld. Deathworld's from Thailand.
Is Deathworld here? Did we see him?
Oh, Deathworld is actually in the audience, I believe, outside.
Is he outside? Okay.
Yeah,
Next time they go to the outside camera, we're gonna look for Deathworld.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Deathworld. Our champion.
Yeah, I don't actually know what Deathworld looks. Do you know what Deathworld looks like? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
You're gonna have to point him out then. Huh?
He has abs, from what I remember. But he's
Why do you remember?
he was there, and then he shared it and everything.
That's okay. Yeah.
But he's a kid though.
Yeah.
He's a kid.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. Still just waiting for our band pick. We do have the Hunter chair here, which is pretty cool. Normally wouldn't that be the Survivor sitting in the rocket chair, not the Hunter? But it looks like we're gonna have the Hunter sitting in the rocket chair this time around. So yeah. We'll see. We do have, I believe,
the Hunter chair is always the best.
The Hunter chair is the best. Yeah, it's pretty comfortable. It's a nice big chair. The Survivors have the, I think that's
Stool.
like well, it's like the chairs. You know when you sit in the lobby and you wait for the match to start? It's like those chairs, right? The ones, you know, the Survivors sit in the lobby, and then the game's loading. You pick your character and stuff like that. Isn't it supposed to be like that, or something? You know what I'm talking about? What are you talking about? It's when you're in the match, right? And it's like countdown from 1 minute, and you choose your character and you choose like your persona and whatever.
Oh, you mean the chairs in the game?
Yeah, in the game.
Oh, the brown one.
In the game, they look similar to that, don't they? Maybe I'm just tripping, but I feel like that's what
You're
they're
probably
supposed to look
tripping,
like
honestly.
that. I don't know.
But we'll be heading into our band pick phase for round 1, second half. They are ready now, so we'll probably see top-notch performance, top-notch gameplay coming into the second half. I know you guys have been waiting a long time. Thank you for waiting, and we will be starting our band picks now. We do have Nilo banning out the Seer as well as Mercenary vs. Eli, and Priestess pick as well as Psychologist.
Yeah, maybe they're preparing for Dream Witch. Mercenary band first is a bit interesting. We usually would see maybe Priestess or Dancer first. I think maybe Nilo might be playing Dream Witch based off of the Mercenary ban. Could also be Geisha. I feel like you'd ban Antiquarian, but he's going to ban Antiquarian now, so I suppose maybe this could be Night Watch, this could be Geisha, or this could be Dream Witch. I think it's most likely one of those characters. I feel like Clerk maybe wouldn't ban Officer this early, probably ban another support character, maybe like a Prospector, maybe something like Psychologist or Acrobat, a Priestess or Dancer. Plenty of other options for Clerk to ban besides Mercenary, so I think it must be something related to Dream Witch, Night Watch, or potentially Geisha.
And just like how you defeated their BP, right now we'll be having the Rescue pick. he's banning out the Gravekeeper instead of the second best rescuer or first officer that we've always been talking about. So yeah, GH will be capitalizing on that. We'll be picking the first officer, and Neil didn't really give that respect ban for a little boy with that priestess, you know? I mean, we know little boy as a very strong priestess main, and we don't really see him because opponent's hunter always ban that out, knowing how strong GH teamwork can be with little boy's priestess. So we'll see whether it's gonna bite Nilo in the back, or maybe Nilo has something else planned. But what do you think? What do you think Nilo's gonna pick?
You know, I do think that, yeah, Seer and Priestess could have been better for Nilo here overall than the Seer and Mercenary. But the Gravekeeper, we saw this one other time, right, earlier in the tournament. I forgot who it was, but we saw this one other time where Gravekeeper was banned instead of Officer, and it's interesting, right? It doesn't usually make sense. Gravekeeper is not quite as strong as Officer. Officer is usually just a better rescuer overall. So I'm curious what Nilo's playing. I feel like it would just have to be Dream Witch if you're going to ban Grave, because Officer isn't too good against Dream Witch because you can still get Patrollered in your Pocket Watch, whereas Grave can't because you have the Shovel. So I think maybe the idea is that Nilo's going to play Dream Witch. That's really the only reasoning for banning Grave over Officer. But let's see what he does opt to go with here. Still deciding. Probably not any sort of... yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say. I feel like it would only just be Dream Witch if you're going to go for that ban here. Because, again, Officer is just better in so many situations. He's going to go Geisha, which, again, is interesting. Gravekeeper... Officer's just better against Geisha than Grave usually is. So, curious decision from Nilo, but we'll see if this does work. Now, something to note is we did see, I think it was GH that had a very successful, was it GH that performed against that Geisha earlier on, or was that, I think that was...
That was Idol.
That was Idol, okay.
CZ with that kite.
You know, but something to point out as well is that Geisha isn't very strong on this map, right? It's one of those maps where it's very easy to break line of sight. It can be very difficult for Geisha to secure downs on this map, and that was a perfect example of Geisha struggling. It looks like we're going to see the Geisha spawn over near the back gate area over at that God Palette Priestess in the center for that support. We're going to see Psychologist, actually the one over at Shack here, and Prospector at Red Carpet. Of course, the Officer over at Middle Broken. So we'll see if the Priest is able to support this. We'll see if we have broken windows or flywheel on these characters as well. I would imagine Priestess probably has broken. You typically want your church spawn survivor to have broken windows because they want to vault those windows and gain distance and loop around the church. And the other survivors, probably not. We might see Psychologist, Priestess with broken windows, Prospector with flywheel, and Officer with Tide Turn. That would be my guess as of right now.
Yeah, it's looking kind of difficult. If Nilo does go for Little Boy, Neru can come for that support. And then if he goes for Little Boy, if he goes for Neru, there's going to be Priestess portals as well. And even if he gets a free hit, so what? There's the Psychologist, there's Cap-kun to heal him up. So this is going to look slightly difficult. But Nilo with that Trump card as well, Detention, very standard build. And Neru as well as Little Boy with that Flywheel. Eli, do you think they're prepared for this?
Yeah, interesting that the Priestess went Flywheel. I mean, maybe they were expecting a Naiad instead here. But the Flywheel is interesting, and Broken Windows on Church is just so good for looping those windows, especially with that Church spawn. But yeah, we are going to see how this match does play out here. This is the second half of the first round of GH versus UTP. GH Survivors versus the UTP Hunter Nilo. I'm Eli, joined here with Chocho, and we will be bringing you the live commentary for this matchup.
That's right, and we'll be heading right into this. Nilo will be going towards the middle broken area instead of the center, or the red carpet, or the shack area. He's going straight for first officer, it seems.
Yeah, curious decision to go this way. Maybe he's trying to find the Psychologist, taking a long route to do so. But he does catch sight of Captain Now, the danger of rotating behind Shack here for Captain is that you can get caught up right away. Captain needs to grab the butterfly, and he is not able to do this. Nilo with a bit of a delayed dash there, which allows Captain to potentially make this window here. And he does have broken windows to transition away, so Nilo, maybe not exactly an ideal start here. He's going to wait for the vault. Now he's going to go for the dash here. Does close the distance. Beautiful dash! Gets the hit on the Psychologist before the portal. Excellent job from Nilo there. We saw the Priestess try to go for that support, but Captain missing out on that opportunity to avoid a free hit. So Nilo off to a pretty decent start. Keep in mind, though, that this character can still take 2 more hits.
And we no longer see Priestess coming in with that portal support anymore. He's just going to focus on decoding. We'll see how Captain's going to continue kiting this out. Nilo dashes in to get that hit, Eli.
Excellent job from the Geisha, using that, what do you call it? The vision trick to your advantage there. Able to avoid getting blocked by the butterfly. canceling that skill check. We do see the Priestess portal is set up. Nilo could just blink straight through. Goes for the dash, doesn't even need the blink, getting over the wall there. We talk about how this map can be a difficult map for Geisha, but here Nilo proving that it's really no problem. Now he is going to chair here, which is interesting. You typically would want to chair in the open rocket chairs. It's difficult to rescue and rebound kite from there, but Nilo still does have blink to work with, so I think is probably fine with the situation. If GH wants to win from this position, we're going to need to see some sort of supportive rebound kite. We do see the portal over here. Nilo should take this down. He needs to make sure they don't get a free rescue in the process. It looks like here comes the Officer for the save. Now Officer could potentially get a free rescue if he goes for the watch. Looks like he's just going to hold it. Nilo misses the charge attack here, and they're going to get a hit on the Officer nonetheless. Definitely damaging Officer is more valuable than hitting the Psychologist right away. He's still a blink. Captain goes for the... Is he going to blink here? He is going to blink. He's going to blink, secure the down, switching to teleport, slowing down that cooldown. Now, this can be a bit of a problem here as the Prospector can come in for the support. This is one of the best places to die against the Hunter. Now, Nilo, how can they play around this? Prospector can really just stun this. I think maybe take the stun. He's going to take the stun, but it's a long stun. He's still hitting the Psychologist anyways. And Prospector can go for another stun, but I think he can actually make the trade. Misses the magnet this time around. He still has one more here, and he's going to go for it, but he can just drop him again. And Nilo's going to drop, take the stun, and this is no problem. So excellent drop from the Geisha to play around this, and this time bot here I don't think is actually worth it for GH.
Yeah, and considering how strong Neru's Prospector is, we rarely see him miss a magnet, and unable to really give that support anymore. Neru might be the potential next chase here. We'll see that little mind game, and wow, Neru really come on that, and is anybody him for this rescue? And Neru will be the one.
Gets the charge attack through the flywheel, can make the rescue in time here. Prospector needs to keep this character alive long enough. We're going to see a Priestess portal as well. He goes for the dash. Can he break the portal first? Oh, he hits the Psychologist through the Prospector here, and there's no chance for a rebound kite. He can take down the portal, which means Prospector can't harass, and Nilo is looking pretty strong right now. Trump card has been used. The teleport will be available shortly. Cypher at 60%, but GH still has another Cypher to go through here, and 2 survivors are injured as well. Next chase on to Little Boy here. This is, of course, one of the strongest kiter players in the entire Southeast Asia region. Let's see what he's able to do here against this Geisha.
And Little Boy is trying to buy out as much time as possible. They decoded their 6th Cypher. Just going to abandon that 14% Cypher at the dungeon area at the back gate. Oh, but he's looking at Cypher. He's going to teleport, changing his straight. And right now, Neru. We'll see whether it's going to be instant down situation. Nilu missing that.
He does miss that, but it's on to the injured Prospector. It's not on to the first officer who has watches, and it's not on a healthy Priestess. And he does mind game, secures the down here. That is a very big teleport. The fact that he's able to single out Prospector over the first officer is very relevant. Now Nilo has maybe enough time to get to the last Cypher. The problem here for the Hunter is that there's still 2 watches for Officer. And imagine if this was a Gravekeeper. Gravekeeper cannot actually make the save uninjured. He would still get cut off. He would still potentially get hit when he comes out of the shovel. Officer can make the rescue with the pocket watch. Now the goal for Nilo is to force the rescue early enough in which that they're not able to prime the Cypher. It's only 70% of the way done here. Dashes to the wrong butterfly as well, which means Zalcon can make the rescue. He needs to get this before half potentially, and he is going to do so.
Yeah, and the last Cypher is being pushed right on the bottom left by the Priestess. 87%. We'll see whether this hit will register. Oh, he just want to wait it out, but it seems like it will be primed and they will pop it, and it seems to be a very terrible situation for Nilo. 30 seconds into that for that teleport to happen. We'll see how it's going to play out this end game. Zhao Kan still has one more watch to use.
Is going to be able to get the down here. They're going to pop the end game. I don't like switching targets to Prospector because Officer, because Officer has watches. Will he go for the... No, he's going for the mind game. They're going to all push the exit gate here. Nilo needs to be really careful. He doesn't allow them to get out here. Officer has a watch to go for the dungeon here. There's a very likely chance that a 3 escape could potentially happen as of right now. That gate is 80% of the way done. If he teleports the gate, he needs to maybe try to teleport the gate. He's going to go for the dungeon play instead. There's the pocket watch. The gate's open. The survivors can make it out. There's going to be a tide turner, and he's going to make it out the exit gate here. That is why you cannot chase first officer endgame. You definitely need to prioritize singling out that Prospector there. And unfortunate misstep for Nilo does allow GH to take advantage with the first officer, get that 3 survivor escape here. And GH will go up 5-3 in the first round.
Yeah, so amazing stuff coming into this. GH securing that win once again for this BO1. You know, Eli, you were right. He shouldn't have changed targets to first officer, considering that he has 2 watch still not being used. He used the first one before detention, used one after to get into that dungeon regardless. So Amazing stuff though, because we did see how Nilo actually played out really well with those dashes, going through those walls. And you've mentioned how hard it is for Geisha to play at this map.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was looking pretty good. There was a relatively fast down, played around the Prospector. There was no opportunity for any sort of rebound kite. It looked really good for Nilo, but then GH was able to. They were on the back foot, honestly, the entire match. But just they're able to get that first officer endgame chase. That is why you want to conserve your items for endgame. If you notice, the first officer did not use his pocket watch for the first rescue. He could have potentially gotten that rescue uninjured, but it didn't matter because he was able to conserve the watch, take that for the first rescue, and then 2 watches later, he used 1 watch for the next rescue and 1 watch for the endgame kite. That's why First Officer is such a good character, and that's why as a hunter, you have to ban the Officer over the Gravekeeper. Because he bans Gravekeeper, Officer can make the free rescue onto the... I think it was onto the Prospector, and then can kite in that endgame. Nilo can easily just knock them out of shovel and then just hit them again before they make it to the dungeon. But Officer has guaranteed dungeon there because he has the tide turner effect, and he can make it to that dungeon and can also make that free rescue onto the Prospector. So unfortunately for Nilo, not banning the Officer ended up being a huge backfire. And GH taking full advantage. They understand how important it is to have First Officer available. They were able to get it to in their favor here. Excellent job from GH to utilize that to their advantage. And we saw them go for some plays. The Priestess support unfortunately didn't work out this time around. Nilo did an excellent job playing around that. Just that endgame situation ended up working out really nicely for GH.
Yeah, and things were looking really good for Nilo. And the Priestess portals by Little Boy didn't really help, I would say, because we saw how he dashed through the wall at Red Church and still got that hit before Capcom could get into that portal at the chaired area. Sorry, what would you call that? The center towards the outside area.
The center towards the what?
the support portal, basically. And
oh, right.
Yeah,
Nilo portal?
Nilo actually did a great job. Great start, but unfortunately enough, the end game wasn't the best or the thing that he was looking for. Do you think he kind of confused himself with the Prospector?
I don't think so. I think he just didn't see where... I'm not really sure. I think the idea is that the first officer was closer and the Prospector ran away, but I still think you just continue after... I mean, you're a Geisha, you can just catch up right away, so... I don't know. I guess maybe he just thought he could get a free hit onto the officer and get him down. I think maybe that was the idea there. I also think Nilo should have known the Cypher was prime and waited to hit the officer until his teleport was available. He should have waited, stack some butterflies, make sure your dash is available, make sure your teleport's available. That way, if you have a hard time chasing the officer, you can teleport to get, because you notice his teleport cooldown was not up. That was the biggest problem, is that he couldn't teleport to the gate because the teleport cooldown was not available. So I think Nilo played really well in terms of mechanical skills, very good dashes, very good chase, but unfortunately a little missed opportunities there, chasing the officer and not conserving time until that teleport was available before downing the officer and pushing for that end game. That's definitely something as a hunter you want to do. I think maybe he thought the Cypher Machine wasn't primed just yet, but there was so much time there for GH to prime it, so I think as a hunter you probably would imagine that it might be ready by then.
Yeah, he needs to be more detailed in terms of his play style. Like you mentioned, mechanically wise, he's actually really good, but unfortunately, towards the end game, there was a slight mistake, like you mentioned, and a miscalculation of that teleport as well. We'll see how he's going to make some adjustments as well coming into BO2. And with GH having this map selection, they might potentially take this away with 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. You know, GH able to win on the opponent's map selection is very important. So that's going to be very beneficial for them here. And so now, yeah, it comes down to can UTP turn things around. They need to at least get to a last round here. They need to try to swing this back into their favor for sure. Again, the loser of this match will not be out of this tournament, but they will be moving down to the losers bracket. So it's pretty important here for the winner to just go straight to the grand finals here if possible. And yeah, while we're in between time, do you want to show off the?
Oh yeah, of course.
Have the little.
Yeah.
We have the caster card here. This is with all 4 of us, and then we have the Elio and Chocho card. Obviously, this one is superior. No words necessary for that. And this is a $100 card. This is a
10-cent card.
No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, we do have the caster cards, and then this is the one with all 4 of us as well. And then Poch and Nell will of course show theirs off tomorrow as well. And
They
we
showed it off just now when they were in the audience. Do you not see?
Oh, right. Well, Nell showed off his. I don't think Podge.
Oh, but
showed off his,
yeah,
so.
but if you do come tonight for our small meet and greet, you'll be receiving all of this, and of course, you can definitely take photos with Posh, Nell, Eli, as well as us, and do follow us on our socials as well. Eli is called Eli O. Eli's one is called Eli O.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for me, it's Who's Chocho. Who's Chocho?
Who? I don't know, bro. I don't know.
So yeah, do follow us as well as for Nello the World will be for Nello Mello, as well as was it Spicy Posh or Posh Spice? Posh Spice at Posh Spice on Instagram. Do follow them, and of course the official Identity 5. Do follow it as well as if you're supporting the teams individually or the players themselves. Do follow them on their socials, Twitter, Facebook, as well as on Instagram.
Right.
So you know, while they're kind of taking things on, slowly. They're getting ready for this BO2. Eli, what are some possible map selections that GH might potentially pick?
Well, we do have Chinatown up on the screen there.
Right.
So it is going to be Chinatown from GH. Utopia does ban Moonlit River Park here. So we'll see how this works out here. Chinatown, very good map for Gaje. Wax Artist is very good here. Night Watch is very good here. Soul Weaver is very good here. So Gaje with a lot of opportunities to play Hunter successfully. I think the idea here is that they don't really mind that Neela will have a good Geisha map or a decent Naiad map. I think the main idea is that this is just a very good map for Gaje's Hunter pool. I think the goal for Utopia, if they wanted to win this match, they really wanted to try to take it on that red church where they put Gaje at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, they did fall a bit short for that first round. So now GH definitely in the driver's seat going into the second round.
Yeah, and going against Idol the last time, GH picked the Chinatown as well and got a 3 escapes against Malphite's Poland. If you kind of recall, it was an instant down at the start, but they got a clutch 3 escape at the end. So we definitely do know that they are very strong at this map selection that they have picked, and they might potentially go for that same strategy again, or maybe this time around UTP might switch out Nilu. Could it be possible?
Could be possible. We just, I don't know. I mean, Nilo did actually play pretty well last round. It was just a little bit of misstep at the end there. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, obviously you do have to choose if you're going to make a substitution before you do the map selection. So based off of that, we've already seen the map. I don't think we'll see a substitution here. But yeah, I think Nilo will probably be coming out again for this. So now that we have, the only hot stats we have for Nilo is
Naiad and
Geisha, right?
Do you think they're going to ban Geisha or Naiad?
I think Geisha is a pretty reasonable ban. Nilo played Geisha really well last round, and it's now an even better map for Geisha than Red Church. Chinatown is a very strong Geisha map, whereas Red Church not so much. So I definitely think here that banning Geisha is the most logical. Obviously you can see on the screen here, post on Facebook or X, which is now Twitter, with the IDV SEA IVC 2023 to support your favorite team and players. Hashtag IDV SEA IVC 2023.
Yep, and of course, we'll see how they might potentially perform here. But Eli, if ever GH bans out the Geisha at Chinatown, how do you think the Naiad is gonna fare at this map?
Naiad's fine. I mean, obviously it's a pretty open map here. It's pretty easy to water up most of the areas as well. So I think Naiad is fine for Nilo to play here. But I am curious if Nilo does have another Hunter available as well. That could be very very crucial here too. So again, we don't have too much information besides the 2 characters we have here as well. And I'm interested to see first. And so I wonder if they're going to lead Survivors or lead Hunter here. We typically see Survivor faction lead first, but it looks like they're actually going to opt for Hunter. So Nilo's going to go 2 rounds in a row here.
Yeah, we do see that little peace offering hands coming out from Nilu. Yeah, you don't really want your hands to be sweaty and wet when you're gaming.
Yep.
Yeah, it kind of ruins the experience, of course. And of course, we do see GH also Survivors getting ready, which means that our prayers have been heard. We do have GH Survivors coming up first for this BO2 first half, going against Nilu on the Hunter side. We'll see whether the Priestess ban is going to happen, and I hopefully do hope that they do that. If not, Little Boy, I think he's going to pop off in this round.
Right, we'll see. Yeah, Chinatown, very good map for Priestess, so I think Priestess definitely should be off the table. I think this time around for Nila, we will see Priestess and Seer. I think that's more logical. Obviously, we saw Priestess and Mercenary last round, and they ended up still having access to officers, so it ended up not being a factor at all for the GH team. So I don't think Mercenary will be banned here. You can't really give Chinatown Priestess. Now, Geisha doesn't mind Priestess as much as some other hunters might, because Geisha can easily close distance. You go through the portal and the Survivor makes distance, so the hunter gets stunned, you can still catch up with the dash. However, Chinatown Priestess, very, very strong. So I think that's something that Nilo wants to avoid having to deal with here. So I imagine we're going to see Seer and the Priestess as the two bans here.
And we'll be heading into our round 2 first half at Chinatown.
Psychologist instead. Interesting.
Oh, because they pick it for the last 2, so it's now globally banned. Little boys.
Oh, that's
Priestess
right.
is no
That's
longer
right. It was the first 2. Yeah. I'm forgetting the. I literally did the what was it, the rules thing before. If you guys watched the pre thing, they had me do the me describing the rules there, and I already forgot the own rules. So, anyways, we're gonna see Seer and Prospector. It looks like this time around we're gonna see Geisha banned. So Nilo does have the option to go Naiad. Does have an option for another hunter. We might see that come out. Looks like we're going to see Toy Merchant coming to the table. Entomologist ban is curious. I would have loved to see Merchant instead of Ento. Merchant is very good on this Chinatown map. I think it's definitely not a character you want to deal with here. So I would have liked to see Nilo actually go Merchant instead of Ento here, but it could be that he does have some hunter that can deal with the Toy Merchant quite effectively. We'll have to see.
And yeah, like mentioned, Meowpie thinks that Neru's Antiquarian is amazing. So we will be seeing that, I believe, the Antiquarian pick onto Neru, the Toy Merchant pick onto Little Boy, and Zhao Kan on that Mercenary. So the last time they picked a Magician for Capcoon at this map, we'll see whether they're going to do that again. And Nilo, this time around, will he be picking the Naiad again? Because Toy Merchant and Naiad, it doesn't really work out well.
Yeah, it's not great. So Naiad, I feel like Naiad's pretty fine at chasing Merchant, because if you go for the, obviously you go in the catapult, you can't fly out of the water zone, but Naiad can catch up very easily. So I think overall Naiad's not fine with the Merchant. Just depends on what hunter Nilo wants to play. We're going to see Embalmer as the last character selection. This is a bit interesting. We usually don't see Embalmer and Merchant together. We've talked about this before, whereas you would typically want to spawn Embalmer or Merchant in one of those 2-story areas. It could be that we're going to see Merchant over out in the Bridge 2-story, and the Hotel 2-story will go to the Embalmer. But I don't know. We'll have to see overall. Looks like Antiquarian also is going to go maybe potentially spawn middle map here. We do have Mercenary available this time around, as it was, of course, not banned from Nilo. So let's see what Nilo will go with on the hunter side. This is going to be very important. We're going to see the Survivor side locked in here. Geisha no longer available. Again, the only other hunter we know for Nilo here is Naiad. It's going to be Hermit, which is not a hunter we've seen. I don't know what we've seen. Have we seen any Hermit in this tournament?
It was Meowpie at Moonlit River.
Oh, that's right. We saw one Hermit. Hermit has really fallen off the meta. When Hermit first came out, we saw it get utilized very minimally in China, but quite a lot in Japan. Yeah. And then it sort of just fell off the tables. A lot of players realized Hermit was just not very strong. But now we see the Hermit come out again here. And again, Nilo is a Japanese hunter. We know how the Japanese region does prefer to use Hermit in a lot of situations, especially in a situation you need to come back when your team is down in points and you need to make a comeback. Hermit is a comeback character. We actually saw a very impressive performance from Anyi against the Zeta Division survivors during the Call of Abyss tournament, where you needed to make a comeback, right? And Hermit was that character to do so. So yeah, definitely Nilo on the back foot here, down for 1-0 here against GH. So going with this aggressive Hermit character selection could potentially pay off here.
Yeah, we're looking at the spawn locations now. Nilo will be spawning at the connected double story area. Neru will be right next to him. Zhao Kan at center, Little Boy at the bottom of the Mercenary. On the right, we do have the Embalmer. So it seems like Neru might be the potential first choice, Eli.
Yeah, I don't know. Going for Antiquarian first is difficult. As a Hermit, it's not too challenging, I guess, because you can freeze the Antiquarian and you can sort of play around their stick ability. But sometimes Antiquarians will go for the stun early, and then when you do freeze them, your swing is not yet available. So that's something to keep in mind as well. But they don't have any Hermit counters. There's no Psychologist, no Barmaid, no Doctor. So there aren't any direct counters to Hermit here. So this could be a good selection for Nilo again. We typically don't see Hermit being used too much. Looks like we're going to have Detention and the Insolence here. But we do have triple Flywheel. And Flywheel, you can Flywheel the the second shock, the one that would stun you. So we might see them that be a factor here. No broken windows at all here for GH.
So we'll be heading into our BO2 first half between GH survivors going against UTP's Hunter Nilu. This is your caster Cho as well as Eli O, bringing you the commentary live from Bangkok, Thailand.
We do have the game sound here, but unfortunately we cannot see it yet on our screen just yet. So hopefully we will have that.
Yeah, but we do hear the Embalmer using his coffin already. So with what we have here, I mean, we do know that Nilu has insolence, so the insolence should be popping off now. And right now we do have it on our screens. Zhao Kan will be the first chase, the mercenary.
Right. Yeah, not an ideal first chase target for Nilu here. I'm interested, did he connect the ciphers? He did not. I don't think he connected ciphers yet, so he's just going to continue after. He's going to now connect the cipher machines here, and he didn't get anybody. It looks like they pulled off the cipher machines to avoid getting shocked here. Looks like Merchant did that. He's going to chase Mercenary, and he's going to stay on Mercenary. So typically we would see the Hunter obviously leave Mercenary a lot earlier than this, but he's going first chase really hard on first chase Mercenary here. He's going to get that first stun. Yeah, this Mercenary can buy a lot of time. I think chasing Mercenary benefits GH more than he gets the blink hit onto the Mercenary as he elbow pads. So maybe not too bad from Nilu here. He has, of course, used that blink. He does reach the first presence here, and we'll see what he can do here against this Mercenary. Does miss that stun, though. Of course, he does have the teleport ability, and I think Zhao Kan might have to go through the stun here. No, he's going to run around it, but he might give him a free hit, use the elbow pad just in time. He's just going to keep looping around here, and we're just going to run around the windows here. Does get that shot on Zhao Kan, goes for the drop down. Can he time this right? Gets the hit as he vaults the window here, and he does get the down as there was no survivors to prevent this. We're going to see the Antiquarian stand by in the corner here. Does he go towards the Anti? Oh, she misses the stun. That is actually really important. If you stun a Hunter as a Mercenary, although actually Hermit deals extra damage, so it doesn't matter. But typically that would be very important. He's able to get to basement here as well. So Nilu actually gets a fast down onto a Mercenary, which is not something you see every day here.
Yeah, and we did see there's a little bit of offset where he kind of removed the charges so that nobody can share damage with Mercenary. And yeah, and just because of that, right now Cypher's actually being pushed. All three Cyphers are actually gonna pop soon. And Naru, he's just gonna stand there. It seems like they might potentially sell Zhao Kan. Eli, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, typically you'd want to rescue Mercenary because he does have that delayed effect. But yeah, as we talked about before, Hermit does deal a little bit of extra percent damage, 0.6. So you can't actually absorb that hit as a Mercenary unless you do share damage, which at that point Nilu just wouldn't shock anybody. So I think they're just going to go ahead and sell this Survivor here. He's going to potentially, I think he's baiting a connection here, maybe to get the Survivors to jump off the Ciphers, but they're just going to continue to push this here. He will have his connection back about 75% of the way recharged there. We have 2 Survivors feeding tonight. No, it looks like Little Boy is going to go decode here. And does anybody make a rescue? Did he leave too early? It looks like not going to be the case. Zhao Kan will expire on share here, and he is now going to chase after the Antiquarian, trying to mind game here. Antiquarian running into the Hermit here, is able to avoid that first hit. And now this is where Antiquarian can be quite strong as he can go for those stuns. Hermit doesn't really have much counterplay to work with. I think he should maybe just take the stun here and try not to play around this too much. Drop down does get the drop down. Little Boy, Narukun could have flywheeled that, but he didn't actually flywheel there. And he's used so much stick to transition here, he's already down to 25%.
Yeah, and right now he's no longer using the stick anymore because he wants to use this for endgame. Right. So Naru might be taking this hit once again, but Embalmer will be there to take that hit. Missing that blink.
Wow, beautiful job there. Able to avoid the blink there. Is able to flywheel, but he flywheels too early. He baits out the stun there. Is able to get that hit there already. Very low health here for Naru. He's actually kiting towards the Cypher Machine, but it is going to pop in time. Now the question is, can Captain get his vision onto the Antiquarian? Gonna try to dodge it. He gets the stun again. Excellent job from Nilu. That is not easy to do here, and that's gonna be the second Survivor down. It looks like it's gonna be Captain Coon who's gonna come for the next rescue. The last 2 Cyphers though almost done at 90% and 85. He needs to make sure he spreads out the Cypher progress enough where it can be difficult for GH to potentially prime these.
Yeah, Yeah, and it seems like it's leaning towards a tie situation, but then again, this is GH map selection, GH survivors. They've played this multiple times and get it, but Capcoon hit registers and the rescue does happen. Last two ciphers, 99% and 90% Eli.
Yep. Looks like he's going to go stay on the Antiquarian here. He's going to go for a blue charge here, so he's not going to try to damage the merchant. Goes to the drop down, gets it again! Beautiful drop down from Nilo, securing the down. And now we're going to have to see a second rescue. Cypher's not ready. He's going to disconnect here. I think what he's trying to do is so they can't share damage. That way, if Capcoon does come for the rescue, or if they go for a potential Cypher Prime Pop here, then they're not going to be able to absorb hits. And so it looks like we're going to see Little Boy's the one coming in for the save, because he can't actually fly close to the chair. But Chilchak flew a little too early. He's going to drop down far away from the chair, actually not next to it at all here.
Yeah, and Little Boy, but the Cypher is almost prime, 98%. Terror shock happening, but the rescue does happen. The end game has started. Nilu will be on Narukun. Blink is not ready, 44%.
Yeah, he did connect the exit gates there, so they will be slowed down significantly. Goes to double shock. Oh, misses that one there. He's gonna get an elbow pad. He has the long range. Does he get it? No, that one is really hard to get off there. And I think we do have no more elbow pads here for the Antiquarian. Is gonna secure the down, and the gate is nowhere. Oh no, sorry, they do have the damage spread there, so the gate is gonna be slowed down, but he can potentially avoid that. Now the question is, doesn't Bomber have vision on this Antiquarian to promote to push them to the exit gate? Flywheel to avoid that hit. He does have the drop-down shock ability right here. And did he get it? He does get it. Now the question is, does Capcoon have... Oh, double down, though! The detention absorbing onto both survivors here. The question is, can Nilo chair here and get to the exit gate in time? The gate opening is so slow because of the connection. He does not have the teleport ability, though. We're going to see them crawl... try to crawl out here. It's really just a foot race at this point. The gate's open. Here comes Nilo. Can he make it in time here? Still does not have teleport available. He needs to blink through this. Here's the blink. Can he get the pickup in time? He gets the pickup in time. He gets the pickup in time. That's going to be a 3-survivor elimination against GH here. And just like that, UTP is right back into this game.
This is crazy. Nilo managed to get that pick off on that toy merchant just in time. And Bomber managed to get that rescue regardless. Amazing stuff coming from Nilo. I didn't expect him to do that. And also, the amazing throwing off that polarities that he's having there. Eli, what are your thoughts on this? This is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, Hermit is one of those characters that is a come-from-behind character. It's not a very strong, not a very consistent character. Hermit does lose quite a lot because you can easily share that damage and play around any sort of... you can just counterplay the Hunter just from playing the match properly. But Nilo was so strong. He hit all. He did miss a lot of the shooting charges, but the teleport one was the big ones. He missed almost none. He hit those so much. Excellent mind games, baiting out early flywheels. Just an excellent job from Nilo. And now GH, who, you know, going into this match again, a lot of confidence that they were gonna tie or win all their Survivor games, did fall to this Hermit this time around, and UTP has now tied things up because of this situation. So yeah, GH. They do get one survivor out. That's really important. GH was able to get one out the gate there. That pickup, though, that's super intense. I mean, it was, I think, maybe 1 or 2 seconds of difference there. You know, I say this a lot. IDV, it's literally a game of seconds. It comes down to seconds every single time. 1 second difference there would have been the difference between a potential tie and a 3 elimination there, and Nilo able to make it just in time.
Yeah, and we've known how Hermit is actually not the fastest walking hunter. Yep. And we saw how Toy Merchant had Flywheel. So which means that she has max crawling speed. And regardless of all of that, he still managed to get that pick up off.
Yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, and also Naru, unable to really perform in his top condition today, it seems to be. I mean, with that Miss Magnet and BO1. Yep. And right now, the Miss Stun onto Antiquarian.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's looking not too good for GH, but it will be, I believe GodJ will be coming up. So what are the options that GodJ has in the second half?
Yeah, I still think it's fine for GH. Plenty of options here for GodJ. Obviously, they did choose this map because it is good for GodJ's Hunter pool. We have Wax Artist, Soul Weaver, and Nightwatch being the notable 3 for this situation. I think GodJ will try to play aggressive. I think he's probably going to try to win. You don't want to, again, you don't really want to lose in your opponent's map selection. It is very difficult to win on the Hunter side in this meta, but we did see it in the first half of this round with Nilo here. So now it really comes down to, you know, can can Gaje put up a similar result? Nightwatch is it's a little bit different situation in the first round. Soul Weaver is S tier on Chinatown. Nightwatch is S tier, especially on Chinatown. And Wax Artist is a very good hunter on Chinatown overall. So Red Church, Soul Weaver is strong, not as good as Chinatown. And then Wax Artist and Nightwatch are not very good on Church. But Chinatown is so much better for these 3 hunters than Red Church, to a point where Gaje has a much larger advantage than he did in the first round.
So, yeah, and unfortunately enough, in this first half, we didn't really see the effect of Embalmer.
Yeah.
Do you think they could have played this slightly differently? What do you think?
I'm a little interested. We didn't see Captain Kun actually set up the coffin at all for another survivor. There was 2 opportunities where he could have done that. He could have coffined the Antiquarian, and he could have thrown that coffin on the exit gate, right? So if the Antiquarian goes down, then you can teleport them to gate. Or Captain Kun could have actually put the coffin on the toy merchant, right? Was it the survivor they picked up at the end? And when she went, when there was the double down, he could have just revived her instantly with the coffin, because you could just revive from the ground, and she would have made it out before the hunter made it. So Captain Kun actually had 2 opportunities to make that a tie or win, but he did miss out. I think maybe just a slight overlooking that from GH. I think maybe they had enough time to get the gate open and make it out in time. And so, because I think Captain Kun was he the one opening the exit gate there?
It was Toy Merchant, that's why she was
Oh,
down.
so he could have actually set up the coffin there and allowed the Toy Merchant to make it out the gate with him, instead of coming down to that foot race there. Yeah, so unfortunately a big miss from GH there. We just realized that's a pretty big play there. I don't think there's anything we're missing. I think he could have just gone for that, right? Yeah.
Because we did see how they kind of shared the polarities at the gate.
Yeah.
They both of them touched the gates. That's why they were able to share the damage when Nerukun could actually survive for that last time.
Right.
So definitely, now that we're looking back, it seems to be that there is a slight misstep. When the Toy Merchant was opening gate, Captain Kun has sufficient time to coffin and has the face recognition, of course, because Toy Merchant is right in front of him.
Yep.
So yeah, definitely a slight misstep onto GH Survivors, something that we didn't really expect. 3 kill and a 3-point advantage for Nilu.
Yeah, and we're tied up 6-6. You can see on the screen here. I mean, that's just that's Hermit. It's a very not too consistent hunter, but does have that win potential. It can be that hunter when you're behind in rounds. You're behind in points, and you need to make a comeback. Hermit is that do or die hunter. It's not very consistent for securing consistent draws or wins. I guess just consistent draws in general, but it does have win potential more so than some of these other tie hunters. And that's what Nilo is going for. He's going for a situation. We have to win here. We have to turn things around. And that's exactly what happened in this situation, getting that 3 survivor elimination and again, putting UTP right back into this match. Again, we talked about GH having an advantage in this match. They have the home field advantage. They got the stats behind them. They got the crowd behind them. But UTP is not going down without a fight. And everything's even at this point.
And yeah, Gaje, he needs a 4 kill to end things off sweep for them 2-0.
Right.
Or if not anything else other than that, it's gonna be AB03 confirmed. UTP Survivors, in their first round, they got a tie situation going against Spider. Why are you smiling?
There was a distracting panda in the background.
Oh yeah, for you guys who don't know, right now, we are behind this glass room. And we see Posh as well. Hi. Hi, Nell.
Yeah.
So they actually, we do have the place as well as the casters right behind.
Right.
I mean, right behind, in front of us, actually. So this is looking pretty distracting, honestly.
Pretty distracting. Yeah, trying to keep things going here. But yeah, we are going to see the players on the stage here.
I love you, Eli. Oh, sis Posh.
Yeah. So we'll see Gaje. Yeah, a lot of pressure here. You can see he's really feeling it. The first round, I think, definitely a lot more confidence going into that red church with the Soul Weaver. Pretty good map from a pretty good map for the Soul Weaver at least, and pretty good team composition. Now he's on the back foot. The team is tied. The teams are tied up here, but he is down. His team is down in terms of points for this second round. So pressure is on Gaje to try to keep GH in the lead here. A tied situation here, it means that everything's tied up. We go into the last round tied up, and it does mean that UTP has map selection, which means they're actually advantaged going into the third round. So for Gaje, the goal is to 3-kill. If you don't 3-kill here, if you only get a tie, then it's looking pretty good. Do we see Death World somewhere? out here.
Death Row. Give me a second. I'm trying to eagle eye, trying to find him. Could he be that guy, the Hawaiian shirt guy? I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what that was.
I'm not sure, but Death Row. If you're kind of looking in the English stream, if the camera pans to you, do wave at us.
Yeah, do it us.
Yeah.
Do the what is it?
What is this?
The two fingers, the peace sign?
Yeah, it's a peace sign. Why do you gotta
Or
make it so
something.
difficult?
I don't know what it's called.
The
Just
two
do it.
fingers.
Yeah. Do that so we'll know. Yeah.
You're loving the cosplays that we're seeing here. Who's that? Is that 72S?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, for those of you who don't know 72S, his name is also Jay-Z. So if you ever played the new Harry Potter game, it's Jay-Z from Harry Potter. That's 72S. So
Yeah. He got third place, right? From what Nell said.
yeah.
Third place.
So, yeah.
I mean, he's good at every game.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, the Jay-Z. So if you see 72S, just be like, "What's up, Jay-Z?" And then he'll know. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's gonna give you that small smile.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, oh, you know me.
Yeah. But yeah, we do see Gajay getting prepared here, Skyfall, of course, on the side there. Getting ready for this match. Again, Gajay does have a very, very, very good map to work with for his hunter pool. His three best hunters, Nightwatch, Wax Artist, and Soul Weaver, very strong here on Chinatown. But is behind in points here for this round. We're going to see the Postman and Acrobat auto banned here from that first round. Looks like we're going to see Serum Priestess, very standard from Gajay, very standard from any hunter. And what will UTP ban? Are they going to ban? They're going to go Soul Weaver ban. We talked about Soul Weaver is very good on Chinatown. It's an S tier hunter for this map. But this does leave Gajay open for Wax Artist and for Nightwatch.
Yeah, so let's see what the selection will be on Gajay's side. Yeah, and like you mentioned, UTP really does respect that. Yeah, Spider is actually really strong on this map. And considering that it's Gajay as well, I'm just going to ban that out. Serious Priestess being banned here, we'll see what UTP will be picking for their Survivor side. Of course, the Rescuer roles, they'll definitely pick it at the end once again. And Patient will be picked first and followed by the next one. I believe he will be a support character, maybe a toy merchant.
Potentially, yeah. I like the early pace. It's going to be Embalmer. So, yeah, UTP really going all in on the tie here. They understand if they get a tie on the Survivor side here, they are in an advantageous position going in the third round, being able to choose the map with no map ban, and that will put them at a very large advantage. So definitely trying to tie this round. An early Patient here is nice, as it's very good on this map. Now, this does open up a potential Geisha from Gajay. Both these characters are pretty weak to Geisha. But because Gajay has to win, he may not go Geisha. Geisha's a little bit more of a tie hunter. Nightwatch and Wax Artist do have a little bit more win potential. And let's see if the Survivors go Mercenary. I would like to see Mercenary now. I don't think it's good to go... If you have an option to go Mercenary, it's a lot stronger. It's a large map being Chinatown. This does give a lot of options, and we are going to see the Mercenary right away here from the UTP Survivors. I think that's really important for them to have that safe rescue character on a large map such as this Chinatown.
Yeah, and we do see that UTP this time around, instead of picking the Rescuer last, they're picking the Mercenary in their third pick.
Yeah, I like
this. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I really like this. Again, you don't want to be... I mean, getting stuck with Officer is usually fine. But again, large map. You really want to have that Mercenary. It's just so much easier to get across the map to make those rescues in time. Looks like we're going to see Antiquarian last. So Antiquarian was open this entire time, and the Survivors never actually chose it. I think they're worried about Wax Artist, and that Antiquarian is not very good against Wax Artist. Now, the problem with this team comp is this comp is good against Wax Artist, very good against Wax Artist. I don't think Gajay will play Wax here. Coordinator allows for a very easy rebound kite against Wax Artist. You go for the flare gun stun on the rescue, and the Survivor can rebound. You can Patience very good at kiting Wax for breaking line of sight and creating distance, and a Bomber can coffin across the map against Wax Artist. Wax Artist's mobility is not too strong. Now, Nightwatch here is not bad. Nightwatch doesn't want to chase Cord first, but can play around the Coordinator rescue, because if you go for the flare gun, you can just dash and catch up. And getting to the Embalmer coffin is pretty easy for Nightwatch as well. Patience is a pretty good kiter, but Geisha is very good here. If Gajay does go Geisha, I think that actually makes the most sense. It makes the most sense against his character composition. Now, I don't know if that's a character he wants to go with. I really don't think he'll play Wax here. Wax Artist is the weakest hunter for this team composition out of the other few hunters we talked about.
Yeah, so, you know, speaking of which, I mean, now that I'm seeing the Coordinator as a female rescuer, you know, right now we do know that right now Journalist is available in this offline stages of this IVC playoff. So we'll see whether the teams will be picking that. I'm not too sure in the later rounds. But then it seems like they're kind of going for that tie. They just want that tie, and Gajay, he needs that win to gain the advantage. I mean, to at least balance things out and get the advantage that he had in BO1.
Right.
So, Probably not. Like you mentioned, it wouldn't be a geisha. And what's
I
artist?
think it could be Geisha. I think Geisha's good against this team comp. Wow, he goes Wax Artist against this team comp. This is exactly what UTP wants, actually. They have a pretty anti-Wax Artist team comp. I think a better character might have been Entomologist, but or Female Dancer. But I think maybe they didn't want to play Ento into the Night Watch. I think Dancer would have been better than Cord, but it's still okay. I think Wax Artist, though, here is not too good. Patience very good at kiting Wax. Coordinator can not only kite Wax, can also rescue very well against Wax. Wax has limited mobility, so he's not too great against Embalmer unless he has Teleport available. And then obviously Mercenary's just a good rescuer. But I think Geisha here would be really good, and I think Night Watch would be pretty good. But yeah, Wax Artist, Gaje having a lot of confidence in this character. Now keep in mind, this is a great Wax Artist map. So that might be the idea of actually still going Wax Artist anyways. But my guess is that UTP is prepared for Wax Artist. I think they're going to have heavy broken windows, and they're really ready for the Wax Artist and Night Watch. So heavy broken windows would be better for Geisha to be an option for Gaje. But yeah, really going with that Wax Artist. This is his main hunter. We've seen him play for so much time here, and he's really sticking with what he knows best.
You know, and I was kind of thinking of why they banned the Prospector as well. I mean, not picking the Prospector and Aquarian. They don't really want to waste time to run there and give that support. Like how, you know, Neru came, but nothing happened.
Yep.
So it seems like they just want to just Cypher rush it out and get that tie that they want. So Gaje will be spawning right on the left of Mercenary. I was thinking that maybe he might be spawning at the connected double story to lock the Cypher at Hotel. And then...
Right.
What do you think about this?
He may still lock it. I'm not exactly sure. Yeah, I'm not actually sure based off of this spawn. He could still lock it because the Cypher in the top right corner is really close. Is closer than the Hotel one, I believe. The Cypher in the top right corner does spawn on the left side of that grassy circular area you can see up there. Yeah. Whereas the Cypher machine for Hotel sometimes does spawn over near the two breakable windows, which might be slightly farther. I don't know. I've actually never tested this, but we are going to find out in a moment here. Nonetheless, it's still pretty good for Embalmers. You can set up your coffin there. Looks like they actually had 2 Flywheel, which is very interesting. I don't know what UTP was really preparing for with Flywheel. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he's going with that he'll probably go with a Hunter that Broken Windows is better against, such as Night Watch and the Wax Artist. But yeah, they went double Flywheel here. We do have Broken Windows still in the Embalmer, of course, with the no borrowed time play. But the Patient with the Flywheel here. So maybe just in case they were worried about Geisha. Patient's not a very good kiter against Geisha, so you want to have that Flywheel for the Geisha.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing BO2 second half. Potentially a last match if Gaje gets a 4-kill between UTP survivors going against GH Hunter. This will be Caster Chocho as well as Eli O, my co-commentator, bringing you the commentary live from Bangkok, Thailand.
All right, here we go. Looks like first chase going on to the Mercenary here. So Mercenary, oh, actually, already took an early hit. We didn't actually see that. We had a slight delay there. Does have to use an elbow pad here, and he's not going to go upstairs. Mercenary can easily go upstairs to break line of sight. He's not going to go upstairs. He's also going to run in the open here, which means he can't get more wax. Gaje's going to try to block this window. If he vaults this, he's going to get frozen, most likely. Nope. And he does get frozen, and he cancels the elbow pad as well. So really, really fast down onto Mercenary. All the elbow pads get used up, and Gaje's going to actually teleport away. He didn't even bring Blink. He's actually going to go onto the Embalmer here. So the problem here for Gaje, he gets the hit onto the Embalmer as well. He's going to drop the pallet. Doesn't get the pallet stun. Many missteps from UTP here.
Very interesting play that we're seeing here. Ram Coffin's definitely the double story area. He flight will not 100% wax, and right now he'll be in an instant down situation right after the Blink teleport happened.
Yeah, so Gaje should share closer to Hotel. I think they're going to Coffin first because there's no Mercenary who can save right now. I think we'll see an early Coffin. I actually think this position is not bad for UTP. While it looks really, really bad, it's actually not bad because now you're going to rotate into Coordinator, which means Coordinator can support the Embalmer's Recon Kite. The Embalmer also has Hotel to kite with here, which is a very good kiting area. And so there's a lot of opportunities for UTP to actually be okay here. And Mercenary can still come for a rescue later in the game here. We're going to see Embalmer, if he can make it to this upstairs pallet without taking a lot of wax here, he'll be in a pretty good spot. But he's going to eat a lot of wax in the process. Is able to get the pallet down, and he needs to drop down. I would have liked to see, oh, Coordinator's ready and waiting here. There's the drop down. There's the flare gun. They know Gaje doesn't have excitement, so this is a free flare gun with no risk at all of the excitement available, and we get to see the Embalmer go down to 0 wax in the process. I think Rem needs to go left. He needs to go left and go towards the back in the hotel. No, he's actually going to take this window and vault away. I guess just trying to die away from that Coordinator Cypher machine.
Yeah, but right
Coordinator moved to a new one.
So right now, Rem might potentially die at the Coordinator Cypher once again.
Yeah.
So I think there's a miscommunication between the members right now, and he's gonna body block for Rem. So he's gonna change targets as well.
Yeah, Coordinator goes down. I don't know if this is worth it. I mean, interesting. So Gajay does have teleport. Actually, we didn't see if he had wanted order. If he has wanted order, he does not have wanted order. So he's not going to know where Embalmer is. It looks like we're going to see Patient has to come for the rescue. They're really trading time on the rocket chair. This is sometimes a good thing and sometimes a bad thing. We're going to see if it works out in the long run. He's going to wax this Cypher machine as well. Was he able to wax it off? We're not able to see just yet. But it looks like we're going to see... Oh, he didn't get it. But it looks like we're going to see Mercenary come for the rescue, along with the Patient double rescue. Mercenary does not have any items here. And they need to make sure they get this before half. We're going to see him coming for the save. Gets the save before half with the Tide Turner. He's going to double down Mercenary, and he's going to hit Coordinator as well here. So it's going to be a double down for the survivors. Again, they really have to go for a tie. He's going to wax the Cypher machine. This does allow Zed to die away here. So this will give a little bit of extra time for decoding. And Cypher Progress still intact, but the problem is Mercenary is now down on the ground for the second time, which means he's going to heal significantly slower.
Yeah, not only significantly slower, but he does not have self-heal anymore. He expended it the first time. So right now, Embalmer, half health, which means that Patient, if he wants to go for this rescue, it has to be him. And it seems like they might potentially sell this guy.
Yeah, he already sees the Patient, though. He sees the Patient really early here, running into Gajay. I don't think you save. I think you probably just feed Tinnitus here. It looks like Run probably is going to go for that. I mean, unless they try to go for a hook the long way and make it all the way to the chair, but I don't think it's worth it. Wax Artist, of course, can freeze and prevent that from happening. Survivors are going to heal. I think they should heal all the way. They should heal all the way. I mean, Gajay has to chase Patient, who's in a very good area. So I don't think... looks like they're gonna... Survivors are really just running around here, not doing a whole lot of anything. But now they are going to stop to heal up here. Run doing an excellent job, not allowing any free hits.
Yeah, and Cyphers are actually looking still not too bad. And yeah, Gajay just wants to get the opportunity when they touch the Cypher, he's just going to teleport straight away. But they're not going to give that chance. They're building up on the bottom that they were seeing. And
wow, excellent job from Run. Yeah, not giving any free hits at all, allowing the survivors to heal up. They have both their heals ready and primed, I think. Nope, they're going for a Bomber heal next. Now, the biggest issue for Run here is you got to make sure you don't give the instant hot wax freeze play here. He's going to flywheel the swing, gets the pallet down. That's a really big play, but Gajay can't go for the hot wax switch here. Run needs to try to push this pallet, and no, gets down in the process. You need to try to go for a juke there, but wasn't able to do so. And Gajay's looking really good right now. Still has teleport available. They're able to finish one of these ciphers, but they still have to get through the last two. 70% and 40, or 68% and 48% of the way done. Maybe not enough here.
Yeah, might not be enough, like you mentioned. How do you think Gajay can play this out to get that 4 kill that he wants?
The thing is that you have to, as Mercenary, you can't get doubled down. If Gajay double downs Mercenary, I think he wins. If Mercenary makes the save without getting doubled down, I think UTP ties. But the problem is here, they're going for an after-half rescue, so it may not even matter anyways. Rem has to pop 2 ciphers. He's going to pop this one here, but the other one's only 50. Oh, Gajay teleports. This is... I think this is actually better for UTP, as you can now get a free rescue off here. Rem will die on the last Cypher machine, but we do see... Oh, wow, he gets that. But he is able to avoid that with the flywheel. Can he make the window in time here? Faults that. Mind game with the pallet. This is a big mind game. He gets the hit through the pallet there. Rem didn't throw the pallet down, and he's going to get shared on the last Cypher machine.
Yeah, so right now, last 2 ciphers, 81% and 48%. And he will be checking the last cipher like you've mentioned. And Run, they're going to put a 6 cipher, Eli.
Yep. I think they have to. You don't want to allow them to wax that cipher machine off over and over. Run's going to try to do an extra cipher here. The problem is that the Embalmer's down on chair, right? So I don't think they have enough time to actually go for that. We're going to see the rescue. Pulls off the chair in time, gets the save, but you need to keep this Embalmer alive long enough. He does get the doublet on Mercenary, which potentially is fine. He's going to wax off that Cypher so Mercenary can't pop, and he's just going to chase this Embalmer. Mercenary has to pop the Cypher before he goes down. That is the only chance for the survivors to win here. The question is, can he do it in time here? I don't think he's going to have enough time. I think that Wax Bomb onto the Cypher was enough here. And Mercenary does not have self-heal available, so I'm thinking Godjay might have a potential win lined up here.
Mercenary EU doesn't have self-heal, as you mentioned as well. Patient, the only person that's half health. Cypher is completely not enough.
Yep.
And teleport is ready in 2 seconds.
Right.
Eli, this is a 4-kill position.
Yeah, it definitely is. Now, the problem is that they do have a lot of progress. So Godjay needs to make sure he doesn't allow them to pop any of these Cyphers. But I think it's probably fine. As long as he patrols this last Cypher and watches out for the Mercenary. He knows Mercenary doesn't have self-heal, so you can actually just kind of stay around here, see if the Patient's going to come for any sort of rescue or not. And I'd imagine, when I say rescue, I mean the heal, of course. Yeah, Godjay's just going to keep patrolling here, and he's just going to wait, because as soon as Run starts to decode, you can just teleport on that Survivor. I think the goal for Run here is to search a chest. You need to search a chest, you need to get an item here. That is going to be the play. And Run probably wants to find a syringe first, then search a second chest, and then get a useful item.
Actually, Strange would actually be great, because once you use the Strange and use it bit by bit, you can actually not have the crows on your head without having to touch the Cyphers, which is something that she definitely doesn't want to do, because Godjay has teleport. So we'll see how that's going to be played out. Run!
Needs to touch the Cypher before crows.
The Tinnitus is popped off.
Oh, yeah.
It's popping off. And Run has half a foot though, Eli.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to matter here. Does catch sight of the Patient here. Patient does not have any more football to work with. And Mercenary obviously cannot get back up. This is going to be most likely a 4-kill position here. Is going to get the freeze there. Switches to the Hot Wax. I don't think he, yeah, there's not going to get that one. But does secure the down onto the Patient here. That is going to be a 4-survivor elimination here for GH, which means GH actually wins this match 2-0 here. It is going to be advancing to the finals right away here. Wow.
Yeah, congratulations to GH. Win the first match in this offline stages, Bangkok, Thailand. And of course, the fans are definitely excited for this. Majority of the fans here are GH just won, so yeah, we do hear the screams coming off. Yeah, I got Jay with a little smile as well. The pressure that he had before this match was incredibly intense, and after getting this 4-kill, he's definitely relieved, of course, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was looking pretty good for UTP. They created a pretty good position for themselves, and they just fell a bit short there. I think the big downside was the early hits onto the Mercenary. As a rescuer player, you never really want to allow early hits, right? You want to always, if possible, just sort of create a position where you use your items early so you avoid giving any sort of free hits. And they were not able, Mercer's not able to do so. You took an early hit, had to use all the elf pads, still went down there, and Godjay took full advantage. GH with the victory here. They will be advancing to the finals. UTP moving down to the losers bracket. Of course, they are not out of this tournament just yet. The next match will be Idol versus FT. The winner of that will then play against
the winner of
the team that just UTP.
Yes.
I just said it like 5 seconds ago. We'll be playing against the winner. The winner of that match will be playing against UTP, and the winner of that will go on to the grand finals. But yeah, so GH moving on to the finals here. One more victory between them and the championships.
Yeah, so it was really intense. I mean, of course, UTP Nilu actually performed very well. I mean, mechanically, he is very skilled. He is extremely skilled. But I think this time around, Utopia Survivor seems to be struggling a little bit going against Godjay this time around. And of course, adjustments needs to be made by tomorrow such that they can go against whoever wins in the second match that we'll be having, like I mentioned, FT versus Idol. So we'll see how this is going to be played out. But then again, congratulations to GH. Amazing stuff coming from this, even without Seichu in this lineup at all. They did amazing.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. We're most likely going to see Godjay come out here. Godjay has been their go-to hunter for, it's been their starting hunter for the longest time. And maybe we'll see Seichu come out if they need to sort of make a comeback or something like that. But yeah, Godjay really just showing why he's one of the best hunters in this region. So making a statement here. So now he comes down to the next match, of course, which will be FT versus Idol. Idol, a lot of people thought was going to be a very good, strong team going into this tournament, but they did fall early on here, so they do need to still get through FT. And I think FT, you're saying FT is looking very good as well. I think they, on paper, this match should be very, very close.
Yeah, I think it might be very close. And it's between both Singaporean / Malaysian teams. So I wonder who will prevail, honestly. Because, because Idol, Melpai, actually went to the offline stages in Japan for COE 6. And, you know, he actually performed very well, winning against a Japanese team. Yeah, but unfortunately, out of all the hunters that we're seeing in this top 4 stages, his results are actually, unfortunately, looking not the best view. Right. So that's very surprising. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to see the statistics for this match. We did see, first kite from the Mercenary. It shows 79 seconds, but as a Mercenary, you want it to last a lot longer. You don't want to, of course, give it any free hits early there. And it wasn't just that. It was Mercenary actually had to rescue and kite many other times throughout the match, and was still only 79 seconds. So really, unfortunately, short there for you. And we did see the coordinator with some pretty good support on that rebound kite, but I think the problem was that they kited back to the coordinator cipher again, because we were talking about, you know, we were talking about, it's like, oh, when you drop down, I really want to see this character go left and go back into hotel, but Rem didn't do that. He took the Broken Window speed boost, and unfortunately he ran in the open, which is really good for Wax Artist, and because you know it's easy to get waxed that way, and he did die in coordinator's cipher machine because of that. So maybe a bit of miscommunication, but yeah, that kiting route, unfortunately for UTP, a little bit lackluster in their position. I also think if Rem actually dropped down and went left instead of right on the first drop down, that could have also been better, because he still had the downstairs pallet to work with and the coordinator to support. But yeah, just unfortunately, slight miss on those kiting routes from UTP. Again, Gaji taking full advantage. Also, the early hits on the Mercenary, very, very good there. And that unfortunately backfired onto UTP. But GH, again, this team comp, it's not too good for Wax Artist, but Gaji still made it work. Still, we get 4 survivors eliminated, and that means, again, GH 2-0ing here. It looks like a pretty even matchup. The first round, very close, or even the second round, very close. But yeah, Gaji just coming out on top. So if UTP wants to potentially go on and win this tournament, they are going to have to get through the winner of FT versus Idol, and they're going to have to get through GH again in the grand finals. Yeah, we can definitely understand why Wax Artist is Gaji's comfort pick. And looking at our match results, we do have 11-6, 11 on GH, and yeah, it seems to be like GH, they're in a tip-top condition in their own land. So Utopia, definitely they need adjustments to be made. Miscommunications have been seen, and I was quite surprised to see you kind of not doing as well as we thought that he would. So yeah, definitely. Run seems like she's actually in the tip-top condition for Run, but unfortunately for the rest, it seems like they are struggling a little. But they have to kind of practice tonight before tomorrow's matches, so there is definitely still time, definitely still chances there. So we'll see how this gonna be. Yeah, how it's gonna play. Yeah, they're definitely not out of it yet. But yeah, we can of course take this time to look in to our next match. We do see the FT players gathering outside. So they are getting ready to go up to the stage to compete against Idol. A lot of these guys, of course, know each other and are talking to each other for the match, but now no more friends. They got to go for the win here. Of course, the loser will be sent home. So it's very, very important for both of these teams that they're able to get a victory over the other here. Yeah, so if they win, they have a chance of getting the 3rd, 2nd, or even the 1st place. But if they lose, they will just settle at the 4th place. But I guess one relief point for that they will rest tomorrow. That's the only thing that they will be happy about. And they can probably go to the night market once again tonight. So we'll see how that's going to be. And yeah, these players actually, they are very friendly. I think they're just very scared of us. What do you think? Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah. I mean, I mean, you know a lot of them. So when we went around and talked to the players, a lot of them were like, oh, Chocho, whatever. And then a lot of them were like, who's this dude? They don't know. Who this dude? They couldn't even recognize me because of all this new makeup that I'm having, honestly. They're like, even the fan outside, oh, not a fan, but like a friend, Chocho? Chocho? He's like, Eli? Chocho? Yeah. Yeah, Chocho looks, what'd you say, 5 years older than? 10 years older. 10 years older, yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I also, you can't really see it from here, but I also had the makeup done, which I've actually never done before, so that was interesting. But something new is that his hair, he's no longer doing this. Yeah, the hair's looking good. Like, it's all gelled up. It's looking clean right now. Like, I don't got to worry about it anymore. But yeah, we're going to get into the MVP here. It is Gaji. Of course, we saw
a tie and a win there. Unfortunately for GH, they did have the survivors fall in the first half of that round, which is really something that they wanted to avoid, but Gajay still managing to keep them in it. I mean, we talk about GH is usually a very good survivor-sided team, but it looks like the Hunter side this time around propelling them to the victory. So excellent job from Gajay. Overall eliminations of 3 there. We saw a tie and a 4 elimination, and definitely well-deserved MVP this time.
Yeah, and hopefully everybody's predictions are still okay. There isn't any apples being bad here, but still, there's definitely some teams that you're hoping to be first, second, third, or if not, the 4th place. So do support your own teams. Do give your encouragement to them on probably their Discords, their socials, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or if not, even on the global chat. Global chat, I mean. The
global chat.
The live stream chat,
the live stream chat. Definitely don't go in the global chat. That's a scary place to be. But yeah, anyways, yeah, absolutely. Make sure you, of course, are giving your support in the chat. You can also post on Facebook or Twitter. I think it was hashtag IDV SEA IVC 2023.
There's a lot of letters.
I think I remember. I think I got it right. So definitely make sure you are supporting your team on there with that hashtag, and we will of course be looking forward to that. So yeah, of course, everyone, thank you for keeping the positivity going as well, whether you're watching here live or online. Of course, we do appreciate every form of positive energy. Everyone out here supporting their favorite team, everyone happy to be here. So let's of course keep that going.
And I just excited for the second match, of course. FT versus Sing Idol. It's 2 very close teams, of course. Yeah, we actually saw them kind of sit together. Like, it's like kind of mixed. Yeah, so we will be heading into
player interview.
โอ้โหเป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะขอเสียงปรบมือดังๆหน่อยได้ไหมคะนี่มีแฟนๆแบบโอ้โหอุ่นหนาฝากข้างกันมากนะคะเอาแหละและตอนนี้เราก็ได้ทีมนะคะทีมแรกที่จะก้าวเข้าสู่รอบการไฟนอลในวันพรุ่งนี้แล้วนะคะนั่นก็คือทีมถูกต้องค่ะกุลาแฮฟันค่ะ Congratulations for Gulak Fan from Thailand. Alright, so now I would like to invite some pro player. Maybe is your MVP for this match อาจจะเป็น MVP นะคะสำหรับแมตช์นี้ก็ได้นะคะอ้าวเดี๋ยวขอเบิกตัวนักกีฬาทั้ง 2 ท่านด้วยนะคะรู้สึกเกรงมากเลยเอาล่ะแนะนำตัวกันนิดนึงค่ะ Please introduce yourself
ชื่อก๊อตเจนะครับผมจากทีม GH นะครับ
ตบมือสิค่ะรออะไรอีกท่านหนึ่งมีไมค์ไหมคะโอเคค่ะ
เนวในลูกคง GH ครับ
ถามก่อนเลยละกันนะคะว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างกับการแข่งขันออฟไลน์ในวันนี้คะ How do you feel about for this event offline event
รู้สึกตื่นเต้นนิดๆนะครับผม
Yeah, he feel in everywhere. Yeah, it's been so excited. Yeah, ต่อเลยค่ะ ตื่นเต้นอย่างเดียวเหรอ
ใช่ครับ
ตื่นเต้นมากแล้วก็ทีนี้ถามนิดนึงว่าเราผ่านเข้าสู่รอบ Grand Final ในวันพรุ่งนี้แล้วใช่ไหมคะ Do you have any strategy plan for tomorrow?
ก็วันนี้เราก็จะไปดูข้อผิดพลาดเตรียมแข่งสำหรับวันพรุ่งนี้นะครับผมพรุ่งนี้ต้องทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมนะครับ
preparing แล้วใช่ไหม prepare เรียบร้อย prepare for the fan for tomorrow
ใช่ครับ
ใช่นะคะแล้วก็ do for you Ben นะ hope นะ hope พูดแบบไทยคำอังกฤษคำก็อยากจะให้ชนะกันเนาะจะได้มอบเสียงปรบมือแล้วก็มอบความสุขให้กับแฟนๆเนาะทีนี้เดี๋ยวถามท่านนนท์บ้างก็ได้ค่ะว่ามีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆนะคะทั้งตั๋วในแล้วก็ตั๋วนอกด้านนอกด้วยค่ะ
ขอบคุณที่มาเชียร์วันนี้นะครับผมแล้วก็วันพรุ่งนี้เดี๋ยวพระเอกว่าน่าจะได้ MVP แค่วันนี้มั้งครับเดี๋ยว MVP ผมเอาเองแล้วกันครับพรุ่งนี้
Alright, say thank you for coming today for inside player and outside ticket ด้วยนะคะ so maybe today MVP is yours right so next tomorrow maybe he will catch for MVP tomorrow โอเคค่ะฝากไหมเราจะฝากสักหน่อยไหม
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคน ที่มาเชียร์ในวันนี้ด้วยนะผมขอบคุณทุกเสียงเชียร์เลยนะครับขอบคุณครับ
Thank you for coming today and hope to see you guys again tomorrow. Tomorrow will come ไหมคะโอเคนะคะขอบคุณทั้งสองท่านด้วยนะคะ เดี๋ยวให้พักด้านล่างเวทีก่อนเลยนะคะขอบคุณค่ะนี่แหละค่ะก็ congratulations ด้วยนะคะสำหรับ GH จากประเทศไทยนั่นเองนะคะตัวแทนเพียงหนึ่งเดียวเลยนะคะสำหรับรอบ4ทีมในรอบนี้นะคะแล้วก็ฝากกันเอาไว้ด้วยนะคะสำหรับท่านไหนที่อยู่ภายในงานนะคะแล้วก็ยังไม่ได้ทำการอัปโหลดรูปภาพของท่านนะคะลง Facebook Instagram นะคะก็อย่าลืมนะคะอัปโหลดกันด้วยแล้วก็อย่าลืมใส่ hashtag นะคะสำหรับ Identity 5C 2023 ด้วยนะคะ Alright, so now all the visitor has become to this event. Don't forget to upload your photo into social media like Instagram and Facebook, and don't forget to put some hashtag identity 5C20 and 23 to get a lucky bags นะคะโอเคเป็นว่าเดี๋ยวตอนนี้มาปังก็ขอพักเวทีกันสักครู่หนึ่งนะคะประมาณ10นาทีแล้วเดี๋ยวเจอกันนะคะกับในแมตช์หน้าสนุกสุดมันอย่างแน่นอนค่ะสวัสดีค่ะ
เคลียร์ไม้ไปตรงกลางหมดแล้วเดี๋ยวจะเจอกันบนเพลย์อะไรวะหรือเปล่าแล้วเปลี่ยนเลยจะถึงหลังแล้วสาวเต้นแล้วตี
I once thought there was only laughter in the castle. Until that monster appeared, growling at me with the face of our father. Simon, can you hear me? Luckily, you can't. And I no longer hear. Stories that say the stars are far beyond our reach. Our stars? They are cursed. I'm going to see a real star. And leave this place.
Even in the bright bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer to the lens and snap a shot. Place the shutter button. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining up the dots. Time may tell that dreams could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That the ending is not gonna stand out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the minds and running forward, running forward for myself. On the way to the reunion, to the time I meet again. From the ashes will rise, looking from the flames. Someday we'll meet again. Closer, closer, cruising traces, more and more. Among the faces, through the wire, I must make it loud. Step on the dusty open memories are recalled. Open up the album. The good times seem to come once more. Let the wheel of fortunes turn in the golden days were gone. So I tried at any cost to escape from the lost. Time may tell, but that's never get gone. I live without a shadow of a doubt. That I'm reaching the light, gonna step out of the night. That perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the lights. I'm running forward for you, running forward
faster, no delay. Hold on, my friends. I shall save you at all costs. You there! Stop your evil experiment! The brave warriors will soon bring judgment. Warriors! Friends! The final battle is now in sight. No lies will ever deceive us after tonight.
Hello everyone, this is Eli-O, and welcome to the Identity 5 Championship Southeast Asia 2023. Let's take a look at the new changes in the band pick rules of this season. The new band pick rules consist of 8 phases. The sequence and content of each phases are as follows. In this phase, Hunter Faction will permanently ban 2 Survivor characters. In this phase, the number of banned Hunter characters will be automatically adjusted as the tournament progresses. In Game 1, the Survivor faction cannot ban a Hunter. Every subsequent game, including overtime, the number of Hunter characters that are banned by Survivor faction is automatically increased by 1. Up to 3 Hunter characters will be banned. In this phase, Survivor faction will pick 2 Survivor characters. Please note, from Game 1 to Game 3, the first 2 Survivor characters selected in this phase will no longer be eligible to use. In this phase, Hunter Faction will ban 1 Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick 1 Survivor character. The Survivor characters picked in this phase can be reused. In the next phase, Hunter Faction will ban the last Survivor character. In this phase, Survivor Faction will pick the last Survivor character. This Survivor character can also be used again. In this phase, the Hunter Faction will lock a Hunter character. Compared to previous seasons, the Hunter Faction can ban 4 Survivor characters freely. In the new ban pick rules, there will be 10 Survivor characters who cannot be used in the best of 3. However, the number of Hunter characters banned by the Survivor Faction remains the same. That's about it. Good luck and have fun.
Welcome back to Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2023 and this is a round 2 นะคะเอาล่ะก็ต้องขอต้อนรับทุกท่านอีกครั้งหนึ่งนะคะเข้าสู่งานแข่งขันค่ะ Identity 5 Southeast Asia Championship 2023 นะคะแล้วก็แมตช์ที่2นะคะก็กำลังจะเริ่มขึ้นแล้วนะคะแล้วก็ตอนนี้แอบบอกกับทุกคนก่อนนะคะว่าที่แมตช์แรกนะคะทวนการคะแนนกันก็คือทีมจากประเทศไทย GS ใช่ไหมคะGS ก็เข้ารอบไปนอนรอในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลเรียบร้อยแล้วนะคะซึ่งแมตช์ที่2เดี๋ยวเราไปลุ้นกันนะคะว่าทีมจะถูกตกไปอยู่สายล่างนะคะ Alright so Kessler are you ready โอเคนะคะ ตอนนี้ทางทีมแคสเตอร์ก็พร้อมแล้วนะคะถามเพลเยอร์กันบ้าง ถามคนดูกันบ้าง Oh, Victor, are you ready? Yeah! Alright, so now, don't waste your time. Let's get back to the match with Moby Dick and Juicerowa!
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more IDV action, and this time around is IVC SEA 2023 tournament. And this is your caster Chocho as well as Eli O bringing you the live commentary from Bangkok, Thailand. And you know what? We do have this matchup coming up. Idol versus FT, my bad. And yeah, Eli, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so this is a really close matchup. I think this is one of the most even matchups we're going to see so far in this event. Obviously, both very strong teams with very strong hunters, and also a lot of excellent survivor-sided gameplay as well. So we'll see which team ultimately is going to come out on top here. Of course, the winner of this match will move on to play against Utopia in the first match of tomorrow, and the winner of that match will go into the grand finals to play against GH. Now, something to keep in mind is that the loser of this match will be knocked out of this tournament. So this is sort of a must-win situation for both of these teams. A lot of these players are friends from behind the scenes, but today they do have to go at it against each other and see which team will stay on in this tournament.
And if you're comparing between both Survivor teams from FT as well as Idol, FT Survivors actually performs slightly better, while if you're comparing the Hunter side, Kuga performs better. So by statistics-wise in this IVC playoffs, FT has a better chance of winning this compared to Idol. But then again, we have to see how they've kind of prepared during the past few weeks before this offline stages in Bangkok, Thailand. So that's the only thing that we have to be concerned about, whether there's certain strategies they might be going for now or something different. So right now we're heading to players introduction. Eli, take us away.
Yeah, we are getting into the team Idol here. As you mentioned, Cougar's just been more consistent, so we'll see how that works out. But we do have, of course, Meowpie on the Hunter side for Idol here, leading the charge we saw from playing back with ZT in the Call of Abyss tournament, now on the team Idol. Of course, we still have Light with MX. We have Xenia and Shadow as well. It's the 4 players for Idol here. We do see the lawyer on screen, but I don't know if we'll see that actually be a useful character here for Idol. We saw MX play these non-meta characters in the past quite often, but in the last match they had against GH, it ended up not working out in the first round, and MX was forced to switch to more meta characters, and that did actually improve their strategy a lot, but they still did fall short to GH. So we're going to find out right now if Idol is ready, is prepared to go full meta, or MX is going to stick with one of these non-traditional characters.
Yeah, and if you kind of recall the fan art that we had, that fan actually drew Doctor as the character representation for Team Idol. So we'll see whether MX is going to pick them once again. And yeah, and we'll be moving on to FT side. In the interview, they mentioned how Hershan is the, what do you call this? Secret wildcard or something?
The what?
The wildcard, the secret weapon?
I think it's just secret weapon.
It's just secret weapon? Alright,
Yeah.
but we'll be seeing Kuga once again. Hershan hasn't made a single appearance in IVC playoffs yet, but hopefully we will be seeing him.
Right.
And as for the Survivor side, it's still very standard for Panda, Mini Blue, Dragon, as well as Adi.
Yeah, so obviously, again, Kuga has been really consistent, although something to point out is that last IVC, we saw Kuga be very strong throughout the entire tournament up until the grand finals where Kuga on it was ZT versus GH last year, and GH was able to come out on top. They were able to beat Kuga very consistently in many matches. I think they won 3 or 4 matches against him in the best of 5 finals. So I think it's going to be very important that Kuga stays consistent here. And if FT does manage to make it to the grand finals against GH, they're going to Kuga's going to have to be very, very strong against GH. He needs to put up good numbers here, or he's going to have a very difficult time dealing with this GH team. You definitely don't want a repeat of last year.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking about Kuga, I mean, the first thing that will come into your mind is Dream Witch, or if not, Night Watch. But if you're talking about who plays which, I mean, what characters he plays better, I would definitely say he's one of the better Dream Witch players in SEA, and then followed by Night Watch. And yeah, in front of us, I just want to mention that how Paul Chanel is just being really cute in front of us, honestly.
Pros are trolling. That's what's happening.
But we move on to players introduction, Eli.
Yeah, we're going to do the player introduction. We do have Meowpai up against Kuga here. Two hunter-sided team, two very strong hunter teams here going at it. Meowpai with a very high win rate, 65% is very impressive. Kuga only around 49%, but Kuga has been a lot more consistent at securing draws. Meowpai plays very aggressively. We've seen a lot of aggressive gameplay from him. He's able to typically win a lot of games, but he does sometimes struggle to secure a draw in tie situations. So it's going to be very important that he's able to do that against this FT team. Now for Kuga, as long as he continues to keep getting those consistent ties, it may be enough here, but I don't know. We are going to have to see. Again, it's very kind of set of what hunters we're going to see come out. Kuga probably going to lead with Dream Witch, and Meowpai does have a few more options. We have seen him lead early Clerk many times and early Night Watch, so those may be his early go-to options. But if he does need to play for tie, maybe something like Bon Bon would be acceptable as well. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting again. Again, looking at the stats, Meowpai does look stronger. He has won more games than Kuga, but he has struggled to secure more ties in very close situations, whereas Kuga is a little bit more safe in terms of his gameplay.
And we always talk about how close these two teams are, of course. Close as in terms of skills.
Yes.
I mean, of course, as brothers as well, but yeah, skills-wise, they're very close. But moving on, we do have Idol Light. Some of you might know him as Zuishan from ZT last time. 50.5% win rate. We see the better introduction here, but we also know that he plays the Acrobat, Seer, Prospector, as well as the Barmaid, mainly taking on the Kiter role for his team, not too much of the harassing role. Panda, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, Panda, we do see on the Antiquarian there, 48% overall win rate. Not too high, but we do see escape rate of 53, which is very impressive, and 88 seconds of containment time. Very high overall. Panda has been one of the strongest, if not the most consistent survivor on FT throughout the majority of this event. So it's going to be very key for Panda to put up good numbers here. We've seen him be very strong in the past, but we do see sometimes a little bit of struggle on the big stage when it came to IVC last year. So it's going to be very important that Panda is able to continue to put out good numbers even on this high pressure stage. We do have MX as well with the 47% win rate, but still 88 seconds like Tim Time. Very good kiting player. And then Mini Blue as well. Only 45%, unfortunately a bit lower here. Same time 89 seconds, but that does go along with that support forward character there.
Yeah, and speaking about forward, we have been seeing FT with very interesting forward team comms that we don't usually see.
Yes.
So I think that's something we have to look out for, whether they have changed their plans. And right now, Xenia, some of you guys might know him as CZ, X-I-Z-I. We see the mind's eye over here, but we do know that he actually kited 5 ciphers with the Postman going against, I believe, ADM's Hunter, Geisha at that point in time, remember? The Red Church? Yeah, amazing kite from him, a solo kiter, and they won with that match for escape.
Yeah, a lot of lower win rates. I think the main reasoning for this is a lot of these teams have very good cuts. You see 87 seconds, 85 on both sides. They're very high. But what often happens is these teams have very good early games, and then they sometimes will struggle towards the later half. So that's going to be very important for them to have strong late games and strong end games as well. We do have Shadow as well, 52% win rate, 52% escape rate. Still 89 seconds of containment time, very high. Not a harassment player, kiting player with that containment time. It's very impressive. And then AHD as well. Very similar, 45 and 50, a little bit lower there, and 82, but still, again, many of these players with high containment times, very strong survivor players. You know, we thought this matchup would be very hunter-sided for sure. These hunters it's going to be very important how well both sides play, but the survivors definitely can put in work as well.
And yeah, Shadow, in this season, he actually reached as Best Journalist. So we might be seeing him play the Journalist in this playoffs and offline stages.
Yeah.
Mind you guys, Journalist is available in the offline stages of IVC this year. So that's something different from what we had in the online stages that we had. And excited to see whether that's going to be the case. And just now we kind of missed out Dragon from FT. Yeah, Dragon plays the patient, psychologist, barmaid, acrobat, as well as professor, also taking on the kiter role for their team. And we'll see whether that's going to be the case. And Panda, like you've mentioned, has been a very stable kiter, stable player in the entire FT team at this point in time.
Right.
So we'll see whether that's going to be the same case again. And Eli, any players that you like to, have high expectations for?
Well, Panda, definitely. We talked
Panda.
about that earlier, high expectations there. But also, I think what's really important is Meowpai being consistent. We see him play very aggressive hunters in situations where he really only needs to go for ties. So let's see if he's rounded out that sort of a little bit of problem that he's had with that. The character selection will be very important. I think if Idol comes out with good character selections here, they will be advantage over FT. But FT could definitely take advantage of the fact that they do have that meta lineup prepared. They know every situation very well. Incredible game sense might work out in their favor here. Looks like Idol did select Leo's Memory as the first map here, and he's going to be Meowpie on the Hunter side. So it's going to be Idol on the Hunter side first. Here gets the FT survivors.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting because we see a little wave, a little peace sign from Meowpie. Seems like he's not too stressed about this. As for the survivors side, we do see Adi, Panda, Mini Blue. Oh, Dragon is not coming for offline, so we might be seeing him with the camera on instead at home.
Yep.
So that's going to be something interesting. And also, I was actually mentioning something. FT, they've never played in Leo's Memory in the entire series of IVC SEA 2023.
Okay.
So Idol picking a map that they think that FT is not prepared for. What are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. I mean, I feel like a lot of these teams would prepare for Leo's Memories. It has sort of became a little bit more of a meta map. It's not a great map for either Hunter or Survivor side, but it has been more viable with characters like Toy Merchant becoming a lot stronger. So I think FT definitely has prepared for this, and they also know that Idol often will lead that Leo's Memory map. That's a map they really like to go to early. It's something that Meowpie typically will play Clerk on, which is kind of surprising considering that Clerk isn't exactly, how to say, it's not that strong on Leo's Memory in general. That factory area is really strong for survivors to kite the Clerk, but we will see, if he decides to go back to that. I do think a character like Nightwatch could be a little bit better, but again, it's very important overall. So let's see what happens here.
And yeah, so we'll just wait for the ban picks to happen. It seems like Meowpie, it could be a Seer and maybe an Antiquarian ban. What do you think?
Well, it depends if he wants to, what Hunter he's going to go with. I think Seer definitely would be first here, although I think we have seen him not ban Seer in the early rounds in some situations. So will he actually go with that or not? It's very hard to predict with Meowpie. He does play typically not in ways you would expect. It looks like it's going to be Seer and Antiquarian first, as we said there. It's going to be Dancer and Acrobat, so they're going to give up the Dancer for later rounds, but taking the Dancer early here, they could have gone Toy Merchant. Acrobat's typically fine. You don't really mind losing Acrobat for later rounds, but losing Dancer for later rounds could be a big problem for FT. I would have liked to see a potential Toy Merchant first here, but they still have options to go things like Patient. Merchant's still open. Forward is banned here, so Meowpie really wanting to not go forward, and they go Wildling, which I don't even... would Meowpie have banned Wildling? I don't know.
I think they might be going for that strategy, when you die outside stairs,
right,
and then using the Wildling to push and then struggle free.
Yep.
That could be the possible play that we might be seeing here. But Wildling, who will be playing this character? I'm not too sure, honestly. They've never played this character for any of them in the IVC series, so that's gonna be interesting.
I think maybe Mini Blue, but it's a bit hard to say. I don't know. He played forward before, right? So.
Sorry.
I don't know. Looks like we're going to see Toy Merchant here as the last ban, which does leave Patient. So Patient is really good here to spawn in that middle area. I would imagine. No, they're going to go Coordinator, which is, very interesting. You could have gone Patient here. You could have spawned Patient middle. That would have been very beneficial for survivors. But it looks like we're going to see Coordinator as the selection instead here. So a lot of these teams continuing to favor this Coordinator character. And Coordinator can be very good rescuer against something like a Clark. If there's no excitement, you can go for the stun with the flare gun to allow the survivor to make distance. You can also use this against something like a Nightwatch on first chase to turn off that wind ability. So that could be a factor here. But yeah, they don't have any Merchant or any Patient, which is typically something you would see on this Leo's Memory map. That's why Leo's Memory is chosen, so you can go with a strategy like that. Of course, it was Idol's selection. So as you mentioned, maybe FT not exactly prepared to play on this map, but they do have the Wildling to potentially help the survivor struggle free if they die in that upstairs factory area.
Yeah, so, I was thinking, as a female dancer, Eli, you play female dancer very often, more often than I do. What are some possible box placement that you can place to give support for your teammates?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few areas that could be pretty good. You have the entrance to at the pallet, those two pallets that enter the factory from the middle area. the entrance to factory there. You put a slow box there. You can put one over at the God palette behind factory, the one that the survivors run to and then they run behind factory. You can put one there. You know, you can also put its shack area. You can put its center map with those pallets in the center map can be pretty good as well. So there's quite a few areas where Dancer can be good. Dancer's good on almost any map in this game. But Miaopai, considering this for a long time, what he actually wants to play here. Clerk is a bit difficult as Dancer and Acrobat are good kiters against Clerk, and also if you don't have Excitement, Coordinator can be good for making distance too. Looks like he's going to go Night Watch this time around, which I think makes a little bit more sense.
Eli, I'm just thinking, Geisha and Night Watch against this team comp. Would Night Watch be a better choice?
I think so. Geisha's not very good against Dancer, not very good against the Acrobat. Yeah, so Acrobat is direct counter to Geisha. You can hold down that skill check, prevent the Geisha from dashing. And then the Dancer, of course, slow boxes are really hard for Geisha to deal with. So I think Night Watch is probably a little bit better here for sure. Night Watch is easier to chase, has an easier chase against Acrobat, a lot easier chase against Acrobat than a Geisha does. So I think Night Watch is definitely a more logical choice here for Miaopai. And so, yeah, Night Watch is also not too bad on this map as well. The factory loop obviously being very strong, but you can just jump over the God Palette, you can jump through the windows, you can jump the upstairs windows, many ways where Night Watch can catch up to the survivors and potentially cut off the factory loop.
So I guess they're just finally finalizing things up. My goodness, my English is broken and everything. But something interesting is that Mini Blue will be the one on Female Dancer. Usually Female Dancer, we see Adi holding on to that, but it seems like because Adi will be the one that's playing Wilding, Mini Blue will be the one on Female Dancer. If that's the case, do you think Dancer on Adi, Mercenary / First Officer on Mini Blue may be better?
I'm not really sure. Again, we weren't really sure who would go Wildling, and it is, of course, Adi and then Mini Blue and Dancer. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe someone who's more familiar with Dancer might be better. I mean, Dancer's not really, not as easy of a character to play as a lot of people think. You have to understand where to put boxes, when to throw pallets over the box, things like that. So, I don't know, but it looks like we're going to get into our spawns here. We do have the Dancer at Factory to potentially set up those boxes there. Coordinator at Shack. Wildling at Middle. It's kind of interesting. Usually you actually would spawn a not-so-good kiter at Middle because you can actually rotate. When you spawn at Middle, you spawn really close to the stairs. You can run up the stairs right away, and it's hard for the Hunter to catch up to you. But I guess they're just going safe as well. You don't want to give up any free early chases, so Wildling will be Middle here. And so now Miaopai will have to choose which target he opts to go with.
Yeah, so looking at the personas that we're seeing here, we do see 2 3-9s, 1 Flywheel onto Mini Blue, and 1 Tide Turner on Wilding. As for Miaopai, very standard Trump card as well as Detention on the Night Watch. So we'll be heading into match 2 between FT versus Idol, BO1, first half at Leo's Memory, between FT's survivors going against Idol's Hunter Miaopai. This is your caster Chocho as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary from Bangkok, Thailand to you.
Yep. So it looks like we're going to see going straight for Shaq first. He's going to try to find the Coordinator, actually. We're going to see Panda hide out. He's looking around Shaq, but he's actually going closer to the... trying to find the Coordinator. Excellent job from the Coordinator not to get found too early here. And the Wildling will feed Tinnitus as well, so he thinks the Survivor's still here, but the Coordinator's already gone here. Beautiful job from the Coordinator to waste a lot of time here. This allows for some extra free decoding from the FT Survivor side. I think he's going to eventually find Coordinator potentially, but he's going to try to hide yet again here. He does have Excitement, so this does make sense for chasing Coordinator first, but he still cannot find the Coordinator, and because he has Excitement but he doesn't find Cord, he's going to be forced to chase a target that isn't the Coordinator, which means having Excitement is not as valuable. And it looks like he's going to go for Dragon first, who actually leaves early. He's going to go straight for the slow box, it looks like.
Yeah, so yeah, things have already been set up. 2 music boxes, but it seems like a hit will be registered through that pallet. Dragon is not going to rotate away. He's going to make use of this wave, and he's going to make use of that red ball possibly to hide this out. But Cyphers are so slow, Eli.
Yeah, he's going to go for the bomb here. Can he make the pallet in time? He is going to make the pallet. That is a really big play because it forces him to take down this this box, take down the pallet. You see all the slow boxes here, which means Dragon can't kite back to this. Now the big question is, are they going to, is he just going to run straight or is he going to try to predict? You don't want to predict Blink here because obviously he doesn't have it, but they don't, survivors don't know that. And having Excitement is actually really hurting Miaopai right now because now Dragon can go right back to the slow boxes and there's still a lot of potential for an extended kite here. Let's say if he goes for the... He's going to block the... Okay, so he's going to block the door here, which is a bit interesting because now he's still going to go down anyway. We would have liked to see him go back to the slow box there. And this will allow Meowpai to secure the down and not able to utilize those extra boxes. So unfortunately, a bit of a missed kiting route there from Dragon. If he went to the slow boxes and put the slow bomb in the door, that would have been a lot stronger. He would have gotten double slow down there, but looks like he's going to chair on the Dancer's Cypher Machine as well here.
Yeah, and 2 minutes in, still 5 cyphers left, actually 4 now. Mini Blue will be getting possibly a free hit over here.
Oh,
early as well.
Yeah. Unfortunate there.
Yeah, but Adi will be getting a free rescue behind, so
Yep.
I guess it's still an okay trade-off. Wilding can come for the second rescue of Harassment very safely. So still not too bad of a position for FT, and Cyphers are still... There's still some... They still need quite a bit of decoding to be done.
Yeah. We're going to find out here if Wilding opts to go for a support play here. Looks like we're going to see the bomb. Should be able to make the pallet, is able to make the pallet, does have the speed boost as well. And Wilding is going to take the time to get on the board right now. He's going to go for a potential harass here. Does he go for the push here? Oh, he's going to Excitement the push. But Wildling can... Oh, you don't want to give too much free presence here. He's going to go for the win. Able to dodge the win there. And Wildling is still here. Goes for the bomb. Can Wildling potentially block this hit here? Goes for the push again. He hits him off the board. Gets a hit onto the Wildling. But this does allow the Acrobat to stay alive. But now here comes the Coordinator. They know Excitement's no longer available. Coordinator needs to hit this flare gun. We're going to go for the win. Able to avoid it both times there. Misses the hit, gets the pallet drop, was not a pallet stun. Can Coordinator go for the flare gun right now? Still trying to avoid this flare gun. Excellent job from the Coordinator, not shooting too early here. Still mind gaming, still not using the flare gun, trying to bait it out there. Goes for the pull, can he get the body block? Gets the body block and can get the flare gun off potentially here. Excellent job from FT to play around the Night Watch, trying to avoid that. Will he go to the Solux? No, he's going to take the upstairs area. They do lose a lot of decoding progress here, but we do see the last 2 ciphers already 50% here. He's going to go for the pull window ability, but it doesn't matter. Double slow box here for Dragon to work with, and the last 2 ciphers are almost ready.
And yeah, Dragon is still trying to kite this out, and I believe, is there a basement over here?
I don't think there is.
Oh, there isn't.
Yeah, he would have chaired there originally if there was. He can eventually get Dragon down, but that is a lot of wasted time. The last cipher is here. So that's not too good. Here comes the Wildling, though. Excitement's not yet ready. Meowpai's going to take down these boxes while Wildling gives an early hit. You want to make sure you don't give that too early here. Looks like Wildling will be the next one to come for the rescue. And they are going to now push that last Cypher machine. They're going to double decode it here. Meowpai does have Trump card. Will he teleport away, or is he going to camp this out?
Seems like he will be gonna camp this out, and they're gonna start on their 7th Cypher, Eli. So a lot of Cyphers being decoded in the map, but I guess they're pushing for that 1 Cypher together. We'll see whether it's gonna be enough, whether Wilding can make this rescue successfully as first thing, and whether he can able to body block this successfully as well, because there's no more tech turn off.
Yes, he needs the body block. Oh, he's not going to go for the farm. He's just going to hit him right away. Dragon can make it to the window. He has the speed boost to work with, but where's the Wildling to body block? He isn't here. He runs away, and Wildling is not going to body block here, and Excitement is available, so Meowpai can just pick up and go for it. There's nothing he can do. So the Wildling, unfortunately, just running away from the body block is going to allow Meowpai to potentially get a tied game now. So unfortunately, a big misstep from AHD. And now Meowpai is alive for a tie here. We do have the end game situation now in effect here. Coordinator does not have flare gun, neither does the Dancer have any items. So Meowpai should have a relatively easy time downing one of these survivors.
Yeah, it seems to be so, but he doesn't have any trait anymore, so I guess Panda will just have to raw kite this.
Yep.
Doesn't have any flywheel as well, so it seems like it's gonna be a draw situation. Both gates are being pushed though.
Yeah, Panda's trying to mind game around here. The only way, he does switch to Peepers here. I do like this. And yeah, there's not much the Coordinator can do in this position. He's going to go down here. This will most likely be a tied position. As soon as he hit the Wildling, I thought they might have been able to play for the win there, but unfortunately the Wildling did not go for that body block. And it looks like we're going to see... Is People going to leave? Yeah, it looks like he's going to leave here. This is going to be a 2 survivor out the gate here, and that is going to be a tied round number 1. Things were looking pretty good for FT, but Meowpai able to hold on, secure a tie for the first round here on Leo's memory, which is definitely a nice result here for Idol.
Definitely a nice result, and considering the team fight as well as the support that's so well done on FT's side, I was actually expecting the possible 3 or not 4 escape, but I guess they kind of might have the wind is upside down once again.
Upside down.
Yeah, it seems like they kind of maybe DDD kind of miscalculated the excitement or forgot about it. I think that could have been a possible reason why he did not go for that body block. Yeah, it's really unfortunate.
Not really sure. Yeah, maybe miscommunication about which way they were going to run. Maybe they thought he was going to run the other way. Now that we get to sign the right way up there. But yeah, I'm not really sure what happened. Yeah, I guess maybe. But even so, I feel like it would be better to just body block at that point. Not even risk having to go for a harass. Just go for the body block play. So yeah, I don't know. A bit of a interesting choice. I think probably just some miscommunication most likely there. If Wilding does body block one more hit, then the survivors do win, right? But yeah, wasn't able to get that. And so now it comes down to, can Idol potentially go for a win? Leo's Memory, a pretty survivor-sided map here. So Idol definitely in a pretty good position. We'll see if they're able to get 3 survivors out the gate and take an early lead in this first round.
Yeah, we'll see whether that's going to be the case. And yeah, the last time I believe when Idol was playing this map going against a very strong team, ST. Remember that prospector?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
I do.
So, yeah, I think they got a 3 escape. I'm looking at my notes. Oh, they got a 2 escape against a Night Watch. So, yeah, Kuga with the Dreamwitch / Night Watch. How do you think Dreamwitch is going to fare at Leo's Memory?
Yeah, it's not a very good map for Dreamwitch. There are a lot of positions on this map where Dreamwitch can struggle. The factory area is a very good area to kite in. It can be difficult sometimes for Dreamwitch to trap survivors in there, depending on which survivor it is. You know, it's also, it would seem like it's not a bad Dreamwitch map, but overall, it's not great. It's kind of hard to explain, but overall, I don't think Kuga would definitely prefer something such as Arms Factory. Potentially something such as Eversleep Town or Chinatown would be a little bit better for Dreamwitch here. Leo's Memory is really a map that's going to benefit the survivors of Idol here. I don't know how good it is for Meowpie. We saw he did struggle a bit there. I think it was just overall a lot better for the Idol survivors. I think that's kind of the idea here, is that Idol is picking a map that's going to benefit their survivors more than anything.
Yeah, so we'll see how they're gonna play the second half. And of course, this is Idol's map selection. They want the advantage.
Right.
So of course, 3 escape is definitely their goal.
Yep.
And if not 4 escape.
Right.
And if it's a 4 escape, it's gonna be difficult for FT to come back, which means that BO2 and 3, they have to aim for a win.
Yes.
So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. Yeah, and considering how inconsistent Idol survivors are in the last few stages of their playoffs, it's a huge question mark, of course. It's a huge question mark.
But then again, I do think this is a map that they are definitely prepared for to play on. So yeah, we're going to find out momentarily how this does go. Again, Kuga has been very consistent. We've talked about how Kuga is one of the most consistent hunters in this entire tournament. So this is definitely going to be a testament of his strength here. Leo's Memory is not an easy map to play Hunter on, especially when your opponent chose it, which means they have many strategies prepared for this situation. And so does Kuga even still go Dreamwitch? I think most likely yes, just because of how strong Dreamwitch is. Overall, one of the best hunters in the game, if not the best, but it's still going to be very interesting. Now, I'm kind of interested to see if we're going to see one of those veterans characters again. That's going to be, we saw MX shy away from it once it started to struggle against GH. But FT, again, another very strong team, very similar to GH. So it's going to be interesting to see if MX will go back to that or not.
Yeah, and something I've gotta say about FT survivors is that the last time in the first stage when they went against Night Watch, they weren't able to really get a lot of escapes. They were getting 4 killed left and right. But this time around, after weeks of preparation, it seems like they are getting more and more used to this character, Night Watch. The last part of it, when Adi didn't really get that body block, that was so unfortunate. But looking at the statistics, we do have them very much over-decoding. 7 ciphers have all been decoded. But Dragon, though, 173 seconds, of course, with the help of Wilding as well as Coordinator's gun. Amazing stuff coming from FT's support system.
I do think another thing that was pretty impactful is if the Acrobat went to those slow boxes instead of going the slow bomb to the backside of Factory in the first chase. If he went left and went to those 2 slow boxes instead of going right outside of Factory, then his kite would have been a lot longer. As a Night Watch, the reason why Night Watch is so good is a slow bomb there doesn't really do a lot. If you used a red bomb, maybe, but I don't know if he had one available. Using a slow bomb doesn't do anything. He's just gonna pull you back with the wind, and there's nothing you can really do about it. So I definitely think that he should have gone left. He goes to those slow boxes, maybe puts a slow bomb in the door, uses that window for a potential speed boost. I'm not really sure if he had it up available then. But I think there would have been a lot more opportunities for a potential extended kite there. Whereas if he goes right, goes behind factory, Nightwatch can easily secure that down. Something else that was really important was a very good hiding job early from the coordinator. I think that definitely did waste a lot of time. But I also think that maybe the acrobat could have stayed, instead of rotating early to the factory, maybe he could have stayed at that corner area and used those pallets back there. It's very easy to break line of sight from a Nightwatch there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And it could be possible that they just want to make use of the support system that they have at the factory by the female dancer. And if he happens to die outside stairs area of that factory area, Wilding is at the center. So that could have been the case why Dragon decides to rotate early all the way from the 2-pallet window area to the factory area just for that support, just for that harassment if needed. So yeah, good job on FT's survivor side. Getting a tie situation against Nightwatch is definitely something good. I mean, in the opponent set map selection, the tie is still considered not too bad. And yeah, still a survivor-sided game, and they still managed, Meowpie still managed to get a tie. I think that's also a good job well done onto Idol, Meowpie. And we'll see whether the second half Idol survivors will, I think, very interested whether to see whether they're going to go for unorthodox picks like the Doctor, Lawyer, Thief in this first match that they're having here. Or if not, they're going to go for a more standard, a more normal pick with Mengxing on the psychologist. That could be 100% possible.
Yeah,
but considering how we know MX, maybe not.
Maybe not. Yeah, we're gonna find that out in a moment. I guess something to think about is Thief in theory is good here. He's good on this map. And Gardner are both. I mean, they're not great characters. I mean, Thief's pretty good, but a lot of those characters aren't typically as strong compared to some of the other meta characters. But on a map like Leo's Memory, if there's any map to play them on, it would be this one. If you die in the upstairs factory area, as a Gardener, you can break the chairs at the bottom of the stairs, and sometimes you can help the survivors struggle free that way. Also, Thief can be good on this map because you can put the flashlight in the upstairs window after you vault it. If the hunter goes to vault it after you, you can get blinded and make distance that way. And so there are some ways where Thief can be good as well. There's a lot of windows where Thief can utilize those flashlights, a lot of pallets where Thief can utilize those flashlights as well. So, yeah, I mean, there's many ways in which the Thief could be a very good character here. But I don't know. If there's any map to play it, it would be here. But again, we did see MX not play it. Not play those characters in the second and third round against, I think it was second and third round against GH, right? Because it didn't work out in the first round with the Doctor character.
I'm sorry, I think it's ADM, not GH.
What was ADM?
ADM, remember the geisha? Was it a geisha?
Yeah.
Yeah, the geisha is ADM.
Oh, was it against ADM? I think it was also against, wasn't it also against GH as well?
No, there are only geisha matches against ADM. So.
Why am I thinking it was against GH? I don't know.
It's okay, your brain's not braining.
Yeah, my brain's not braining. No, when they played against GH, I feel like that situation also, I don't know, we'll have to look back on it. I'm not really sure. But yeah, anyways, yeah, it's just, you know, those characters are suboptimal in comparison to the meta characters, but I know how much you guys like to see them, and I would also like to see it. It would be very enjoyable and very entertaining. Of course, discuss the 2023 Identity 5 Southeast Asia IVC Finals. Hashtag, or not hashtag, on the channel in the Discord. If you are in the Discord, on the channel SEA IVC 2023 discussion channel, go ahead and check that out if you want to be a part of those discussions. Yeah, if you're not in the Discord channel, the QR code was shown earlier in the stream, so definitely go ahead and join that if you're not a part of that. And also, if you want to post on social media, whether it's Facebook, Twitter, or other social media platforms, hashtag, I think it was IVC SEA IVC 2023 as well. So.
Yeah, so if you're not in the server and you can't find the QR code at the back of at the start of the stream, you can always Google Identity 5, the Discord channel. And I think that's the first thing that's going to pop up. You can join the channel and you will see all of the channels in there, whether it's about discussions about IVS, IVC, IGL, everything is there. And yeah, that's where the whole community is as well. So do join it and let your voices be heard, of course. So let's see how they're going to perform. And I think one thing about, other than the unorthodox picks by Idol survivors, I think, of course, it will be the over-supporting.
Right.
Yeah, especially from MX the Thief. I think he's trying to make a difference, especially when they have a tough start.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we'll see if that happens. But you know, sometimes the Thief can be a very good character against certain hunters. Sometimes the support can be very good, but there's some times where hunters can play around it. It's one of those characters where good hunters can play around it. Now, again, we have to consider that Kuga might be playing Dream Witch. If Kuga's playing Dream Witch, the Gardener and Thief strategy really just goes out the window. It's very hard for Thief to support against Dream Witch, and it's very hard for Gardener to support against Dream Witch, in that one of the followers can literally just fix the chair while the other one's bringing the survivor over. So you can fix the chair while ballooning the survivor, bring them over, and the Gardener does nothing. So Gardener very weak to Dream Witch, and so is the Thief, because you can just switch between followers. So I really think that if there's any situation for MX not to play one of those characters, it would be against Dream Witch. The reason why Dream Witch is so good, not only is your map pressure, but Dream Witch is sort of eliminates so many of those less meta options because she's just so good against those characters.
And we're seeing the players getting ready as well. It seems like Leah wouldn't be playing. It will be these 4 survivors. MX, Xenia, Shadow, as well as Light, getting ready for their BO1 second half match going against Kuga, a very strong hunter. And I think Kuga might be seeing what their team comp is going to be first before selecting either the Dream Witch or Night Watch. And yep, as usual, we'll be seeing Kuga. It's actually quite surprising. You know, he's just a kid, but he plays so well.
Right.
Yeah. Eli, what about you?
What about me? What?
Yeah. What about you?
You're saying I don't play well?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not implying that.
What are you implying, huh? What are you implying?
I'm not implying anything.
You just say my Hunter gameplay. My Hunter gameplay is cracked.
Yeah, it's cracked. Your ex-boy yesterday on your stream yesterday.
I didn't even lose any games. I didn't lose any games though. Be getting my dubs. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah, but Axboy sucks. So. Just kidding.
Such a cute phone cover, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Axboy doesn't suck. I know how much you guys watching love Axboy. Axboy is actually pretty good. I don't really play Axboy that much. So, but yeah, I was forced to play Axboy. But anyways, we're gonna look into the crowd here. Of course, we still have our cosplay fans here. We have the MX banner.
MX loyal fan.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, definitely a lot of MX fans out there for sure.
Yeah, like we were kind of walking past the players when we arrived, and then we were just greeting them. And then MX immediately just gave us his banner. He's like, "Yo, this is my banner. That's the exact same banner that the girl is holding as well. Yep. This female supporter." Yeah, we kind of talked to her as well. And yeah, she definitely does love MX a lot. She even made a montage on her IG just for MX.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, we definitely do see that support coming in. And right now, we'll be heading straight for the ban picks, Eli. Excited to see what Kuga's gonna ban out. Whether it's gonna be Seer and probably Antiquarian once again, or Seer and I don't know, Prospector. What do you think?
Well, if he's going to play Dream Witch, probably be Seer and Priest. Oh, Antiquarian. Okay, that's also fine. Looks like from the Survivor side, we're going to see Psychologist and Acrobat right away here. So they're really gearing up for Dream Witch. This, of course, does mean they won't have these characters in the later rounds, but losing Psychologist can be pretty unfortunate. Losing Acrobat, maybe not too bad. But yeah, they're really going with Dream Witch counter Psychologist and Acrobat direct counters to Dream Witch here. He's going to go forward next, which means they do have Mercenary still available. I think they're going to probably take that right away here. And for the last ban, you could ban Barmaid. You don't want to give a complete anti-Dream Witch comp, I guess. You could ban Priestess as well. That is available. If he wants to go Night Watcher Clerk, you could go Dancer ban instead. Looks like he's going to Merchant ban instead here, which does leave Patient available. This leaves Barmaid available. Plenty of options here. It looks like it's going to actually be the Thief, though. Which we did talk about before, but because now that Idol goes Thief, this means that Kuga can now play Dream Witch. If they played a Dream Witch counter such as Barmaid or the maybe something like a Priestess, then it'd be very difficult for Kuga to play Dream Witch here. But now that there's Thief on the table, which is a pretty easy chase target for Dream Witch, this is gonna be a bit more challenging for the Idol survivors.
Yeah, it could be, like you mentioned. Yeah, it seems very probable that it's gonna be a Dream Witch pick instead of a Night Watch. We'll see whether Kuga has the same thinking as you, Eli. If not, he's gonna have a tough time with the Night Watch, considering how MX really likes to come for that team fight with that Thief.
Yeah, for sure. I think Thief's actually not bad against Night Watch. I guess it depends on the situation, but yeah, I still think Kuga will probably just go Dream Witch based off of this team comp. Again, Leo's memory can be a bit of a challenge for Dream Witch, but I still think it's just you got a pretty good chase target there. So I think Kuga's going to use that to his advantage here. And also the question is, does Kuga actually want to try to win this round for FT, or do they just want to play a little bit more safe and tie things up? I mean, Kuga's been very consistent for securing draws, so looks like he's going to go Dream Witch here, as we talked about. I think this makes the most sense, definitely based off of this team composition.
Yeah, so MX with the Thief, Shadow with the Psychologist, Light with the Acrobat, and Xenia, CZ with that Mercenary. I mean, honestly, individually, the players, they are great. And the last time we saw Xenia kite 5 ciphers, and this time around we're seeing him with the Mercenary, it seems like it's kind of unfortunate, honestly. But we'll see how they're going to play this out.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see where they spawn as well. I think Thief will probably take Factory. You want to give Factory to the character that has the least kiting potential, and Thief against Stream, which definitely has the least kiting potential. So I think we'll see most likely Thief gets spawned towards Factory, probably Psychologist Shack, Mercenary middle, and Acrobat over near the
right side of Mercenary.
The right side of the Mercenary, yeah, away from the Hunter. We'll probably see the Hunter spawn on the other side. So yeah, so if you go top to bottom, it's going to be I think Factory, Thief, Mercenary middle. It's going to be Acrobat Shack, and I was not even close, so we're not even going to...
We're absolutely wrong on this.
You know, this is what happens every time we watch an idol match. They go weird characters, and they go weird spawns that don't make any sense. So this spawn, yeah, I don't really get this. Thief spawning middle, considering that Thief is the easiest chase target, is extremely risky, but maybe they want to set up a flashlight somewhere. I don't know. This is very curious decision-making from idol. They're going to give Psychologist the Factory, which is interesting considering that Psychologist is a pretty difficult chase target for a Dream Witch.
Yeah, it seems to be, and we'll see what it's going to be. Whether he's going to be going for a probably unlikely chase of Mercenary, or it's going to be MX the Thief, or the Acrobat, which is played by Light / Zuixian. And yeah, looking at the personas wise, seems like kind of geared up for it. Psychologist with the 3-9 build, Thief with the Thief as well as Light with the Flywheel build. So we'll be heading into our BO1 second half of this match. Mind you guys, first round it was a tie situation, and this is Idol's map selection. So this is your caster Chocho as well as Eli O bringing you the live commentary of this IVC SEA 2023 live in Bangkok.
All right, so it looks like Kuga's going to go middle, and yep, as we predicted, going to go straight for the Thief. Definitely the easiest target for a Dream Witch to go after here. Now the question is, where's Thief North? He's actually not going to take Factory. He's going to set up an early flashlight here. He's going to go for the power, goes for the swing, does not get the early hit here. But the flashlight is not going to do much, as the Leech does break the pallet. You see why Thief is just not a very, unfortunately, not a strong character against a Dream Witch. Early Patroller from the main body right away here. And he's going to try to use he's going to stun the follower. He doesn't even get the stun off. Wow. And he's going to switch to the Leech, and he's going to be able to get the down right away here. Very, very fast down within seconds of the match starting here for Kuga. And all of a sudden, FT is looking really, really good here. Now, he did die to the Leech, which is technically the best situation, but yeah, again, you really would have maybe liked to see another Dream Witch counter there instead.
Yeah, and I think Kuga also saw the crawling speed of the Thief, so I think he must have guessed that he's also having a Flywheel on his hand. So we'll see how it's going to be played out. Right now, ciphers are completely not enough, and considering how MX is usually the core member of Idol, with him being eliminated, possibly, no rescue is probably going to happen. We'll see how they're going to play this out. Whether Mercenary is going to come for this rescue. It seems like he is heading for that, and Patroller is out.
Yeah, he's just going to cancel it. It does want to make sure he gets a hit onto the Mercenary here. It's going to go straight for the free hit here. We're going to see the Thief go for the stun. He's going to use this to get upstairs, but he could just Patroller if he wanted to, or he could just trap. He can trap between the Leech and the Flower, but he needs to make sure the Leech doesn't get stunned, but the Leech does get stunned. And he's going to trap between both these areas here. MX needs to not run down the stairs. He's going to put a flashlight. He's going to vault. And he needs to die to the Leech, so just go ahead and vault into the... No, he doesn't vault into the Leech in time, and he gets a spawn follower down from Kuga. This is really good for the Survivor, for the Hunter side here. And FT is actually looking like maybe winning here. We're going to see the Psychologist go ahead and go for the heal onto the Mercenary. We'll see if they go for a second rescue, but a lot of slow decoding here. And Kuga's looking really strong right now. yeah, MX is having a really hard time combating this Dream Witch.
Yeah, and bottom left we do see Mercenary coming for this, but the Wanted Order is on him as well. So yeah, 100% Kuga knows that Xenia will be coming for this rescue and that Patroller will be happening. Whether this will cancel out that rescue that Mercenary is gonna do. Oh, missing that swing.
Oh,
Buddy,
this
once
is the
again.
timing that he has to go for it right now.
Shot.
Goes for the
Shot.
swing. Oh, it is just going to be a farm. Does get the rescue up, and he's still going to get hit. Oh, he actually elbow pads away. Is there one more bite on the Patroller? There is. So he's able to get a hit onto the Mercenary as well. Beautiful job from Kuga. He can just use the spawn follower to start chasing here, and he can just share with the leech. He'll bring that follower to middle. Can Light pop the Cypher in time? The answer is actually no. So Kuga can potentially block off the Cypher. Does have the trade swap now to work with. Many opportunities for Kuga to win. And one Cypher almost done, but they still need one more to go. And this is where Dream Witch's endgame can get very, very scary for the survivors.
Yeah, and considering that is that Sensor Cypher that they left out with that 82% decoding, is gonna be huge. It's gonna be huge. Light just trying to get the opportunity to pop that Cypher, but knowing Kuga, he's not gonna give that chance as well. Light might be the potential second chase that we'll be seeing right after MX being eliminated. And yeah, Factory Cypher by Xenia Mercenary is being pushed right now at 40%.
Yep, looks like he's gonna go change to the this new Cypher machine instead here. It is Mercenary, so Mercenary has to be really careful. They don't want to. Obviously, they are half health. I think they need to start another Cypher. We're going to see a blink here. Gets the hit onto the Mercenary before they can elbow pad. And now Kuga can actually just camp this Factory Cypher with the spawn follower and share the Mercenary with the Mercenary's leech, which he will put down right now. So this is looking pretty good for Kuga. They can, of course, pop the middle Cypher, but they still need to start an extra one because that Factory Cypher is going to be camped by the spawn follower.
So yeah, I mean, we do see Xenia kind of making the effort to die towards the corner of the map so that it doesn't affect Cyphers, but Kuga.
Oh, Light's coming in early. Could he give an early hit here? Oh, does not give the early hit, which means he can't get the rescue, but it is an early rescue, so he's just going to most likely get the free hit onto the Acrobat. They're going to go for the rescue. There still is an elbow pad available. No trait available just yet. He's going to change to Acrobat. Acrobat does have Flywheel and a bomb to work with, so there's an opportunity for him to kite this out here. He's going to try to trap between Mercenary's leech and the spawn follower, but he also has to make sure they don't do an extra Cypher for free. He's going to now bring the follower over to Shadow's Cypher, and he needs to make sure he leeches Acrobat so Acrobat cannot decode. He's got a leech on Mercenary, so Mercenary can't decode. Can he get a free hit onto Shadow here? No, excellent job from the Psychologist there not to give a free hit, but he has 2 leeches on both injured survivors, so this is pretty good pressure here.
Yeah, very good pressure indeed. And yeah, Mercenary is just going to remove... both Mercenaries and Acrobat is prioritizing on removing the leeches first instead of giving free hits for Kuga to snowball. So Xenia will be the one... Xenia as well as Shadow. Actually, everybody's being pressured, Eli.
Yep, he has Blink here as well. Goes for the swing. Will he blink? Or is he just going to wait? I think he can just blink, right? He's really not wanting to blink here. He's also allowing that last Cypher to be pushed here. I guess he's worried the Cypher is going to be primed. No, he's going to put... Oh, Shadow might give a free hit as well here. Psychologist does not have Flywheel. Kuga is going to get a free hit as well. This is really close. The last Cypher is now going to be the Factory one, which is 50%. Kuga needs to leech the Factory survivor and then bring the follower back to the Cypher machine that he was just camping so the Psychologist cannot pop it in time. That is his win condition here. Shadow's going to try to push it as best as he can. The follower is going back. It's 90%. It's not enough. It is not enough here. So Kuga still has an opportunity to win. We're going to see that this follower, this leech here, it needs to pressure that other survivor that was just leeched. And try to... He needs to get it down somewhere. If he gets it down survivor somewhere, he can win. If he doesn't, it'll probably be a tie here.
Yeah, so we do see Mercenary... We see the down on the Psychologist, but Mercenary has a syringe to heal himself up. I think he primed it. So there is definitely still that chance. Acrobat is removing that leech right now. Hopefully he managed to do so and he can continue decoding, I believe, the Factory Cypher at 60%.
He also needs to chair... Okay, he does get the chair without the struggle free here. Acrobat's going to try to do that Cypher. He's going to leech here. He needs to... he's going to put the leech on Factory. I would have liked to see him put the spawn follower on Factory and use the leech to camp. Because he can just get the leech out of range. Yeah, because if you get this body block, then the Psychologist can just drag the leech out of range, and now no one can camp the Factory Cypher. So this might not work out here for Kuga if he wants to win. Idol really doing their best to try to get 2 survivors out the gate, get to this end game. He's going to build up his hunt here if he has it. He's going to try to camp between the 2 followers. He has to die to the leech, which he is going to die to the leech. Kuga needs to get this pick up before the Cypher Machine is ready, but because there's a Mercenary can't come for another rescue unless he drags to basement, in which case they may have to just go for the Cypher pop.
Yeah, it seems to be so, but I think Mercenary still might want to go for this rescue. The Cypher is almost prime right now. We do see on the bottom left, the Acrobat is pushing for that. We'll see whether, like you mentioned, they will just go for the immediate port, or it seems like Xenia is actually way too close to the thing, so they have to go for this rescue.
Yeah, he doesn't want to hit the Mercenary leech. He wants to hit here, and he wants to hit 1 survivor back right now, and then when they pop, he'll have a leech waiting at the top of the stairs for the Psychologist. It misses the blink, but she doesn't have fly. Well, she's still going to go down here to the Mercenary's leech, and he's going to be able to eliminate the Psychologist, and he still has a leech on Mercenary for endgame. There is a high probability of at least a 3 kill here. We're going to see the Psychologist get eliminated right now on the chair. I believe she's dead on chair now. Yeah, she's going to be eliminated. He's going to go leech the Acrobat as well. Can he find the Acrobat? If he finds the Acrobat hiding here, he can definitely win this match.
Yeah, so the Nine is being popped up, like you mentioned, and Kuga is still trying to spot out Acrobat, but Light is doing a good job hiding. Xenia has to prioritize on removing leeches instead of opening the gate. And mind you guys, Acrobat has very slow gate opening, so it's going to be difficult.
He sees Acrobat. He has a leech on Mercenary. There's complete control here for Kuga. He has eyes on both survivors now, so Mercenary also has not begun to de-leech just yet. All he has to do at this point is just continue after this survivor, make them waste their items, and then blink. Now, he does want to make sure Mercenary doesn't de-leech, so you want to make sure you're checking Mercenary as well. He's going to get another leech into play. Kuga can 4-kill, but he's not checking Mercenary's leech. He's going to let the Mercenary potentially just de-leech for free. He's going for a 3-kill rather than a 4-kill, which is more of a safe play. But if he does get a 3-kill, it does mean FT wins the round, so it could be very beneficial here. Goes for the swing. No flywheel available, or he does have flywheel, but he isn't able to go for it. Mercenary should have the leech primed by now. So Mercenary should be able to get out this exit gate, but this is going to be a 3 survivor elimination, so what it appears here for Kuga, which does mean that FT does win this first round.
Yeah, but then again, still very nice containment by Light at the end there. If not, it's going to be an immediate 4-kill. Xenia would have enough time to prime that leech as well. So, considering that this is Idol's map selection and Kuga is just blocking the camera because he knows that it's going to be on him. Idol unfortunately did not get the advantage that they wanted in BO1. And now BO2 is going to be FT's map selection, and considering that, it seems like it's going to be a possible 2-0 sweep coming into match 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kuga could have 4-killed. If he continued to pressure Mercenary's leech there, it definitely could have 4-killed that position. I think that was a big missed opportunity because he conserved the 3-kill, right? He used the follower, the spawn follower, and the leech to guarantee the down. But he did miss out on a potential 4-kill. If you use that leech to continue to pressure Mercenary, and Mercenary isn't able to de-leech, then you could potentially down there and then down Acrobat. But I guess he wanted to make sure he didn't allow the accidental tie, right? You don't want that to happen, so... again, we talked about how Kuga's a little bit more of a safe hunter, and we did see a more of a conservative gameplay. Secure the win for the round. He's not trying to get too greedy there. And yeah, I mean, FT takes an early lead. That's really important for them, especially because Idol did choose this map on a map maybe FT wasn't exactly prepared for, but they still were able to come out on top here. And something we have to note is it's the Thief character. It doesn't work against Dreamwitch. These Veterans bonus characters, they're quite good against certain hunters. But definitely not against something like a Dreamwitch. Yeah. The Thief really has no way to deal with the Dreamwitch in any way, in any sort at all. I mean, the flashlight does nothing. You switch to the other follower, you get patrol. There's just no opportunity to play around the Dreamwitch chase.
Yeah, and I was actually thinking about it in the match itself. What could have been a pick that MX... I mean, if he really wants to go for a really unorthodox pick like the top 4. I mean, the Gardener would have been a good pick going against either Dreamwitch or Nightwatch, don't you think?
I don't think it would have been good against Dreamwitch because even if you break the chair, one of the followers can just fix the chair while you chair with the other one. The only character that would be good against Dreamwitch is Doctor out of the Veterans bonus characters. However, if you go Doctor, then Cougar just plays Night Watch. And Doctor dies super fast in Night Watch. The Veterans bonus gets you nowhere because if it's an Insolence Night Watch, they immediately have their dash and they just dash and catch up right away. So it doesn't even matter. Night Watch has every way to deal with Doctor. Doctor does not have a lot of transitioning abilities. So you could go Doctor, but if you go Doctor, then you get in a situation where you just go Night Watch. And if you go Thief, then you go Dream Witch. And that's exactly what we saw happen here. The Dream Witch from Kugo very strong here. And 5-3 lead here for FT right out the gate.
Yeah, but okay, I was thinking about it also. Dream Witch. I mean, it still didn't really feel right to die so fast against a Dream Witch. 2 hits, that was less than a minute, Eli.
Yeah, it was also the spawn. I mean, you as the Thief, you're technically the weakest kiting character in comparison to the rest of the characters on the team going against a Dream Witch. So you'd think that Thief would want to take Factory, right? Because Thief is the easiest chase target for Dream Witch. So you definitely want to take Factory. But as soon as he took Middle, which is technically a pretty weak area to spawn in, Kugo was like, oh, I'm going for this chase, right? I'm going straight for this chase. MX also opted not to rotate early. If you notice, he stayed near middle. He didn't really rotate. He just allowed the Dream Witch to come chase him. And, you know, Kuga was ready. He had the early hit with the spawn follower. You saw MX try to use the flashlight, but it went straight onto the leech, which it worked. He was able to stun the leech, but then the spawn follower is there, and you just get with the spawn. And then you try to stun the follower, the next follower, which is the leech, but then you get patrollered, and you can't use your flashlight. So that's just a classic Thief versus Dream Witch situation. I don't know why I'm saying classic. That doesn't happen that much, but that's essentially how it plays out. Is if you go Thief against Dream Witch, there's many counterplay for the Dream Witch. If it was something like a Night Watch, it would be a little bit better for Thief, but the Dream Witch, Kuga, definitely, I think, going with the right character selection here.
Yeah, and yeah, very out of the norm to see MX with such low kiting containment time, 48 seconds. And yeah, it's just really, really unfortunate. And actually why I said Gardener was because like early game, she does have this shield. So it wouldn't have been a good starting chase onto Kuga, I would say. And they actually, in fact, spawned Psychologist, one of the safest characters out of all the potential picks that Kuga is going to pick here, at Factory.
Right.
So that's really interesting, Eli. That's really, really interesting.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh, I was thinking about the spawns. I'm like, okay, we're going to save Thief in the Factory. Psychologist, maybe we'll go somewhere like Shack, and then we just see some spawn that I didn't even think
it was absolutely wrong, Eli.
Yeah, I was just absolutely not. Nothing was right. I was just like, wait, what's happening? Yeah, Idol really, they really have their own unique strategies for sure. Yeah, so excellent start here for FT. They're up 5-3 now. They get to choose map here in second round while leading. It's looking pretty good. Now, I'm kind of curious. We saw Leo's Memory get chosen, but we didn't see any Leo's Memory characters. By Leo's Memory characters, I mean Patient and Toy Merchant in particular. Both those characters can safely spawn middle because Toy Merchant can just jump into Factory, whereas Patient can just hook into Factory. But we didn't see any of that. We only saw the Toy Merchant get banned, but we didn't see that as an option get picked early. We also didn't see Patient. Patient was available. We didn't see that get picked. Dancer was available. We didn't see that get picked. We saw many opportunities for Idol to pick these characters that'd be really good on a map like Leo's Memory, but they went with Dream Witch. They just went with straight Dream Witch counters for the first 3. Yeah, they didn't really use Leo's to their advantage. I think maybe the main idea is they didn't really care what map their stars put on. It was more that they wanted to put Kuga on a bad Dream Witch map. Leo's Memory is obviously not one of the best Dream Witch maps, but Kuga still was able to come out on top here.
Yeah, so that's really unfortunate. And yeah, coming into this, I think Idol in the second round, I think they're gonna ban out the Dream Witch. You know, we've seen them play against ST, this Hunter, and they played all 4 rounds all the way below 3 overtime with Night Watch. So I think Idol Survivor is actually very confident going into this Night Watch instead of the Dream Witch. So Dream Witch will be banned. So Night Watch. What are the maps?
Now that FT gets to choose here, there's plenty of options. You can go Chinatown, you can go Ever Sleeping Town. Those are probably the 2 best. You go Moonlight River Park. You could technically go Lakeside. Something to consider as well is that Meow Pie has very similar hunters. So Meow Pie does have a lot of the hunters that Kuga's going to want to play, a lot of maps Kuga's going to want to play on. Meow Pie will also prefer that. Yeah, but Idol definitely a team that's not used to playing from behind here. So they really need to work out of this deficit And we talked about, again, FT and Idol. Going into this tournament, the start of the tournament, everybody thought Idol was going to be the best teams, maybe even better, maybe even outperform GH. But overall, we've seen GH be very dominant. We've seen Utopia be very dominant. We've seen FT also be very strong. So if Idol really wants to show everybody what they're made of, it has to be right now, because if they're not able to win this match against FT, FT will be moving on and Idol will be eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, stakes are extremely high. Once you lose, you're out. If you win, you have possibility of getting first and second place, or if not the third place. So we'll see how they're gonna come back from this. It's a new environment, like I mentioned. Adaptability is extremely important, and adjustments to how they're gonna change in their team comms, in the strategies they're gonna go for. That's gonna be important. So, like I mentioned, Ever Stepping Town and Chinatown is extremely possible. Lakeside as well. For the Night Watch that FT is going for. We'll see whether they're gonna prioritize on what Kuga can play, or what they're gonna prioritize on what strategies survivors can come up with.
Exactly. Yeah, that's definitely something you have to consider. So Idol went with the what was better for survivors, going against trying to weaken the opposing hunter. Didn't quite work out here. So now how does FT approach this? Do they go for a similar approach where they try to weaken the opposing hunter, or do they just strengthen their own hunter? I think it's better to just make their own hunter a little bit stronger here. Because again, Meowpai and Kuga have very similar hunter pools. They play a lot of the similar characters. So I definitely think that if you try to put Meowpai on a bad map, you're also putting Kuga on a bad map. You don't really want to do that, right? So I think probably just go with what you're comfortable with, what the survivors are have practiced on the most, what the survivors are ready to play on, and then also what Kuga is comfortable playing on as well.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, when FT is, I mean, of course, having the advantage right now, pressure is slightly lower, and also because in their map selection, they have a lot more things to work with. And Idol, they've already expanded their psychologists in the first round in the global band. So a very crucial character to play in the late rounds. Oh, but you know, we're gonna have the band picks first before going to the psychologist talk. FT with that Chinatown, like you mentioned, Eli. A very good map for Night Watch, and we'll probably be seeing them go against Idol survivors.
Yeah, so this is a map that's obviously gonna be good for Meowpai as well. So FT did just go with a map that's good for their hunter, and a map that they've definitely, I assume, practiced Survivor on quite often, as it is one of the most common meta maps in the current meta for Identity 5. Yeah, Chinatown. Kuga has definitely a lot of options. We should almost certainly see Dreamwitch get banned. Now, the question is, are we going to go into a Night Watch here from Kuga? Also has a potential clerk available. I think the biggest thing to consider is that the survivors most likely, I think the goal here for Idol is they're going to want to try to counter comp the Night Watch as much as possible. Obviously, you don't want to play too hard into Clerk, but you have to consider you are working from a deficit. Now, I'm very curious, will Meowpai go with an aggressive hunter here? We see him play aggressive hunters in a lot of conservative situations, but now this is the situation where you have to try to come back. You're down from the first round here. You really don't want to try to work this back into your favor. So I think we'll probably see this. Any time for Meowpai to play aggressively, it would be definitely right now.
Yeah, so but considering how we know Idol, I think the servers will be up first. But then again, right behind this glass screen, we do see Idol servers looking pretty chill.
They're just chilling back there.
So I think Meowpai will be up first.
We might see,
and we'll see whether the Poland pick, you know, being aggressive, like you mentioned, will be the play that they're going for. So yep, they're setting things up, and that is the trophy that they will be bringing back if they get the first place of IVC SEA 2023. And yep, Meowpai is on the stage, getting that confirmation that he can hear the in-game sounds, I believe, and very cool phone, I would say.
Yeah, very cool phone case. We see a lot of cool phone cases here. I actually don't have a phone case on my phone. That's why it's so broken. Look at my phone. You see how broken it is?
Dude.
Yeah.
Dude, you buy a new phone, man. Your phone can't even see the screen, bro.
It still works, bro. As long as it still works. I mean, the audio doesn't work when I call someone, but, you know, it still works. I've dropped it so many times. It's because when you try to put it in your pocket and you have a phone case, it always gets stuck, and it's really irritating. So I just never put a phone case on it. And I also just forgot to put a phone case on it as well.
You know, we talk about Panda, how he's giving CEO vibes this time around in IVC offline stages.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Very strong as CEO vibes.
Yeah, CEO.
Yeah. He knows about it too. He knows that he's giving off that vibe, even in the interview. So we'll see whether that CEO is going to be on top in this round going against Idol, Melpai. Yeah, I think they're looking pretty chill. Oh, that face. Something's going on
What's
with
going on
Mini Blue.
there? What's going on there?
Yeah, and I think Melpai is of course having. We don't see this guy smile.
No, very serious for sure. Yeah, we even walked by him earlier, and I was holding the MX flag, and I was like, "Yo, Meowpie, it's the MX flag," and he didn't even smile. He was just like, "Oh, yeah, okay," and he just he didn't even. I was like,
I think the most smiley kid is definitely Midsun, this guy that you saw, Ye Yang.
Yep.
Posh and Nell.
Oh, Posh and Nell. He's trying to
Wait,
figure
he's
out.
like, give me a second. I need to show something.
He's
Just
trying
give
to
me a
figure out
moment,
how to
please.
do that. He didn't get it. Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be me in the crowd tomorrow. Unfortunately, no Chocho as she has to go back to her university studies.
Priorities, okay.
Yeah, but IDV is life. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, what am I talking about? Right.
What are you talking about? Come on.
Okay. So right now we're looking at the band picks, right? Idol has lost their psychologist.
Yep.
But FT has lost their dancer.
Yes.
So I mean, talking about support-wise, of course they've lost it. But
Right.
psychologist, do you think psychologist or female dancer is a better later round characters?
It's really hard to say. It depends on the hunter's particular
That's
hunter
true.
pool. I think here Dancer's probably a little bit better later rounds for things like Bon Bon. But it looks like we're going to see they're going to actually ban Breaking Wheel. I actually like this. And the reason why I like this is because Breaking Wheel is the one of the very few characters that has it's a high risk, high reward character, right, for Meowpie. But because FT has the lead and they want to hold on to this lead, they don't want to give Meowpie an aggressive hunter to make a comeback. They're going to ban the Breaking Wheel instead here. So Meowpie probably will just go back to Night Watch. But there's still an opportunity for Dancer. Let's see if Meowpie bans Mercenary. He's going to ban Psychologist. So they could go Dancer. They could go Mercenary. They could go Patient. And it looks like we're going to see Mercenary here. I would love to see Meowpie ban out the Dancer here. You don't really want to give Dancer in this situation. Oh, wait. Dancer's already banned. Okay.
Girly.
Okay, I'm not paying attention. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, I'm just thinking ahead, like what I would do in this sort of situation, and I'm not even paying attention to what's already been happening. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be. So I think he might ban Patient as the last one. He's really considering the options, and Balmer's also on the table. But Balmer's also not too good against Nightwatch. Nightwatch can catch up to that coffin very easily using those dashes. So Meowpie is really considering this last ban here. Looks like it's going to be Barmaid.
Okay, I'm kind of expecting them to pick an Embalmer or a Coordinator at the end.
Yeah.
But considering how they really go for really weird, or interesting, I would say, interesting team comms,
yeah.
I would say it's hard to say.
It's hard to say. Maybe it probably will just be Coordinator.
Little girl? Little girl?
No way.
Yes way.
Little girl's not really. Little girl's.
I don't know, bro.
Been so unsuccessful in this tournament so far. It
I
does
know,
not
right?
feel like a very good selection. I think with the Barmaid ban, Meowpie might actually want to play Clerk instead. They're gonna go what? What?
Yo, I can't with FT and Idols anymore. You know, they just have their own thinking.
Yeah, we're gonna see Prisoner. Prisoner is. For those of you watching back home, I'm sure many of you guys are excited to see this one. Prisoner is such a non-tournament character. Prisoner is the reason why we don't see Prisoner a lot in tournaments is that one, his kiting is not too strong in compared to something maybe like Postman. Prisoner also, his Cypher Rush is not quite as strong as something like Mechanic. So his Cypher Rush is weaker than Mechanic, his kiting is weaker than Postman, and his overall support is weaker than Embalmer. So out of all the good Thai characters, Prisoner is usually considered one of the bottom ones, and that's why we almost never see. We're going to see Prisoner here. We could have even seen Composer. Composer typically is stronger than Prisoner, but they're going to go Prisoner. So as you know, as much as I'm surprised to see this, I am pretty excited to see a non-meta character selection here from FT, and I'm sure many of you watching are as well.
So we'll see what Meowpie eventually decides to go for, whether it's going to be the Night Watch again, or, you know what, he's going to be a Clerk, like you mentioned. You know, just to... I don't know. I mean, picking a Clerk, I think is digging your own grave, I would say. Digging your own grave in this team. What do you think?
Well, I think the only thing is that Prisoner is not going to kite Clerk very long. I think that's the only thing. Like, obviously, Merchant can kite Clerk very long, and Crank can kite Clerk very long, but Prisoner cannot. And so this is why I would have expected to see even something like Composer would have been a little bit better for kiting a Clerk, whereas Prisoner's not going to be quite as good here. And so we're still seeing what Meowpie will go with. He's really considering. I think the Prisoner probably threw him through a bit of a loop. He's not really sure what to go with now. I think you can play Nightwatch or Clerk. Both can chase Prisoner. Prisoner's actually decent against Nightwatch because you can shock to turn off the wind ability. But it looks like he is going to go Nightwatch. He's not going to go Clerk. So he's going to go Night Watch instead here. Night Watch can chase Merchant pretty well because you can dash to catch up to the Merchant. Prisoner can, of course, shock to turn off the Night Watch's wind ability. So maybe that must be the reasoning here, instead of going Prisoner instead of, I guess, something like Composer or Postman.
Yeah, so let's see how they're going to play this out. Dragon on the Antiquarian, Panda on the Toy Merchant. This is my first time seeing Panda on the Toy Merchant. I thought the Toy Merchant would be played by Adi, since he's played it before, but I guess this past few weeks they have been playing slightly different characters from what they use. Okay, my bad. They just changed it. They just changed it the moment I talk about it. Panda with the Antiquarian.
Yeah,
Adi
that
with
makes more
Toy Merchant.
sense.
Yeah, this 100% makes more sense. And Mini Blue with that Mercenary. Very stable rescues coming from him. And we'll be looking at the spawn locations, Eli.
Yep. I would have actually liked to see Meowpai. Typically, we do see the top left spawn very often because you want to block the Hotel Cipher. So I guess this is fine. So I think what's going to happen here is Meowpai is going to block Hotel, which forces Prisoner not to decode there. And then he may try to bait Prisoner into doing the Tunnel Cipher, which is the cipher where Dragon is currently standing at. And then he's going to go chase him, and he's not going to have a lot of distance. We'll see if AHD, if Adi has some catapults set up as well. I do like the spawn layout, but we'll see where Meowpai goes first. I don't think he'll go anti-chase first. I think he's going to go Merchant or Prisoner.
So, yeah, Merchant or Prisoner. So a character that's extremely far away from him. We'll see whether that's going to be the case. And yeah, knowing Adi, I think he's going to be putting the catapult facing, jumping to somewhere, either the hotel or is not away from the hotel. Looking at personas wise, we do have Mini Blue with the only side turner, and the three of them with 3-9. Meowpai with Insolence and Detention built for that Night Watch. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into BO2 first half between FT Survivors going against Idols Hunter Meowpai. This is your caster Chocho as well as Eli O, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to see Meowpai going for... He's actually going to look for Antiquarian first. He's actually not going straight for Prisoner directly. He's going to rotate towards middle now. We see the Prisoner is hiding out in the hotel area. A lot of distance from Panda. Nice rotation from the Survivors, but it is a double rotation with both. The Prisoner who rotates straight into the Night Watch. Did he see him? Oh, he did see him. Oh, wow. This is really bad for FT. Meowpai has...
Just hit up at the front.
Oh, there's Catapult. Can he make it there in time? I think he's going to make it just in time here. Is able to make it, and it is going to get him to the other side there. Of course, we can't see him jump over this to catch up here. But yeah, Prisoner just doesn't have a lot to work with when going against Night Watch. He can potentially kite out one wind with the shock if utilized properly, but it looks like he's going to jump over this. Will we see an early shock here from Dragon, or is he going to take a hit? He's going to shock to get to this pallet. I do like the usage of this. He's going to camp the pallet, goes for the mind game, goes for the swing. Oh, he is able to jump it. I think he can get the first hit. And Dragon's he's gonna go back to the catapult. He's gonna take the hit. He's just gonna take the catapult again here. So nice little loop there set up. Meowpai still, he might just blink right through here. I think he's gonna blink right through here. He's gonna use the instant wind ability, and Dragon cannot avoid this. He is gonna go down, and you see right there why Prisoner is just not a typically not a viable tournament character. It struggles very much against a lot of these meta hunters.
And we'll see Meowpai. Yeah, I think it would be enough time to chair into the basement, and he will chair where Toy Merchant will be decoding. But I think he's gonna interrupt quite a little bit. The catapult set there. Meowpai's not gonna destroy. He wants to camp this out, get that rescue, get that hit onto the rescuer, continue that chase onto Prisoner. I think that would be the case that he's going for. Cypher's not looking extremely fast, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty good. The problem is the down was relatively fast, so Meowpai has a lot to work with. Dragon's not going to be able to go for much of a... Oh, okay, he can make it through this pallet here. It is a mind game here. He's just going to jump over this, though, and he will be able to secure the down here. His Prisoner is going to go down. He's going to go ahead and die in the corner, die away from as many Cybers as possible. Is the Antiquarian, here's the question. Antiquarian is at Hotel, but it looks like he's going to go for the Cypher pop first. He's going to try to finish Cyphers here. Yeah, he's going to push Decoding Progress instead of going for that that harassment, it looks like.
Yeah, and we do see on the bottom left that Toy Merchant is filling up the Mercenary, which means that either they're going to go for this rescue once again by the Mercenary, or they're trying to play it out with this 3 people left into this game. So we'll see. I think, do you think Mercenary will have enough time to come for this rescue, Eli?
I don't think they're going to save this. You only really want to save when you have some sort of kiting rebound potential, and you know, Prisoner is not one of those characters, so I think Mercenary's going to pressure. If Meow Pie leaves early, he'll go for a backdoor save, but it looks like that's not going to be the case here. And we're going to see the Mercenary transition away. I think Mercenary got a little close. Maybe shouldn't have gotten that close because now it's quite easy for the Nightwatch to get a free hit here. Gets the hit before the elbow pad completes here, so unfortunate misstep from Mini Blue, and this gives Meow Pie a huge opening.
Yeah, huge opening indeed, and yep, expanding his last elbow pad now, and he has nothing to work with. Meow Pie doesn't have any attraction to use, so it's just going to be a mind game over here. Mini Blue being very patient, but the hit does register once he plays that pallet down. Antiquarian still pushing for that Hotel Cypher and Toy Merchant as well. The last Cypher is only at 11%. Like, I don't think it's going to be priming time soon.
He does actually jump on the catapult, which gives, which actually buys less time.
Yeah, actually.
So if he, I think could have, interesting, he could have ran to the Antiquarian, and Antiquarian could have actually harassed there.
Yeah.
Meow Pie's not going to be able to make it to the basement as his pallet is thrown down. But the Antiquarian could have harassed, and Antiquarian harassing with Mercenary being picked up is actually really strong because if he does get the stun there, Mercenary does have the delayed effect. It looks like Meow Pie's not going to camp this. I do like this aggressive gameplay here. He's going to go for the pallet, gets the hit through the pallet onto the Toy Merchant as well here. He's going to blink through this. Does have the speed boost to catch up. This should be a really fast down onto the Merchant here. Is able to steer down as there is no flywheel to work with. And now there is an opportunity for Meow Pie to win. But yeah, that prisoner is you know.
Okay. Yeah, you know. Yeah. But yeah, going back into the match, Mini Blue will be pushing for that middle cipher. I believe the ciphers are probably in a triangular shape. So Panda, let's see whether it's gonna get a free rescue.
Yep, nice save there. Does get the stun there. He's gonna does get the hit onto the Antiquarian. And Merchant didn't really transition away in this time, unfortunately. So Meow Pie's gonna be right back on the chase right away. Goes for the pallet. Oh, good mind game. Down. Nice job from the Merchant here, but will go down out this window, looks like. So last Cypher Machine, 50% of the way done. And we're not going to be able to see Mercenary trade off, I think. I think Mercenary's going to have to push the Cypher.
Yeah.
But Meow Pie can actually go to the Cypher as well. He can just share and go to the last Cypher. Is he going to go for that? I think that would be the best play here, so just go for that last Cypher Machine.
Yeah, and Mercenary half health, and Panda is half health as well. He's trying to come for this. Oh no, he's just gonna wait this out first. 70% Cypher. It wouldn't be primed by the time Panda is ready. We do see that swing. Let's see whether the swing will be done once again to get more time out, so that he can get this free rescue. Double stun.
Can he get this in time? Can he get this before it's... Yeah, he does get this in time. Excellent job here from the Antiquarian. Goes for the hit. Nice. It's onto the Antiquarian. That is really good for FT, and he has to chair. The Cypher Machine will be ready here. And Toy Merchant needs to come right away. Yeah, he's going to come right for the rescue right away here. Gets the hit, pushing him back. Gets the rescue. Can they avoid getting hit right away here? He's going to go for the win onto the Merchant. Gets to the pallet to avoid getting pulled in there, but he's still going to go down anyways. The question is, can they get the gate open in time? He does not have trade swap, but he does have the dashes. We have the excellent mobility from the Nightwatch. The gate is being pushed here. I think the survivors just need to go all out for this gate. They need to assume they're going to make it in time here.
You know,
only 3 dashes.
Panda needs to time this correctly if Hunter does make it. He needs to be away from Mini Blue, get that stun off with that 3 seconds, and run towards the gate. But it seems like it won't be enough.
No, that is cooldown for the wind ability. They're going to get 2 survivors out the exit gate here. Nice job from Meow Pie to secure a draw. Almost able to get a win there, but ultimately FT secures the tie and holds on to their lead. You can see they are very excited about that one, considering the weak start. I think maybe they're now realizing that that 4th character selection maybe was not the right one. Yeah, we are going to see they do manage to get a tie from a tough position. But yeah, Meow Pie still able to get a tie here. Does give Idle Survivors another opportunity to try to go for a survivor win here. Yeah, if anything, still not too bad of a result here for Idle.
Yeah, and considering in BO1, right, it was Meow Pie. Actually, today, Meow Pie is the one being consistent with that tie. But it's Idle Survivors that, you know, I mean, in the first round, they didn't really do that well.
Yep.
So we'll see whether, like you mentioned, adaptability and adjustments made. If they're able to do that, then the second half might be a different story. If they can get it for escape, then it's a complete turnover in this BO3 that might be coming up after this. So with what Kuga has right now, Dreamwitch, Nightwatch, and many other characters, but I believe this will be the 2 that we'll be looking at. What do you think Idol would plan for the second half?
Well, considering that Dream Witch will probably be banned here, they have to consider most likely Clerk and Night Watch. Those are going to be the biggest things. Kuga can also just play for a tie, so you have to sort of think about that as well. But I think overall, Night Watch and Clerk are most likely, those are Kuga's more common round 2 options. Of course, Night Watch is a very consistent hunter, so I think you definitely have to plan for both of those hunters if possible. Now, the biggest problem is they don't have, I think it was Psychologist. Yeah, they don't have Psychologist available, and Psychologist is very good against Clerk and Night Watch. And because that's not an option, you know, you're going to lose out on some opportunities there. Now, you can go into Merchant strategies here. You can go into Patient strategies here. There's plenty of ways to go into this situation, but FT continuing to hold on to the lead here means the pressure is on Idol.
Yeah, and yeah, Dragon 68.3 seconds. Yeah, I definitely agree with you that the Composer might have been a better choice compared to Luca.
Right.
Kiting wise, it would have been a lot easier.
I really think that just any other
characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think any other characters other than Little Girl. Any characters other than Little Girl.
Yes.
Yeah, so what are the other choices that they might have at that point in time?
Well, I mean,
recall.
you had Embalmer on the table. I think Patient was still there.
Do you think Coordinator would be good too?
Coordinator would have been good. I actually was thinking they were going to go Coordinator, but they opted not to go with that. I think the idea is they wanted to play some sort of tie character, whether that was a Decoder or a Embalmer. But, you know, as we know, Prisoner is not one of the main meta decoders, and you know, you can see why in theory Prisoner could be good against Night Watch, because you know, you can use your shock to turn off the wind ability or potentially avoid a hit, but Night Watch is just so fast. Even if you shock them, they're still going to catch up and get a hit, and you saw that happen there. Even with the excellent Toy Merchant support, Prisoner has very limited kiting potential. And so for those of you back home who, you know, really love to see Prisoner or wonder why Prisoner isn't used more in tournaments, that is a very good example. Overall, against the best hunters in this game, such as hunters like Meowpie, and then when they play meta hunters like Night Watch, in rank, maybe Prisoner's not too bad against some rank hunters if you play against like a Ripper or a Violinist or something. But when you play against these top-notch hunters like Meowpie playing things like Night Watch, even with excellent Toy Merchant support, a character like Prisoner is still just going to struggle to kite against those hunters, and you saw a perfect example in that match.
Yeah, and I was kind of recalling what happened. It was quite interesting that Dragon, the Prisoner, was rotating towards the center area as well. Was he trying to decode the center cipher?
I think they were maybe a miscommunication. I think they thought that the hunter was going around the other way towards Hotel, the left side, but he actually took a turn and went back towards middle. So I think he was trying to counter-rotate. That's why in that situation you actually want to counter-rotate towards the exit gate and go the you either want to stay at Hotel or you want to not rotate towards the middle. You want to just keep running straight and go along where that catapult was facing and just keep going that way, because that way there's no way you can run into the hunter. But yeah, they did end up running into the hunter there, and so that allowed for Meowpie to have a very early chase on the easiest chase target, in that case being the Prisoner.
Yeah, they could have also predicted that. I mean, it would be a tough chase for Meowpie to chase the Antiquarian first. I mean, I think it would be a guarantee at least 60 seconds, at least Cypher Kite, considering how consistent Panda has been throughout the entire series of this tournament. And looking at the stats right now, a tie situation in round 2 first half, and in total we do have FT leading with 2 points, 7 to 5, sorry, 7 to 5, 2 points difference. And yeah, Idol definitely need to win the second half. If not, they will be sent home.
Yep. Yeah. We thought this match would be super close, and FT's pretty dominant so far. 7 to 5 lead is pretty strong, but I mean, obviously it's only a 2-point deficit. Idol can easily turn this around. Even a tied survivor situation for Idol would mean that we are going to go into a last round. So, I mean, everything's still on the table here. But FT really came out to play so far. They've put up some very impressive numbers, and Idol's going to have to work out of this one for sure. Now, let's see what Kuga's able to do. Does not have the Dream Witch available anymore. Most likely we'll see that get banned. So now where does he go next? You go Clerk next, you go Night Watch next, you go with a more consistent Tie Hunter. Definitely have a few options.
Oh, but I was looking at I was actually looking at the stats right now. Idol, when they played in Chinatown, going against Night Watch, both times going against ST, the first time, second time was with AGH, they only got a 1 escape. So with that being said, it means that there is probably a chance that they might only get a 1 escape and lose this entire series 2-0. Yeah, but just looking at the stats, FT will win if they get a 1 escape.
If it is a 1 escape, yeah. So a 3 kill or a 4 kill, that would result in a that would definitely result in a win here for FT. We have a Potch Spice
We
in
have
the background.
Poo right behind the glass screen saying I love you, with the phone saying I love you, Eli O and Chocho. Yeah, but just now it was just Eli O, so yeah.
Yeah, playing favorites.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess.
playing favorites, of course. But of course, pressure is 100%, not 100%, I would say more. Slightly more on Idol Survivors considering they haven't been really consistent today.
Yep.
Yeah, so I hope they go for meta picks, more meta picks, more normal picks.
Right.
Because they get better results with that.
They do. We have seen them be more successful when using the more meta characters. And well, MXN has had a lot of success in the past with these veterans bonus characters, or just these starting characters. In the last few matches, it hasn't been as ideal. We saw in the first round, not ideal. We saw them in their last match, not ideal as well. So yeah, we'll see where they're going to go with that next. I don't know. It's just, I think there's just a lot of pressure on Idol here. I mean, FT, they come out in top-notch shape today. The Survivors looked very good in the first round. They did struggle a bit in the second round. We're still able to secure a tie. And Kuga's looking very good, as always. Whereas Idol, Meow Pie, still very strong. But the Idol Survivors are really going to need to step it up. And it comes down to this for them. You can see a lot of pressure on them. This is the match that they really need to turn things around right now.
Yeah, and it's gonna go slightly away from this. Of course, MX Wave is definitely prominent in the SEA rank system. I do see quite a number of players, SEA players, very known players, picking up the Thief.
Right.
They've been playing Thief, they've been playing Lawyers.
I mean, I think Thief's not a bad character. I don't think Lawyer's that good, but I do think Thief's not that bad of a character. It's good against certain hunters. Like, Thief's very good against Clerk. It's playable against Night Watch. It's playable against slower moving hunters, any sort of slower moving hunter. That obviously not a Dream Witch, but yeah, I think the biggest thing, of course, is it's just that certain characters Kuga can play to just play around a character like Thief, and the characters like Doctor and Gardener are just not really as strong in general. I think Thief is by far the best starting character in the game, for sure. But there are some hunters that counter it, like we saw in the first round, Dream Witch. But now that Kuga is probably going to be going Night Watch or the Clerk, Thief is actually a little bit more viable than it was in the first round.
Yeah, so yeah, just in the middle of getting ready and make sure that they can hear each other loud and clear, such that there won't be any miscommunications coming from Idol Survivors. And yeah, I mean, with the I think they definitely did prepare a lot for this, since they had weeks to prepare for this. 2 weeks, I think.
Yep.
So hopefully they're able to show what they have truly prepared, like 100% of it, because from people watching this, it might be their first time. It might be the first time. So of course, to impress them, not just with the picks itself, the Thief picks, but of course being able to show how you can play that well against all sorts of hunters. I think that's something that these players want to do. So we'll see how it's going to be. And I don't know, I think this cameraman is playing favorites, honestly. He has been showing light for the majority of the time. Yeah, pretty handsome young kid, huh?
Yeah.
And yeah, Kuga is still being really shy, still wearing the mask, even though he's at home.
Yeah.
But definitely has a gaming chair though. I don't have a gaming chair.
Yeah, I need to get a gaming chair. I just have a regular chair.
You're saying?
Not even like
it a stool from the?
No, it's not a stool. It's not even like a. It's not even like a rolling chair or any sort of. It's just like a stationary regular chair. They just sit on.
Oh, you can't even roll around.
Nah, I gotta get a rolly chair.
Yeah, maybe soon.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, hopefully one of these days we will see Kuga make it out to one of these offline events. So I wasn't able to make it last year, and not this year as well, but maybe next time. But still, even back at home, still playing very strong. And so, we talked about a key for Kuga is staying consistent, and he's done that in the first round so far. So let's see if he's able to continue along that path here. And it looks like we're going to see, of course, the auto bans with Psychologist and the Acrobat already. Seer and Priestess from Kuga here. Should expect to see Dream Witch banned right away. I don't think there's any consideration for other hunters. Yep. And now it looks like we're going to see an early Antiquarian and the Mercenary.
Yeah, so I think they're just going all out at coming into this.
Yeah.
I mean, usually we don't see mercenaries, rescuers being picked in the first two. We do see it in the third and fourth. But I think Idol thinks that it might potentially be the last match, and they want to give the best team comp that their team can offer coming into the second half, where they might potentially, if they lose, they will be out of this tournament. So yep, the Antiquarian as well as Mercenary being picked here definitely are very strong characters in this current meta. And Kuga with that female dancer ban, Eli.
Yeah, looks like Kuga obviously is going to prioritize something like Nightwatch or Clerk here, so getting rid of Dancer is very logical. Let's see what the route that Idol opts to go with. Looks like we're going to see Coordinator next, so obviously Coordinator has been a very popular character in this IVC for a lot of these Southeast Asia teams. Now, is Kuga going to ban Thief here? I feel like if you would ban any of the starting characters, it would be Thief, for sure. Thief is a very good... Thief is a very good character against some of the characters that Kuga might potentially try to play here. So I think that would make the most sense of anything here. But he's going to go Toy Merchant. Doesn't care. Looks like doesn't care about those veterans characters at all here. Now, will MX go with the Thief, or are we going to see a more meta strategy from him this time around here? And it looks like it's going to be patient. So they're going to go the meta strategy. Idol understands they are on the back foot here. They need to make a comeback, and they have to play as safe as possible with the best characters in this game currently.
Yeah, so seems like Patient will be the potential pick. And with Mercenary, Antiquarian, Coordinator, and Patient being this team comp, Kuga, if he picks the Nightwatch, how do you think this team comp is going to fare?
I think Nightwatch is a little bit challenging to play against this comp. Antiquarian obviously is a good kiter against Nightwatch. Patient can be very good for making up distance where the wind ability is not too effective. For first chase at least, Patient is a good kiter. And then Coordinator is also a good kiter for first chase. And then Clerk also could struggle here. I mean, Clerk does not want to chase Anti or Patient. So yeah, Kuga, difficult choice here. He might just go Nightwatch. I think he'll probably just go Nightwatch here, but yeah, overall this comp is definitely not easy for him.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Kuga, like predicted, was going to go with Nightwatch or is going to go with something different, like how we've always been wrong in our predictions. So we'll see how this is going to be. But of course, Kuga's first priority is to get at least a tie. Once he gets at least a tie, things can move on from there.
Yep.
Yeah, they will still have that advantage still. So we'll see Kuga with the Nightwatch. But do you think he's going to go with the Insolence build, or he's going to go with the normal Trump card build?
You know, he could go... I'm thinking more along the line... I mean, I think Insolence or Trump card... I'm not really sure, but what's going to be more important is excitement. Right? You have Antiquarian and Coordinator. So I think if there's any team comp to bring excitement, it would be for this one. So I think Kuga probably will lead it to excitement. Typically, if we see a blink strategy, we're going to have insolence and detention. But if you go excitement, you don't really want excitement for late game. You'd rather have blink or teleport. So we might see a trump card with excitement. You usually want to bring trump card with excitement or insolence with blink. But obviously, insolence detention is just so good. So we might see him just go excitement, insolence, detention. Probably the most logical option here.
Yeah, and I was actually looking at the live chat. They were actually talking about how Eli and Fiona, the Seer as well as the Priestess, are having this friendship moment because they're always being banned in jail. So, yeah, definitely have to 100% agree with you. We do see those two characters being one of the most banned characters when it's Hunter's VP selection. So, really unfortunate, but maybe in the later rounds tomorrow, we might be seeing maybe Eli out of jail. Maybe Fiona as well. So let's see how they're going to play this out. We do see the spawn locations now, Eli.
Yeah, looks like we're going to see Coordinator is going to take middle here. I mean, again, a lot of these targets are... It's not one of those situations where you want to spawn a certain survivor in hotel, because a lot of these targets are hard for a Nightwatch to chase. So obviously chasing the patient is difficult, chasing the Coordinator is difficult, chasing Anti-Coordinator is difficult. So I think if anything, Kuga will probably go... If he has excitement, I think he'll probably lean for Coordinator or Anti-Chase first here. If he has blink, he'll probably just go for the patient.
Yeah, I think it will be the case, and we will see what kind of personas they have picked, whether they're actually geared up for this Nightwatch, which I think 100% they will be geared up for this. No, we do see 2 flywheels, 1 3-9 and 1 tight turner, and Kuga with the trump card as well as detention. So it's highly likely that he might be going for this excitement, like you've mentioned, Eli.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the reasoning for
the
flywheels. Yeah, because I mean he's probably going clerk or night watch. So if you go flywheel, you know, broken windows is better than against both of those hunters. Typically, so it looks like he does have trump card and detention. Because he has trump card, I'd imagine he probably does have excitement. But we will see. It looks like it is going to be, as we talked about, Kuga on the hunter side, FT Hunter versus the Idle Survivors. This is the second half of the second round. I'm Eli O, joined here with Chocho, and we do have the live commentary for this match.
And we do see Kuga going straight for that coordinator, and I believe it is the excitement, like you mentioned, Eli. And he will be chasing the coordinator at the hotel area. Not gonna go up with the coordinator, which means that he doesn't want her.
Yeah, he doesn't want it. Looks like he's gonna go for Antiquarian, who doesn't rotate very early. So Kuga already closing early distance here. He's gonna go ahead and use that wind ability to pull the Antiquarian back. Does have excitement. Ready. Misses that swing there. He's gonna jump here. I think he's just gonna run straight here. Probably use the excitement now. I'm not sure what he's waiting for. Definitely.
He's gonna get bullied a lot. He wants to get that hit first, then excitement after getting that hit. So,
but Antiquarian can just play around it. Yeah, there's another stun. He could have excitement, terror shock, yeah, but he doesn't go for it here. There's many. He's goes for the flip. Excellent job. Excellent discipline from Light here, able to avoid all these hits and goes for another stun. And Kuga's still not using the excitement. I don't know what he's waiting for.
At this rate, he doesn't even need to use excitement anymore. Once she already used up her stick.
Yep. And now excitement's useless. It's only really good for coordinator at this point, which you don't really need it at that point. Coordinator uses it coming for the rescue because you can just dash and catch up with the survivor anyway. Maybe he's saving it for coordinator's rescue. That's the only thing I can really think of.
Yeah.
But he is. Oh, does get a pretty fast turnaround. It was a really good kite for a while, but then too fast back-to-back hits on the Light here. And he does get the down. So it looks like we're going to see still a pretty strong first kite, potentially enough for a win.
Yeah, but it was close to a 3 Cypher kite, so I think Idol still has a chance coming into this. I think it's still a tight situation for them, and of course, we'll see Xenia, the mercenary, coming for this rescue. Right now, Cypher's on a standstill. They're still running towards the Cypher. Patient is using up 2 of his hooks to get nearer to the Cyphers again.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Typically want to save those hooks. I guess they're really trying to play for the win here. They're just saying, maybe I'm never going to get chased, so I don't want to use the... Yeah, I don't know. I've never really seen that before. Once in a while, you'll see 1 hook get utilized to get closer to the Cypher, but 2, I don't know. That means that Patient will have a hard time kiting, but they're really going for the win. I mean, look at the Cypher progress. It is moving along very far. That must be the reasoning here. Now, again, something to keep in mind is that Kuga does have trump cards, so there's still opportunity for a tie late game. Still has excitement. The goal for coordinator is to make him waste the excitement. That way, if you waste the excitement, then you're put in a position where it's... Oh, he could down the Mercenary here. Mercenary did not use an elbow pad in time, and so now Mercenary cannot prime the last Cypher. So all of a sudden, Kuga can now tie this game.
Yeah, so, yep, Shadow will be coming for this rescue, and I think there's still like a big question mark on what skill Kuga has, but we'll see how they're going to play this out. Shadow want to get this rescue safely. He's really close. The hit does not register, but...
Oh, it's a farm.
Yeah.
It's a farm, and Kuga has excitement. Corner can't do anything here. I think Kuga should just secure the tie. Maybe not try to play too aggressive. I think he's trying to make them think that he doesn't have excitement.
Oh,
misses
wow.
the hit. This is so aggressive.
This is way too aggressive, Kuga. He knows it won't be prime in time, but still, just getting the first survivor out first would be the best situation that he wants to look at. Yeah, we'll be chairing Light now onto that chair. 55% Cypher, and Xenia is down on the left. He expanded his self-heal, Eli.
Yep. So Mercenary no longer will have that end game. So if he does down Mercenary late game, then he could potentially slug the Mercenary and go for an extra kill. It looks like he is changing targets to the Shadow here, which is the coordinator. Still has the excitement available. He might want to save this trait for a potential endgame situation. He's just dashing to get a little bit closer here. We're going to see takes down the pallet instead of jumping it. I guess he doesn't want to have to deal with that later. And, you know, Kuga acknowledges, like, you know, if he ties here, FT's still in a good position. And considering that Kuga is a very conservative hunter, I think that will probably be his approach. He's not going to play too aggressively. Does catch up to the coordinator, though. And the Cypher Machine not ready just yet. Oh, beautiful dodge from the coordinator. Able to avoid that hit there and gets the vault off. She's really going to want to save her gun for endgame, but we do know that Kuga's holding on to excitement. Can he get the down right here at the pallet? Does get the down onto the coordinator here, but we can't see the Mercenary still come for this rescue. But Mercenary does not have self-heal, remember, so if Mercenary gets downed late game. Oh, it looks like no, it's going to be patience saving. Yeah, I think this is a little bit better to have patience saving Mercenary. Prime the last Cypher. The coordinator struggle this, though. Looks like not.
No. Now I think now this is gonna be an issue. He only has one Kuga has chat the coordinator all the way inside.
Yep.
MX have to get this rescue safely, and the Cypher is now at 95%.
Oh, he flywheels away! He flywheels away from the chair. Kuga can dash back. He's going to hook to get closer, but he misses the hook. He's going to pull him back super far. He's going to knock him back really far away here. We're going to see the Cypher pop here. Kuga can go for the hit, gets the down on MX. He still has excitement. If Shadow tries to use the flare gun, he can just excitement the flare gun shot here. Kuga can potentially win this game. She doesn't even flare gun. She doesn't even use it, which means Kuga gets to hold his trait. We're going to see the chair onto the coordinator. Is she dead on chair here? Was the rescue before half? That's going to be really important. It was before half, so Mercenary can still pressure the save, but if Mercenary goes down, remember, Mercenary does not have self-heal. I don't know if there's a rocket chair. Oh, the rocket chair is still here. Oh, he's not going to chair. He's going to drop here. He's going to go back to chair. Yeah, he doesn't want to let Mercenary get this save. Mercenary also knows if they go down, if they get hit with detention here, is really bad. Because then they don't they don't have the self-heal. But Kuga has trade, he still has trump card. He can still win this game if he plays this right.
Yeah, Zinio just not gonna come for this rescue. Still full health, so he can tank one hit. Kuga's gonna go for him. Mercenary has expanded his elbow pad already.
Yep. Mercenary does not have any items to work with. I think Kuga probably acknowledges this. He doesn't see any elbow pads on the Mercenary. Mercenary can't go anywhere. He's going to get hit for the first one. Kuga just needs a 3-kill. He's going to try to push the dungeon, but the gate's not open yet. No, he's going to teleport. That's super risky, but it actually works because the patient doesn't have any items. He used them all up to get to the Cypher Machine early game, which means that patient's going to go down. Kuga's going for a 4-kill, but he actually just needs 3, right?
Yeah, he just needs
I guess patient doesn't have self-heal, so
anything for better statistics, I guess. So yeah, Kuga will be going for this.
And he's going to go down. Yeah, he's not going to make it here. That is a 4 elimination for FT Kuga, which means that FT is moving on to the next stage of the competition. A 2-0 victory over Idol here. Excellent job from FT. And they will be going on to face Utopia in the first match of tomorrow.
Yeah. So congratulations once again to FT for winning against Idol, a team that we thought that will be the one that prevails. But yeah, it seems like Idol will be taking a break from IVC, and I mean we might be seeing the members once again coming to IVS. But so fans, do take note, and of course congratulations to Kuga, Panda, Mini Blue Dragon, as well as Adi. Of course, their performance definitely exceptional, and talking about exceptional, we have to talk about Kuga, right?
Yep. Yeah, very good job overall. We talked about Kuga's a very conservative hunter, very consistent at securing draws, but he's able to win 2 games here. So excellent job from Kuga. He's able to get 3 survivor elimination, which in a game looked like it could have been potentially 4, but ended up not mattering. And then the 4 elimination at the end here. An excellent job there, and it does beg the question if using those hooks to get to the Cypher was ultimately worth it. It ended up not being the case there. I don't know if it would have mattered overall, but yeah, still, I mean, Kuga scared me for a second teleporting to the gate, because if that gate was open and Mercenary ran to dungeon, then that would have actually been a tie. But
yeah.
It wasn't open, of course, and he's still able to get 4 survivors eliminated. And that pushes FT into the next stage of the competition.
Intense.
Wow.
Intense.
Yep.
Yeah, so yeah, amazing stuff coming from this, and of course, Idol. Really unfortunate that they're eliminated just like that.
Yeah.
Just in the first match coming to this.
Yep. We had 2 matches today that we thought all of them would be very close, but 2 teams with 2-0 victories coming out on top. So, I mean, FT, while they do have to take down Utopia to move on to the finals, they positioned themselves very well to maybe win this tournament. If they're able to take down Utopia, they're looking really good. With the way they played today, if there's any hunter that GH might have a hard time with, we saw in the interview Captain Kuhn mentioning that he didn't really have, there's no one he was really too worried about playing against.
No fear.
Yeah, had a lot of confidence going into this. But I think Kuga might be one of those hunters that you definitely got to watch out for.
Yeah, Kuga, definitely. And yeah, I think Kuga was kind of like you know what, I don't think they're really that strong. And then he went against UTP and he kind of let loose a bit.
Yep.
So I think that might be the reason why he got 3 escape 2 times in a row. But he's showing an extremely different side coming to this. Yeah, it could be because he's at home.
Yeah, I was definitely ready this time around here. We see the results of this match. The first kite, yeah, from the coordinator there was a lot of time wasted, or actually it was the antiquarian, sorry, and then the coordinator was able to kite at the end. The antiquarian had a really good first kite. It looked like a winning position, and Kuga just didn't excitement the whole time. I mean, typically you just excitement the first hit and position yourself for. I mean, maybe he was trying to excitement Terror Shock at some point, but he didn't even go for that. I mean, there was many opportunities where he could have done that, and he just never even did it. So I don't know. I'm not really sure what holding the excitement for that long, what he was really going for. I would have also expected him to go for the coordinator first. Coordinator is a pretty good chase if you have excitement. So, but he didn't do that. He went straight for the antiquarian. Did get kited for some time, but was able to get a fast. Once the stick ran out, and then he was able to get a fast down. And then from there, it was still looking like a win for Survivors, but yeah, he just was able to get a free hit. That hit onto the Mercenary was really important when he was at half health. If Mercenary was able to avoid the hit there and push that Cypher machine, I think Survivors would have won. Because Mercenary went down and he wasn't able to prime the Cypher, that caused them to fall short of that Cypher machine being ready. And then, of course, the patient not having items to work with, and then also flywheeling the wrong direction was a bit unfortunate as well. So overall, yeah, just an excellent job here from Kuga to take advantage of that. Idol, I really thought they had that one going well. That start was really good. Excellent job from Light early game, but yeah, you can see why Nightwatch is just such a formidable character.
Yeah, and really unfortunately as well, Xenia with that 5-7 kite last time, he played Mercenary for both rounds. So, damn. I felt like it could have been slightly different if Xenia was the one with the kiting role. I think it might have been slightly different. But we do see the stats right now. A clear victory. Just making a statement once again for FT side. 12-5. This is even a bigger point advantage, point difference compared to the first match that we had to get between GH as well as Utopia.
Yeah, yeah, I would have expected to see Xenia maybe go for kiting characters. We saw them be a very strong kiter, as you mentioned, with the Postman. We saw it throughout KOA qualifiers. We saw it in KOA itself, right? Just very strong overall. But yeah, he was just put onto the rescuer role today. So maybe something that we'll see Idol look at in the future. But of course, Kuga with the MVP here, 3 elimination and a 4 elimination, 3.5 overall average, and 12 perfect deduction for both games. I mean, incredible. It doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, you cannot get any better than that. And we'll see who will eventually prevail tomorrow, because I won't be here, but Eli, you'll be here in the audience. So what are you going to do? Are you going to be screaming?
No, I'll probably
you're going to be composed.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see how tomorrow might possibly turn out. But we're just going to relook at I think we're going to see the brackets for tomorrow, the matches as well. But I mean, if we're going by memory, which the both of us don't really have, honestly, but
don't have a lot of
it
that.
should be Utopia versus FT for the first match tomorrow. And then it's going to be the winner of that match going against GH. And we'll see who's going to be the winner IVC SEA 2023 this time around.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so again, Utopia FT should be a pretty close matchup. I mean, Utopia had a pretty good match against GH. They did fall a little bit short in each round, though. But yeah, I mean, I still think FT is looking really good right now. If we go into the finals, if I have to predict the finals right now, I'm thinking maybe FT and GH. But yeah, Utopia could definitely turn things around and come out very strong tomorrow as well. So some really close matches for you guys tomorrow. This is not going to be one-sided in any way, I would imagine. I would think these would be very close. And I really do think that, while GH is looking really well, they've already positioned themselves into the finals here. One of these teams could still take them down. It's definitely not guaranteed for them at any point.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Possibly might be FTGH, considering the performance that UTP showed us today. They actually, Sylvester is quite inconsistent. Yeah, but Nilo's great.
A little bit.
Nilo's great. Nilo is definitely making a statement today, and we'll see how it's gonna be. And we are excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. We are going to go ahead and sign off for today. It's been a pretty long day, but we are glad that all of you were able to watch with us, whether you're here or back home. Thank you guys so much for watching, and don't forget to be back tomorrow the same time with the last 2 matches of this tournament. We will be saying bye to you for today. but we will have Nell and Poch in tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day.
Alright, so congratulations for Future Team ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะคะกับทีม Future นะคะที่พรุ่งนี้นะคะเขาจะทำการแข่งขันกับทีม Utopia นั่นเองในแมตช์แรกของวันเลยนะคะเอาล่ะตอนนี้นักกีฬาก็สแตนบายแล้วอยากจะขึ้นมาให้สัมภาษณ์มากเลยนะคะ so please welcome ค่ะ Mini Blue and Panda First of all, I would like to say congratulations. And for the first question is, what do you feel right now?
I feel like we're very excited as we weren't really expected to win, but we gave our best and managed to stand out and beat Idol.
สุดยอดพยายามอย่างสูงมากแล้วก็ตื่นเต้นมากนะคะตลอดการแข่งขันตอนนี้ก็ยังตื่นเต้นอยู่นะคะแล้วก็พยายามอย่างสุดเลยนะคะเพื่อที่จะชนะในแมตช์นี้ so tell me about the strategy plan for tomorrow that you see the Utopia
Utopia has a very strong Japanese hunter and
Yeah.
I feel like we will do more research on it, think of strategies on how to counter him
โอเคเขาบอกว่าทีม Utopia นะคะมี Japanese Hunter ก็คือ Hunter ที่เป็นชาวญี่ปุ่นที่ค่อนข้างจะแข็งแกร่งมากซึ่งเขาก็จะต้องวางแผนกันนะคะในวันนี้ว่าจะเป็นยังไงต่อไปค่ะ so anything for about the strategy
苦咖太性感了
what is meaning
苦咖 hunter really sexy
อ๋อโอเคเข้าใจกันไหมคะ เข้าใจแปลด้วยรอเล่นต่อไปนะคะ for the last question would you like to say anything to your friends for today
I would like to thank every FT fan and we'll do our best and we'll win champion this tourney
เจอกันพรุ่งนี้ so guys you see you tomorrow I mean see all the visitor tomorrow with Utopia for the first match
see you guys tomorrow
Staying
out from the rest
โอเค
Thank you
and โอ้ไปแล้วกำลังจะถามว่าไม่คุยอะไรกันหน่อยเหรอโอเคนะคะก็คร่าวๆก็คือตื่นเต้นมากนะคะแล้วก็ในเรื่องของ strategy plan ของทางทีม Future นะคะก็คือทีมเขามองว่า Utopia เนี่ยค่อนข้างที่จะมี Hunter ที่เป็นชาวญี่ปุ่นที่ค่อนข้างจะแข็งแรงในที่นี้คือโหดเป็นฮันเตอร์ที่โหดพอสมควรก็จะต้องมีการวางแผนกันนะคะแล้วก็อยากจะขอบคุณทุกคนนะคะที่มาให้กำลังใจเขาในวันนี้ค่ะแล้วก็อย่าลืมเจอกันในวันพรุ่งนี้นะคะสำหรับแมตช์แรกนะคะจะเป็นการแข่งขันระหว่างทีม Future แล้วก็ทีม Utopia นั่นเองนะคะแล้วก็ผู้ชนะจากแมตช์นี้นะคะก็จะเข้าไปสู่รอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลนะคะกับทีม GH หรือว่ากุลาแคฟฟันนั่นเองแบบโบ5นะคะก็คือ Best of 5 นั่นเองนะคะพรุ่งนี้มากันอีกไหมคะมาเถอะมา ไม่ได้เลยถ้าเกิดว่าใครที่ไม่มาก็คือต้องดูไลฟ์สดกันนะคะอย่าลืมไปดูทางไลฟ์สตรีมได้มีทั้งFacebook นะคะแล้วก็YouTube แล้วก็ยังมีทางช่องของ Twitch ด้วยนะคะ Alright so now I would like to say thank you all of you for your attending for this event นะคะ Hope to see you tomorrow นะคะ Hope to see you tomorrow and so now let's just say goodbye and see you tomorrow good night นะคะ